how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get though is how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common action? Anyway, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the privileges of men and women in society. It's especially relevant in Spain because the southern half of Spain very heavy with Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain Christian. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research on some amazing Jewish writings actually like out in communities or for families that use for the ceremony itself. I mean, this is 14th century. What a phenomenal artist. It's actually here you can see the underside of it, and it has like these two hands down. Really gorgeous. Connected to that, of course, after marriage is God willing motherhood. I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular because I don't know enough about it. I have area of research that I just can't scratch the surface of. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages. Because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in response to literature is disputes siblings over inheritance. Frequently referred to these kind of like bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling far. Come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is what if the woman passes away. This is a major tension between the Ashkenazis and the Sephardic world, primarily the Muslims. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to see the child, then is required to marry her. And you read the context of this ritual, which is called Hebrew in the Hebrew, it's very clear from the text that the surviving brother is doing the right thing, given the environment where rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived with the shadow of their husband or sons. They were like abandoned to their own ways. So, unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So, Hebrew was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, his brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then he removes the shoe from his foot, and there's like again, absorbing things. So here's the thing. Evil is clearly favored as the ideal, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to Khalid over Yuba. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case. Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in the Rahazic lands, the setting becomes Khalid. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, really before his time. A lot of things there that is how he's separate from a lot of thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the opinion with regards to marriage his loving wife. The Talmud, for the most part, dismissed the social circumstances. But thinking in the heavily Christianizing second, the wife made a lot of problems marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing Yibum and demanding Chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the story, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi given place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improves the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority and how to resolve it. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like of immigration, demand that women consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce her. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the document, which is known as a get. That's the sign that is the get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. And this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman or an abunah in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an abunah is not a husband refusing to give the get, which there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in Islamic literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to coerce something out of their wife, like child custody or payment of debts, or just sits differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. This is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today, it is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in tons of literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this. I'd like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into so, let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no
Yo, welcome. What up, Jay? How you living, Pimp? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find it? No way. You were on Twitch. You found me. That's great. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Jay? That's okay. It's essentially just someone being on camera 24 hours a day, and that's what I do. I've been doing it since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, magazine stated that data was a important resource. Data has taken petroleum as the most valuable resource on Earth, and which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Jay, I'm going to help you, your friends, and your family become financially independent if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Amazing, absolutely. Oh boy. I don't know if I know a lot about crypto, but I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. It is a lot. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, what do you want to know about crypto? Yeah, well, absolutely. First question, are you 18? Okay, how old are you? Okay, so at 19, you have the opportunity to perhaps see cryptocurrency become mainstream. So that's excellent. You will have the opportunity perhaps to be able to make a lot of money on it at such a young age. So, do you know anything about crypto or nothing? Okay. Well, the quick and dirty of it is the first cryptocurrency is known as Bitcoin. It was started by, allegedly, a man named Satoshi Nakamoto. The reason why I say allegedly is this guy started Bitcoin and then disappeared. No one knows what happened to him. And so you should know as a Bitcoin investor or as a cryptocurrency investor, that this is all based on someone who just disappeared. And you know how hard it is to disappear in 25, and it was just about as hard to disappear in the year 2009 when this all started. But with that being said, there are alternative theories that this might be started by governments or non-governmental organizations or perhaps intelligence agencies. But nevertheless, Bitcoin started about 2009 when the first Bitcoin transaction took place. And it wasn't really worth very much at all. You could get hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of Bitcoin for a penny. It was not really worth anything when it first started. And that's, in fact, but the interesting thing is that this was thought to be a way to be able to have a digital currency. And we had, if you look at like in 2010, 2011, it started to expand, and it eventually got to be worth a penny, and then worth a dime, and then worth $1. And when it hit $1, it started to become like people started to get serious about it. But it's fun. You'll see like video game tournaments that took place in the year like 2012, and first place was an Xbox. Second place was like a Game Boy, and third place was 10 Bitcoin. Now back then, first place would have been worth like maybe $300. Second place would have been worth $200, and third place would have been worth like $3. But now 10 Bitcoin is worth about $1.2 million. So within like a decade or so, we've seen such a quick change, a little bit more, but such a quick change. So just know it can be very volatile. Uh, okay, so how do you buy Bitcoin? Well, let me continue the story of it, and then I'll tell you how to do all that. So you had people who started to get interested in this, particularly on something called the dark web, where it was used for transactions that you didn't want traced, or perhaps for money laundering, all kinds of reasons. But it legitimacy that way. And one of the reasons why it is seen as a formidable alternative to traditional currency is because it's anonymous, but yet you can see the transactions that have occurred from one wallet to another. So there is the anonymity that you have that, let's say you want to just give a friend a bunch of Bitcoin, you're able to. But on the flip side of that, if you don't know whose wallet is, which it's just a string of characters, it's very difficult to determine who that is. All right, so then about 2016, we see Bitcoin. Well, it got to be $100, and 2016 it got to $1,000 per Bitcoin, and that's when it started making more mainstream news. People started getting more serious about it, and then you can just watch the chart up until the present day. I mean, it hit $100,000 like last May. No. Last May it was $69. Earlier this year, it hit 100,000, and now it's at $122. All right. So what does that mean? It means that this type of cryptocurrency, and I anticipate it'll hit $1 million by the end of the decade, and other financial analysts feel confident in those predictions as well. Now, Bitcoin's not the only type of cryptocurrency. It's like if we had an umbrella, cryptocurrency would be the umbrella, and the individuals under the umbrella would be different cryptocurrencies. So the big one is Bitcoin. Then you have the second biggest one is known as Ethereum. And then you have other ones. Another one is known as Solana. And some others are like Dogecoin. And there are perhaps millions of different cryptocurrencies. But the big three are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Now, in addition to there being cryptocurrencies, you have things called, they're called meme coins. Some people call them shit coins. But they're basically coins that some people, they could be you, your friends, whatever, want to start your own cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency gives you the freedom to be able to start your own cryptocurrency. So a lot of times you can get these cryptocurrencies for like nothing. Even people will give them to you just for free. We'll talk about how to do that in a moment. But basically, whenever you hear about cryptocurrencies, it's not just Bitcoin, it's not just Ethereum, it's not just Solana. There are perhaps millions of them, but the big three are Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, and Solana. Okay, so then what else do you need to know about it? Well, how do you store it? So there's something called a crypto wallet, and this is something. You have a crypto wallet? Okay, excellent. Which one do you have? Okay, that's great. So the key thing with any crypto wallet, including MetaMask, is you never want to give away your passkey. Your seed phrase is what it's called. So that's like all those. Did you write down like a bunch of words and put it in a safe place? That's exactly right. So there are some people who, I mean, that's like your password to your computer. If you don't have that, you can't get your money. And if you give that to someone else, they can drain all your money. So a lot of times, what people will do is send you a link and say, "Hey, click on this link," and it'll look like MetaMask, and then MetaMask will ask you for your passphrase or what you thought was MetaMask, and you put it in, and then somebody just drained your whole account. So don't ever give that to anyone. Don't give it to a girlfriend. Don't give it to a wife unless you trust them with your life because they can drain anything that you want. Now, what you can do is have a shared crypto wallet with someone, but just know that basically it's important if you don't ever want to get your wallet drained, then you can't share that with anyone. So that's very important. So that's great. I don't know where you keep that piece of paper or whatever. Don't keep it on your phone. Don't keep it anywhere electronic because it can be hacked that way. The best thing to do is have it on a piece of paper and keep it in a safe. The reason why that's probably the best way to do it is the safe is generally fireproof. And if you don't have a safe, just put it in a firebox. They're like $25, $30. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at Walmart. And you just put it in there. It's worth the investment. Um, and it's just a piece of paper. What'd you say? That's okay. But the reason why you want to put it in a firebox is if you have a fire, your speaker's going to burn. Uh, would you trust that speaker to not burn in a house fire? I wouldn't. It's not. It's not as safe. If you've ever seen a house fire does, it will burn through everything in a house, including speakers. But oh well, if you've never seen a house fire before, just know that nothing remains. Everything gets burned. So it's a good investment to buy a firebox. You don't have to do it today because your wallet doesn't really have anything in it. But when you start to get, let's say, more than $100 in your um, crypto wallet, you want to start protecting your seed phrase. All right. So with that said, um, that seed phrase will stay permanent with your wallet, and it's the only way to get into your wallet. It's not like you need a cell phone number to get a two-factor authentication. If you break your phone, you can still get into your crypto wallet. You just download the app and put your seed phrase in. Okay, but it's very important you don't give that seed phrase away, or you'll get your wallet drained. And one day you'll be looking and you'll have hundreds of dollars, and the next day it'll be gone, and you'll be like, "What happened?" And or maybe millions of dollars. So you want to be really careful about that. All right. So with that said, MetaMask is a real one. Now there are also things called FTs, which are non-fungible tokens, which aren't crypto per se, but you'll hear the phrase used a lot within the crypto, and you can store your digital art in your wallet as well. So, like, you can just look up what enter to learn more about that. I'm not going to confuse you too much, but one you can see these pillows. These are NFT. Like this, the actual digital art has been worth like $10,000. So, like, just random pictures can be worth a lot of money. All right, so you have no money or no crypto, which is fine. Everybody starts with nothing, and you don't necessarily need to buy it. There are ways that people will give it to you, and this is usually through something called an airdrop. What's an airdrop, you may ask? Okay, so let's say I'm gonna start a cryptocurrency. All right, it's not worth anything, but the way that I can get it to be worth something is to have holders of it and to have people invest in it. Those are two important things for a cryptocurrency. And so when I'm just starting it, I have no holders and no one's invested in it. But I can go to my friends and I can say, look, I've got this really great idea for a coin, whatever it is. It can be anything, and you can name it just about anything. And when I say just about anything, you can name it anything. It's the ticker. You can make the ticker basically just anything you want. So let's say, like, what's something that you like? What's a hobby you have, Jay? You like rapping. Okay. Do you like to freestyle rap? Okay. But you just like rap in general, right? Okay, excellent. So do your friends like rap? Okay, excellent. So let's say you talk with some of your friends who like rap, and you're like, you know what, I like rap a lot. Let's start a coin. We're going to call it the rap coin. And you've got a couple other friends, and they say, that's a great idea. What do we do? So you say, all right, well, we need initial investors. So what you can do is give me like $100 or $10 or $1,000, anything that you want, and you're one of my initial investors. And let's say you've got 10 friends who like rap, and they all give, let's say, $10. So now your coin, you got 10 friends, including yourself. You each give $10, and now your coin has a market share of $100. 10 people times $10 is 100 shares. $100, I should say. Okay, so it's going to stay at $100 if no one sells, and it will stay at $100 for the indefinite. But let's say you've got your friends who really needs that $10 back for whatever reason, and so they sell. So they're going to sell, and they can sell it, and then the price of the coin will go to $90 because they sold for whatever reason. Let's say you got another four of your friends who run into the same issues eventually, and then that's going to bring it down to $50. Your market share will be $50, and you will have 5 holders. That's okay. Let's say you're doing pretty well, and your other 5 friends are doing well, and you guys buy their cryptocurrency. So now you'll have 5 holders with $20 each. So it gets back to $100. All right, are you following me thus far? Excellent. Excellent. So all of a sudden, let's say you start to get popular on social media, or you have some way to advertise your rap cryptocurrency, and other people say, you know what, that's a great idea for cryptocurrency. How do I invest? You say, well, you can look it up on there's something called Uniswap. You can also find it. There are a bunch of apps to do this, but basically Uniswap is a big one, and Dex Tools is another big one, and you can find it. And that you just say it's the wrap coin, and you buy it. And once you buy it, you can do with it what you want. It's a cryptocurrency. So you might, let's say you get interviewed on a podcast for the wrap coin. And before, when you guys had like 5 holders of $20 each, let's say your friends hear about it, and then a bunch of people hear about it on a podcast, and let's say 100 people hear about it total. All right, well, they want to buy, let's say 100 people want to buy it as well. All right, well, now it's going to go up in price because more people are going to want it, and there's only so much available. So let's say one of your friends, all 5 of your friends say, you know what, we're going to initial investment of $10, but we're going to sell the $10 that we had and make available to the general public. The price to perhaps go up. And then if you have like 100 people who did it, depending on at what price they bought it, it may go up from an initial market value of $100 to, let's say each of them put in, let's say we had 90 people, let's say 95 people do it at the same price that you guys had it, at $10. So that makes it, then it'll be worth about $1,000. Okay, so now you have a market value. Then all of a sudden, one who is in that cryptocurrency tells another friend who's a big whale, someone who wants to buy a lot of it. So they may buy a bunch of that 100 people. They may buy the majority of the share of the crypto. It just depends, or it may stay diversified just amongst that 100 people. But basically, this is the journey of a cryptocurrency, and then what many times happens is they don't go up. What will happen is you'll have that 100 people start to sell it, and then even the 10 guys who you started with that moved to 5 guys, maybe they're going to sell it as well, and you as the starter of the coin, the founder of the coin, will be left with the back, basically have nothing. And that's called getting a rug pull, or it can be known as that. So when you're going to hear all these phrases in the crypto world, one of them is called a rug pull, which is a situation where it could happen like this. Do you know who Hawk Tuah Girl is? Oh, okay. So she studied a cryptocurrency. She had all of this influence because everybody wanted an interview with her, and she was very popular. And she studied a cryptocurrency, and it went up to be worth thousands of dollars, and then all of a sudden it crashed. All of a sudden, and why did it do that? Because there were some whales who got involved and did what's called a rug pull. Have you ever seen a cartoon or any kind of situation where somebody's standing on a carpet or a rug, and then somebody pulls the rug out from them and they fall? Excellent. Well, that's a rug pull, and that's what happens in cryptocurrency. And so when you hear somebody say, oh, that cryptocurrency rugged, that just means it went down to zero. And it'll stay at zero, or very close to zero. It'll be worth like 0.00000001 penny, 1 cent, like basically nothing. So that's what happens with rug pulls. That doesn't mean that the cryptocurrency is dead. It just means that it's not currently worth a lot. That happens all the time, and you have to be really cautious about that with especially new cryptocurrencies. So what would be like what are some situations that you really have to watch out for rug pulls? Well, when an influencer endorses a cryptocurrency and a bunch of other people do, you have to be ready for a rug pull, because a lot of people are going to get excited about this cryptocurrency and they're going to buy into it, and then all of a sudden it may not do so well. This happened with the Donald Trump coin in January of 2025. All these people got really excited because he was taking office, and the coin went up to became worth hundreds of dollars. And then he took office, or right before he took office, there was a rug pull, and there were millions of people who bought this coin, and of that, only 600 of them made money on it. Basically, everybody got in too late. So you want to just be careful with those kinds of things. Okay, with that being said, that's kind of an initial basis of the cryptocurrency world. Now, how do you get your hands on cryptocurrency for free? So there are these things called um, there are these things called there are these things called airdrops. Thank you. And what is an airdrop? Okay, so back to our scenario where you have your 10 friends. It's okay if you have 10 people who hold your coin, but that's not that many. So what you and your 10 friends may say is, look, we're going to give this coin away, a little bit of it, to a bunch of people so that they just hold the coin. And the fact that they hold the coin means that it will have more of a population, and it becomes stronger that way. It's not a good situation where only a few people hold most of the coin. Communication in the coin is possible. So a lot of times new coins do what's called an airdrop. What does that mean? Basically, they'll advertise free airdrop. You give them your wallet address. You can give your wallet address away. Don't give your seed phrase away. And so when somebody's got your wallet address, they will give you an airdrop, and you'll have this random cryptocurrency in your wallet. And your wallet may look like it's worth 0.00000001 cent or 10 cents or whatever, but eventually that could grow. And these airdrops, how do you find them? The best place to find airdrops or to learn about airdrops, I think, is Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Yeah, so there can be a cesspool, but it is the central hub of cryptocurrency and the internet. Meaning, if you want to talk crypto with people, there are people all over the world who will talk about crypto. Now, it's not Twitter, it's Twitter Spaces, or it's on X Spaces, but whatever. You know what I'm about. I'm going to refer to X Twitter just for that's just about him. Okay, so what does that mean? There is a part of Twitter, part of X called Spaces. You can have voice chats with people up to the size, like they have millions of people in them, but only 10 people can talk at once. So what does that mean? There's people right now on the internet who are talking about cryptocurrency on Twitter Spaces. There are people who are starting a new coin. And a lot of times, like if you didn't have anywhere to advertise your coin, you would go on Twitter Spaces and you would host a space and you would answer questions about your cryptocurrency. So you would entitle your space, new wrap coin, airdrop, feel free to learn about our new project. And you'd have random people all over the world come in and say, all right, tell me about your project. And you would say, all right, well, this is a really great coin. I've got some friends together. We all like rap music, and we wanted to have a cryptocurrency that around rap music. And you'll get a bunch of people like, oh, I like rap music too. Do I buy the coin? And you can say, well, it's available on Uniswap, but we're having an airdrop for the next month. So just drop me your wallet address and I will airdrop you some of the coin. And that can happen, either you can give away your coin, or more likely you'll get people who will give away their coin to you that way. Now, there are other ways where people do airdrops, and I would say one of the big ones is on Telegram. Telegram's basically the most popular place for people for like the coin communities. Discord's pretty big for some coins, but I would say Telegram's a little bigger. Why is that, you may ask? I mean, I know I would. Um, Telegram, yeah, they do, and that's pretty accurate. So you would go and you'll have people who say, "Hey, we're doing an airdrop for our cryptocurrency. Are you a member of our Telegram?" And they'll be like, and you'll be like, "No, I'm not." And they'll be like, "Okay, join our Telegram. The link is in our bio. You go to their cryptocurrency bio. You'll click on the link. You'll join their Telegram. Sometimes you have to do a verification or something, and they'll have information a lot of times there on how to get the airdrop. And then you get free crypto. Now, there are also ways to just buy crypto, which you can do. MetaMask, you can do it. Uniswap, you can do it. You can do it through Crypto Wallet, Crypto.com. There are just a bunch of them. And let's say you wanted to buy one of the more popular cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Like, like I'm serious about this. If you have money to invest, Bitcoin's going to be a great one. Welcome. How are you? What's up, smiley face?
Goon wants to know why you're in his chat. Kick.com/Goon.
Why not?
He wants to know why. He's Rabbi.
Am I not allowed to be in there?
He wants to know why you were spamming it.
Oh, I spam everybody.
So it's not personal with Goon.
No, not at all. I'm a big fan of his, but no, not personal at all.
Really?
Oh, 100%, dude. 100%. I'm gonna show you him on Kick right now, dude. Totally. Just one moment.
Get him in here.
Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. I'd love to meet him. Please do. Are you talking about Goonie Goon?
Right now. Yes.
Excellent.
X.com/.
Excellent.
Me.
Wonderful.
I just invited him. Let's see if he shows up. He's live on stream.
Beautiful. I'm live.
Welcome, Rabbi. I'm a fan.
You're amazing. Hey, just tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on 22 different YouTube channels right now. I'm also live on Twitch. That's how our friend Jay met me. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on everything but Kick. But I'm going to make Goon a very rich man. I'm going to make you, Smiley Face, a very rich man. I'm going to make Jay a very rich man. As you can tell, my bots are very effective, and I have more data. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. And what does that mean? Well, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in the year 2018. And I have more data archived than any person ever. So, Smiley Face, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Smiley Face? Excellent. So, I want you to know, if you have the opportunity to tell Goon, it's nothing personal at all. I'm sick of war in the world, and I'm a person who's dedicated their life to peace. But also, I want to make Goon a very rich person. I really mean that. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, what do you talk about that's so interesting? Like, what makes you so great? I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I was just talking with Jay. We were talking about cryptocurrency. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help people get clean water. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some really big ideas, very big futurist ideas. I myself am a futurist. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, alien disclosure. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have made headlines recently. They have introduced the dire wolf. They've made it their goal also by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing task, and I really love to inform people about it. They want to also reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth. These are big projects that aren't being talked about in society, and they're very exciting for me. Now, how can I help you, Smiley Face, and how can I help Goon and Jay as well? Well, I want to give you all the money that you ever need to do anything. I mean, it's as simple as that. And but in addition to that, I want you to be able to live longer. When you were born, Smiley Face, your average life expectancy for someone like you or like Goon was probably about age 80, which is great. And if you want to just continue living a normal life to age 80, you can. But with the type of technology that I want to be able to help you with, you're going to be able to extend that life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through life extension technology such as human growth hormone, oxygen therapy, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. And you and Goon and Jay may actually get to be 120 years old. You're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you told me came true, but I want to know what the next plan is. And again, this is with your consent. Consent's very important to me, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology, the next step, which is known as mind uploading technology. Now, before you think, Wow, mind uploading. That's not going to happen in my lifetime. We're already doing memory transfers with mice. So we're already doing that in the scientific world. And thus, the first mind uploading may take place within the next few decades, which is certainly probably within your lifespan. So, what does that mean? That's where we scan your brain with your consent, your computer, like a CAT scan MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, smiley face. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, and what I would like to say to Goon, and I'm saying to Jay, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that, smiley face?
Sounds very cool.
It does sound cool. So you can see why I'm so passionate to get the word out about what I do, right?
Gunnar just says, I don't know why he spams my chat.
I
If
spam.
he's a fan. I told him to join. He said he will later, probably.
That's okay.
He's watching action right now.
That's totally cool. I spam everybody. And so I want everybody to know about me. Action Man knows about me. I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for more than a year. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord, number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. Basically, I live on the internet 24/7 and have for years, for more than 3.5 years. And eventually, I think I'll be perhaps one of the most famous, if not the most famous person on earth. And I'm going to make your dreams come true. I'm going to make Goon's dreams come true. I'm going to make Jay's dreams come true. So, with that, I just want you to know nothing personal to Goon. It's really to help him. And if I could, I would shut off my bot so that it wouldn't spam him anymore because I know he knows about what I do. But just if you can, just explain to him that.
Yeah, he just pulled up your photo on screen. I told him where to be seen. He just pulled you up on the screen, so he might join. Good.
Will that be wonderful? I'm live 22 different YouTube streams right now. If you would, smiley face, left part of this Discord, you're going to see something that says, it's got a red color and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
I can. I'm just away from my computer. I'm just saying.
Oh, no worries at all.
I have you on my headset.
Cool.
My earpod.
Absolutely, 100%. So, you know a little bit about me. So do you want to tell me anything about you, your hobbies, what are your interests, what do you like to do?
Just video, man. Play Fortnite.
Okay, excellent. I like Fortnite as well. What's your favorite character in Fortnite? Who do you like?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Maybe one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, which one? Is it Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello? You like why Donatello?
I don't know why, just the color is cool.
Purple?
I think, yeah, it's purple.
Absolutely. All right, very purple on green's very neat. Are there any other games that you like?
No, that's about it, to be honest.
That's all right. Do you enjoy?
Sounds not really too. I don't watch too much.
Okay.
What do you enjoy, Rabbi?
Oh boy. Well, I love futurology. I love science. I'm also really big into sports. I'm in a bunch of different fantasy football leagues and fantasy basketball leagues, fantasy WNBA leagues, fantasy hockey leagues, fantasy baseball leagues. I'm in like 25 of each of those and 26 in football. Right now, I'm watching Jewish history lectures. I'm a major. I'm a lover of knowledge, so I'm always doing something to learn. I just watched the Joe Rogan Experience, the most recent one. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
Conspiracy guy on podcasts.
Oh, I don't know if he's a conspiracy guy, but he's certainly a free
He
thinker.
talks about everything, conspiracies included. Let's just say that.
Most certainly, he's a free thinker. He had a woman on, an author, who just wrote a book linking. This was in today's episode, or the most recent one, linking serial killers and lead in the water. And there's an interesting correlation there. He always has somebody on. He has artists on. He has politicians on. He's always got something interesting going on there. Aside from that, I like to, like when I go outside and stuff, I like to golf. I like to go to the beach. I like to travel. I like to go to different areas in Southern California. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. So when I can do it, I like to do IRL streaming. I very much enjoy people. I enjoy games as well. I like to play Fortnite myself. I also like mini games, so I like chess, checkers, like even just old school games like Scrabble and Connect Four and all that kind of stuff. I like board games. I also love to stream. I mean, it's one of my big passions, especially because I stream my whole life. So I like to multi-stream. So I'm live on Rumble. I'm on 20 different YouTube, 22 different YouTubes. I'm live on dozen different Rumbles. I'm live on D Live and Trovo and Twitch and a bunch of different streaming platforms of which you've never probably heard. And then I create robots, and the robots get individuals into my Discord and allow me to talk with them and share what I do. And usually that kind of stuff is really interesting to people, and they realize, oh, this isn't a bad person. They're just trying to get out the word about a really interesting project, and I understand why they spam. And then they become an advocate and allies of mine, and hopefully Goon becomes one of those people. And I certainly am, have the privilege of meeting new people.
Trying to get him in here, man. He's just really busy on stream.
That's absolutely fine. Let's see here. Is it just off the top of my head? Is it kick.com/goon?
Correct. GEWN.
Right. Okay. Just one moment.
I'm a good buddy of his. I told him we're in VC, and he said he's listening to Ashman. He might be here.
Absolutely. That's totally cool.
Talking about the Hunger Games. You should go to Austin and participate in Ice Poseidon's Hunger Games.
I would love to.
You should stream there.
I would absolutely love to. If I had the ability right now, I would. But as you can imagine, live streaming your life is a full-time job, basically. But when I go viral, I'm going to be in all of Ice Poseidon's Hunger Games and everybody else's. And I look forward to traveling the world and giving people an IRL first-person view of my life. But as of right now, I just don't have the ability. I would love to, though. But, when you're doing it 24/7, it's really important that you maintain the streams as long as you can and for as much as you can. Every 12 hours, I restart my streams and basically allow people not just one view of my life like normal people, where they have one camera, but I have 22 different angles of myself, or at least streams, more than 22, because I'm also live in some other people's Discords as well. So you should just know that you are at the ground level of something really exciting, and it's just a great privilege for you to come in and to be able to meet you. And thank you for being so nice. Not everybody's nice to me, and I understand.
Likewise.
Oh, absolutely. I understand. My bots are very annoying. They come in and spam like 10 different times, and it's a huge thing of text, and nobody wants to read this huge wall of text. But if you read it, it's unlike any other spam that you're going to see. No one else talks about Santa Claus machines. What's a Santa Claus machine? It's a type of, you know what a 3D printer is, smiley face? Go ahead, Jay. Oh, well, I get people who just...
Be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Take your time, smiley face. I get people who...
Be right back.
Take your time.
2 minutes.
Take your time. I'm always here. I get people who don't like my bot, and so I totally get that, because my bot I've got like 3 of them, and they are very active. And what it will do, most people don't know how to program a robot, and so they don't really know how to do this. But what my bot does is it creates a Kick account. It takes and follows a person. It makes a clip of spams them. And if you have a chance to come in and meet me, you'll just be like, this MFer, I hate this person. They're so annoying. I can't stand them. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about your project. And they'll get upset about me that way. But the second they come in here and they talk with me and they hear about what I do, they say, "Oh wow, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard," and they just get really excited about it. And they're like, then I get people who say, "Spam me all you want. When you're in, I will say hello to your bot," because what people do understand to some extent, but every time you get new chats in your stream, you get more money. So my spam bot actually makes people money a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. So it's actually a good thing for them. But I understand how they find it annoying. But I do get people who don't like my bot. I also get people who just like to troll me. And so they'll just come in here and yell bad words at me, or they'll play really loud sounds. And, I give people as much freedom to say what they want in here as possible. But, if you're going to be rude or something like that, I don't want to hear that. So there are people who will do that. And those are really the big reasons. Just people who want to troll, and then people who don't like my bot. The second people find out about what I'm doing, and I'm heartfelt and I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm learned and I care about people, they become huge advocates. That's why I have 1,800 people in this Discord, or more than that, because they see that I'm a genuine person. And also, nobody else on the internet is going to tell you, "I don't want your money. I want to give you money in the future when I go viral." And I really mean that. All of the interactions that I've had over the course of the last 3.5 years are recorded. So everybody who I've told, "I'm going to make you, your friends, your family rich," that's recorded. We'll be able to go back and say, on this date, Rabbi met Jay, and Rabbi said that they were going to make Jay's friends and family rich. And now that Rabbi is not just a millionaire, not just a billionaire, but a trillionaire, they're just giving away their money. So here is $10 million to Jay, $10 million to Jay's family, and $10 million to Jay's friends. And all Rabbi wants you to do with it is to pay off all your debt, to buy your house, to ensure that your kids have college education, and then want you to charity with the rest. And what I want you to do to start a charity, whatever you want, just something to better the world. I get people who come in who say that their pets are really important to them and they want to start animal charities. I get people who come in here who say they want to help people with world hunger. I get people who come in here who say they help people with disabilities. Whatever it is, that's cool. And we're going to basically what Mr. Beast does, but just in a bigger way. And the reason why I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast is because I have more data than he does. Mr. Beast doesn't have 1% of the amount of data that I have archived on the internet. And that's a really big thing. There are people who live stream their lives, but they don't archive the footage, number one. And number two, they're not doing it from 22 different streams. In addition to everything that I do, I keep the news going 24/7 background. So this becomes a time capsule of human history. You can go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of God, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Every single major news story that has happened in the last 2.5 years, basically since the pandemic, has been archived on this. So you can literally go to any minute of any day and find out what was going on in the world through my stream. And I just think that's fascinating. In answer to your question, Jay, are just sometimes not understanding what I'm doing, or they just like to troll. They don't like me. Your question? Excellent. So back to our cryptocurrency discussion as we were talking. All right, so we're talking about Twitter Spaces, which is I'm in a Twitter Space right now. I've been hosting these Twitter Spaces for years, but the one that I'm in currently, I've been doing video Twitter Spaces, which is kind of a newer feature that they have, and I've been live in this one since February 14th. So why Twitter Spaces? Basically, it gives people a way to advertise and talk about their coin. When I say a coin, I just mean a cryptocurrency, and to be able to discuss it, discuss other people's. Now, let's say you were starting a new coin and you didn't have anybody to back it, you didn't have friends or whatever, how would you get out about it? Well, you would do that on social media. But if you're like, well, I only have a limited social media, I don't really know that many people, that's absolutely fine. You would go on Twitter Space, have things called shill spaces, SHILL spaces. And what those are allows anybody to promote any kind of project that they have. You'll get people in there who have arts or um, art NFTs. You'll get people in there who have social media projects. You'll get people in there who have like social improvement or social justice programs. You'll get people in there who have cryptocurrency, and you can talk about whatever you want. Usually, you get like a minute or so, and that's people will ask you, "Oh, how do I buy this coin?" And then you'll tell them how to do it. But that's basically how cryptocurrency works. Now, there are some limitations with it. You can't just go to your local, like to Amazon, and you can't go on Amazon and use your cryptocurrency yet, but you will probably pretty soon. And once that happens, then you're going to start to be able to use it to buy gas, and you're going to be able to start to use it to be able to um, perhaps use at the mall and to even buy a car and those kind of things. It's just a matter of time. And so, what the cryptocurrencies, what they're waiting is something called just mainstreaming, or basically when crypto becomes a household term and a household tool to be able to purchase things. And once that happens, a lot of people are going to move away from what we call traditional currency, which is known as fiat currency, and they're going to move towards digital currency, which is cryptocurrency. Does that make sense, Jay? Excellent. What other questions do you have? Excellent. So if I were you, you know, you may be working a job, you may not. If you didn't have any ability to buy cryptocurrency, what cryptocurrency would you buy? All right. So there's Bitcoin, which is the OG cryptocurrency. It's the strongest one. It's the least volatile one. Now you may say least volatile. It maybe like like a year ago. Well, a year and 3 months, it was worth $69,000, and now it's worth $120,000. I mean, that's a huge gain. But then also, it went back down to 70,000 like 6 7 months ago. So I don't really know if that's that consistent or conservative. That's absolutely fine. But for the crypto world, it's very secure in comparison to these shit coins. That now the shit coins are going to get you a lot of it if you invest in the right one. So with someone like you would have to say to yourself, let's say we had $100 to play with. Well, how would you invest? Uh, how would I recommend? I would say you would want to buy maybe $50 in Bitcoin, $20 in Ethereum, $20 in Lana, and then $10 you could just do with that you wanted in shitcoin. So what kind of shitcoins you buy? Ones that are of interest to you. So you like rap, cool. Maybe you like cryptocurrency education. People put out the coins, you could invest in that. Like, do you, that's okay. What you like? What? Okay, excellent. Um, so there are just hardworking coins, just people who are into what we call in the communities grinders, people who just like to grind. So you might find a grind coin that you like that has a nice history, and you might find some rap coins that you like or something like that. Now, when I talk about rap coins, there are rappers who put out their own coins. I know I know Soulja Boy has put him out. Um, a bunch of people have put him out. Soulja Boy though has you have the opportunity to talk with him about his coin on Twitter Spaces, but there are a lot of influencers who put out coins. So let's say there were some influencers who you liked who you wanted to buy those coins with the $10 that I said you could just buy whatever you want. I would recommend that. Now, what's going to happen with that money if I had to make predictions? Um, Over the course of the next 5 years, your $50 investment in Bitcoin will become $500. Your $20 investment in Ethereum will become perhaps like $200, and your $20 investment in Solana will become $200. So your initial investment of $90 in those will equate to $900. Now, what about your shitcoins? That money you're basically throwing out the window. However, if one of those hits, it could be worth $10 million to you. And I mean by that, if for one or another you got in early, and that's what it's about with cryptocurrency is getting in early. If you want to make a lot of money, if you're able to do that and become one of the early investors, you can make a lot of money because you can basically make a lot on your money. So in the cryptocurrency world, we talk about Xing, which is multiplying of your money. So you can buy Bitcoin right now, and in 5 years it might 10x, which it probably will, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a great return. That's a much better return than you're going to get on the stock market, and even better than what you're going to get from the bank just keeping your money in a bank account. However, 10x isn't nearly what you're going to get with a shitcoin if you get in early and it becomes successful. You can get a 25x, you can get a 250x, you can get a 1000x, and so it just depends on what you want to invest in, how risky you want to be. I know a girl. She kind of like you didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, and she would come to me for cryptocurrency advice, and I would tell her what I told you, and she got into cryptocurrency. It's called SPX, and I believe she put like $60 in it. And last I checked, it was worth tens of thousands of dollars to her. She's just like a cashier at like a grocery store, but all of a sudden she's got like a nice little nest egg that she got for $60 because it like 60x for her or whatever. And you've got to say, okay, I could take the risk like that person did. Chances are it's not going to do well. But if it hits, then it might be worth all of the other investments that you made combined. Really, what this is, at the end of the day, just like any investment, is gambling. It really is just gambling. And the reason why cryptocurrency is a lot different, or not a lot different, but why it's somewhat different is the laws have not caught up with it yet to regulate it very well. So if you wanted, like, you can just start your own cryptocurrency. You cannot just go and start your own bank. It's much more difficult to do that. Or if you wanted to start your own business and go public and have an initial public offering, there's a lot of money involved in that. There's a lot of time involved in that. It's difficult to do. But with a cryptocurrency, you can just do whatever you want. And so long as you don't violate the few rules that are in place, there's a chance that you. Now, one thing all of these investors say is this is not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do. You buy all of the things that you want to buy. But basically, that's cryptocurrency in a nutshell. I'm trying to think. Let's talk about NFT since we have a little bit of time. So again, NFT is a non-fungible token. What does that mean? Non-fungible is just big words. They're just financial, not worth money, or not not to be bought and sold, except are bought and sold. So they're really fungible tokens, but they're called non-fungible tokens. Okay, so what do these things do? Well, like this one I have next to me. Like, can you see my screen right now? It's like this red guy. Okay, so it looks like kind of like Sonic. There was a cryptocurrency that sponsors me, had a very long name. So every cryptocurrency needs something different to diversify it. So like there are cryptocurrencies that are like the Donald Trump one or the Hawk Tua one. The one that sponsors me has a very long name, and that's kind of its claim to fame. Its name is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10, Inu. Now, if you're like, that's the dumbest name I've ever heard in my entire life, everybody thinks that. But it has such a long name that people remember it. Yeah, exactly. 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 So it has a very long name. When it started, it was very small, and it's gotten to be worth about at one time like $360 million. It's like at $100 million now. But in the past, like I don't know, 6 months or so, it's been up like $50 million. So it fluctuates. Now, one of the things, a project that got associated with it, were called the Sprotos, and these Sprotos were pieces of art, digital art, like this little red guy or this red pillow I have with the blue guy on it, and there were like 10,000 of these pictures that are all unique, and you could buy them. So we talked about creating your own cryptocurrency. Let's quickly review if you were going to start an NFT. All right. So you've got your core friends who are into rap. Okay. Now those guys bought your cryptocurrency. You say to those guys, "Are you an artist, by the way, Jay, or do you know any artists?" Okay, like drawing or painting or music or what? Okay. So NFT doesn't have to be digital. It doesn't have to be like a picture. It can be music as well. It's a little more complicated that way, but not really. You're fine, big dog. I go that all the time. All right. So you say to your friends, "Hey guys, we launched this cryptocurrency and it's doing really well. I want to launch an NFT." And your friends say, "Oh, Jay, that's a great idea because you're a great artist." So what do? You say, "I'm going to put out a song." And do you have a song right now? What's the name of a song you have? That's okay. Let's say we call the song Jay's Fire Song. Whatever. Just it's an amazing song. Okay. So you say to your friends, "Hey guys, I'm going to put out this song. It's called Jay's Fire Song, and we're going to put it out as an NFT." And your friends say that sounds like a great idea. How does that work? Okay. So what you do is you say, if you want to download my song, normally you would do that on Spotify or on a CD, or you'd just be sent it or whatever. But instead of doing that, everybody just pays $10 to buy the song and be able to store that. And what does that mean for you? That means you're going to get your 10 friends who all give you $10 to buy the song. Now, let's say people really like your song and it starts to spread. You're going to get people who say, "Jay, I really like you as an artist. How do I invest in you?" And you'll say, "Well, you can buy my NFT, which is a song." And they're going to say, "Okay." And they're going to say, "Okay, well, what do I do with that?" And you just say, you just pay $10 and you'll be able to download it. And then people say, "Okay, great." Now, what makes this different than just putting it out on iTunes or Apple Music or Spotify or anything like that is they have a unique NFT to this that basically shows that they were an early investor. So what does that mean for them? It means that that's worth something, because when you blow up as an artist, people are going to say, did you know that Jay has an NFT for Jay's Fire song? And I was an early NFT holder of that. And people are going to be like, no way. And that's going to be worth a lot of money. So their initial investment of $10 might 10 years from now be worth $1,000, depending on how big of an artist you become and all of those things. And that's basically the idea of an NFT. Now, that would be a music NFT, which are very common. They have video NFTs, but the most common kind are image NFTs or digital art NFTs. So, just like this picture here, this is one of them. On the flip side, we have one on the back. That's another one. I've got other ones here. This is one. This is one. These are all unique. And so a lot of times what you'll see is people with these profile pictures, a lot of times. And it'll be like some weird picture. And you might ask someone, hey, what is that picture you have? And they'll say, oh, this is an NFT. It's part of the XYZ collection or the ABC collection or whatever. And there are only 10,000 of these available, or there are only 10 of these available, or there are a million of these available, and they're all unique, or they're all the same, or some are unique and some are the same, just however the person wants to put it out. But the most common way this happens, or at least the way I've seen it happen, it goes like this. You have someone who's a graphic designer who has no money, and they paired up with somebody who is an investor, and the investor says, look, I need you to make 1,000 unique pictures, and I'll pay you whatever amount. And in exchange, you're going to give me those pictures, and I'm going to make those into NFTs, and then we're going to allow people to buy them if they like them. Now, why would someone want to buy a picture as opposed to just downloading the clip art? Well, the reason why is because just like someone has a painting in their house that they own that might be worth a lot someday, or maybe was worth a lot, or whatever, they just are drawn to it. People do the same with digital art. So someone like you may be able to get what are called NFT airdrops, and you get people who start projects who have NFTs, and they're just give these things away, and you'll just collect them. And if you wait a little while, those NFTs can be worth millions of dollars someday. I think the most expensive NFT sold at auction has been like $200 billion. I mean, they can become a lot, big money. People would say, well, why would anybody spend that much on just a piece of digital art? It's a lot of it has to do with money laundering, but a lot of it just has to do with people like art. People want it in their collection. I know I've seen some NFTs that are just like what's called pixel art. That is just like they're just like unique pixels, but they're not really that fancy, and they're worth some of the most expensive. They're some of the most expensive ones that there are. I mean, they're worth millions of dollars. Some of them. There are millions of projects that have already launched. What happens a lot of times with NFTs is they are really people get really excited about them, really excited about the launch. They buy them, and then all of a sudden, they for whatever reason don't like them anymore, and they sell them. It's just kind of what happens, and then they run just like a cryptocurrency. But basically, with NFTs, you have the opportunity to be a major, I would say, a major player at 19 years old and in 2025 to just get involved with the NFT world as well. Now, how do you make money on NFTs? So people will just give you NFTs just because they like you, or they like your opinion, or they just want holders, and you hold on to those things. But eventually, you may see that it's worth a lot of money, and you have no ties to that person anymore, and you just want to sell it. And so when somebody originally gave it to you and it was worth nothing, well, 5 years down the line, it's now worth $500, and you just sell it. Like this one that I have right next to me, $10,000. It's just like it's a picture of an ugly blue guy, but they want to be associated with that. and they buy them. I know on Twitter Spaces, it's a big deal. Cryptocurrency is talked about all the time. NFTs are talked about all the time, and there's a major movement for communities. So let's say you've got your album is gonna be, or your is Jay's Fire song, and the album cover that you drew by hand. And you might get a bunch of people who are like, "Oh, I love Jose's Fire album, really great." And then you start Spaces. You may get people like their profile picture, your NFT, or your album cover, basically. And then when you go in this Twitter Space, it's just everybody's got their unique your album as their profile picture, and it shows strength in the community that way. And that's a big way that people advertise their project and show they're part of a community. These are just things that people. That's the NFT world. The NFT world, both cryptocurrency and NFT, we're still in the very early stages of this. This is not a 10-year project. This is not a 100-year project. This is a 1,000-year project or beyond. And when I talk about, mind uploading and all of this, I mean it. Like, you may be using this hundreds of years from now. So you have to recognize that, like, we're very early in the state of both cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency and NFTs. Now, this world that we're talking about, both cryptocurrency and NFTs, are commonly called Web3. Have you ever heard of Web3? That's okay. So Web1 was considered like forums and like even like chat rooms. Web2 was social media and like Instagram and TikTok and that kind of stuff. That's all Web2, Reddit, Discord. And then there's Web3. And Web3 is cryptocurrency and NFTs. It's like the next wave of development of the internet. And so when you hear people say, for how long have you been involved in Web3? And you're like, I don't know what Web3 is. Well, how long have you been in cryptocurrency and NFTs is really what they're asking. And you should know that you may not consider it this. I know a lot of people don't, but you're in the top 1% of the world right now. And if you're like, well, how am I in the top 1%? I'm not a millionaire, certainly not a billionaire. How am I in the top 1%? So we've got 8 billion people in the world. Of those 8 billion people, 4 billion of them don't have access to electricity or cell phones or the internet or any of that stuff. So all those people are in like rural Africa and rural India and rural China. So right there, you're on the internet right now. You've got a cell phone and you've got social media. So you're already doing better than 50% of the world. All right, then from there, we've got 4 billion people we're working with. Of those, 2 billion of them generally do not have electricity that works all the time. They have sporadic outages, all kinds of issues, whatever. So you're already doing better than 6 billion people on Earth. Then of that, you've got another 2 billion people, not all of whom have computers. So only about 1 billion of those people really, maybe a little more, have access to computers. And they may not even own those computers. They may have to go to a web cafe, or they may have to borrow from a friend, or whatever it may be. Okay. So you're doing better than 7 billion people on Earth right now. All right. Then what you have is social media. There are like 1 billion people on social media regularly, and you're on social media. And I don't know what's in your bank account. I imagine it's really basically things, but you don't have any debt being so young. And 0. Okay, that's fine. But the fact that you have 0 means you're doing better than most people. And what do I mean by that? Most people in the United States are in debt. Most people in the Western world are in debt. You're not in debt. Debt is slavery. And if I can ever give you any advice, Jay, the first thing would be to never go in debt. That's a big thing, because when you go in debt, you become a slave. Now, I know you're going to get tempted to buy a car And I know you're going to be tempted to buy a house. I know you're going to be tempted to buy all these things. But the best way to buy is just straight cash. If you live within your means, you'll perhaps be able to afford these things when you save up for them. The big thing is, I would not spend a dime on a university and going into student loan debt. That debt is not forgivable like much of the other debt is. And you can learn everything that you learn at university on the internet nowadays. So I know people who are six figures in debt and they've got college degrees and they're not any smarter than the people who are just working a technical job and who never went to any school. Those people are in exactly the same places, except one of them is debt free and the other one is enslaved. So when I say that you're in the top 1%, we're already said you're doing better than 7 billion people on Earth. Then from there, you don't have any debt. Well, that makes you in the top like 100 million people on Earth. And from there, you're basically competing with people who aren't working aren't making a lot of money, but like even you said you had a job. If you make $32,000 a year, which I'm sure you don't yet, maybe you do, but if you worked all the hours you could, but that's achievable for someone like you. $32,000 a year is the top 1% of the world right now. So when I say to you that you're a one percenter, and you may be like, well, I'm not quite there yet. Okay, well you're in the top 2 or 3%, but that's doing a lot better than you once thought. Like you probably thought like, well, I'm maybe like in the top 70% of the world. No. You're way at the top. You're in a Western society. You have reliable internet. You've got electronics. All of that adds up. So basically, I'm telling you that you're going to be part of the 1%. And the way that you do it at this point is to invest wisely. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, if I invest in Bitcoin, I it's not going to have that much of a return. That's fine, but you also have to recognize that you're not going to lose anything. It's only basically going to go up from here. And your money, what we call fiat currency, the currency that you just get from a job, that has something called inflation. And inflation makes us powerful every single year. So basically, when the United States dollar, the Federal Reserve note, it started December 22nd, 1913. $1 in 1913 is worth $100 today, meaning we've had 99.99999% inflation since then, and it keeps getting worth less and less. So basically, your $100 bill is today, which is a lot of money to like an average person, worth $1 in 1930. That's why I'm sure have you ever seen, they're buying a car for like $2,000 and they're buying a house for $40,000. You ever seen something like that? Exactly. And so that's inflation. So the way that you protect yourself is through investment. So Bitcoin's a way to protect yourself in inflation. And you had the courage to talk about cryptocurrency. I hope you learned something. If you ever have any other questions, not just about cryptocurrency, but else, feel free to ask. I'm not saying I have all the answers. What I will say is we'll find answers. And when I don't know or I need to check my facts in real time, will AI the answer exactly the way that we need. Does that sound like a plan? You take care, Jay. Jay, more than anything, aside from making you rich and all those other things, I want you to know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And really, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? Take care, my friend. You're welcome. Bye.
Worked incredibly hard both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. See, they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly like peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which would be hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and got to make cloth. And with a cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There's a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at, what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget, what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives. And as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are like really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. Like in this terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. It's a very unusually graphic depiction. They're stealing the very valuable clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and all engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude our women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much. We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous convivencia, right? Now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be the theme of Jewish history for this course. Um, it's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. And you can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different for those two events related in time. After those two events, that's why we're going to the next semester on the post-expulsion era. Here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You will recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution. We'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole. He spent the last few years of his life wandering around, and it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile, Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and, using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of the actual collection of the tax, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So, an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman, in some cases, would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community, if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily trades, and this charter was of rights for the community, and it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s was really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment, very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of like cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. and I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James 1 in just a moment when we talk about the Barcelona disputation, which is right now. So when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. There, as we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, a pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we've borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up and vice versa. And so as we see with James the First of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills in Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe it was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity. Not an especially, well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known Maimonides, right? Like Maimonides is known Moses, the son of Maimon, so Moses, son of Nachman, Maimonides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied to this day. Although he was, or he was in his 60s when he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted the right to speak freely, getting that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days. And we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really he made very light work of his opponent. Uh, the Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, this defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather brilliant feint that made much of the rest of the argument, um, you know, very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins and then said to him, I believe you should leave Spain at this point, because essentially that's saying, I can't protect you. And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made a very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny, tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the Conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester to talk about Sfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay light. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zahar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world. Nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from or when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it was deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export from the period. An area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translations. especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there was a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, a Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around this. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa was filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom were Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that were happening in northern Spain at this time, really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Infiltration once like during the rat race, because we knew there would be another scandal. So that was step one. We're already ahead of the game. That's going to be the goal. Have you done comedy before? It's a it's not. The Chicken Andy ever on rotation. Exactly. There's this couple of things that happen in the 14th century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the strong Jewish communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, and of course Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews and things like that that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of post-desecration charges that follow in its wake. You recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago, the false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you have like mass riots afterwards. So in Barcelona, Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no great upheaval after that. But when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, who was actually well disposed toward Jews, they lose a major supporter. Perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what he's done before, just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Pierre IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed, money lending was very much a part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented Jews' involvement in money lending because interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money lending. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength and along with it, political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against the Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them, communal resentment. There's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades even, the host desecration charges, but a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. If people simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating from 11, that shows the church on there is kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptism font and directing various noblemen and important people to partake of the water of baptism, the sacrament. And on right, you see the representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. At any rate, Rabbi, who is standing on the right of the baptismal font, is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, meaning he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself on some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding him back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there's this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in a previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine, Pippo, as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase, vidieved, it takes effect. And the person who is baptized is now, in fact, a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later, the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is mind-boggling. Anyway, this created an unusual situation in Spain, because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This is largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important, because for much of this, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, from Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. And you also have at this time, besides Jews who are forced to be converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts, who becomes Pablo de Santa Maria, who eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is that God? Where is Messiah? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the disputation of Tortosa. We've already discussed the disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of pogroms and post-conversion, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, you know, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion, and you know what, if God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term. It means swine. A more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, you know, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. It's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later on. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. You have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture. And they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still eating kosher food, and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is the discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood. A legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we'll have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminates based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. After 1391, after 1414, with the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban. They have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christians, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often, maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community, and nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they are displacing a lot of the traditional elite as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy, because hey, look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. And when you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say, that one's a Jew, and that one's a Jew, and so on, it's a very kind of, disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Bella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors, whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past. That rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out. And the prospect of, trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts. And incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that was Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Thomas de Torquemada, in a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment where, a Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to Inquisition. The Inquisition arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who were also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a hold of this. They go out and arrest those people and torture those, and the whole rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple decades, it's got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in this conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arguelles, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on, but they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to attend, they had to deal with. So, just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which were truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews as far as days and see it there. These are three examples of San Benito. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath that are hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where we have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in auto-da-fe or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World. Really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely a horrific kind of environment that gripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained and needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholic. And by the way, we're referring not to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 programs. And Torquemada, in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala, is shown in the black robe, loudly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more amazingly he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because still allowed Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the portrait's faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Isaac Abarbanel, great leader of these Jews, who rose up to become the highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jews right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were looked to see him go because he was so talented, refused to convert. As it happens, number one figure, which is Abraham Senior and his son Rabbi Milan, who son-in-law, who decided they would rather convert and remain in Spain than to stay with the rest of the out of the country. But ultimately, that brings us to 1490, where we will try to discuss the mechanics, the expulsion, specifically the horrible nature of the post-diaspora for the Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you for your endurance and I look forward to speaking to you soon. Thanks. To show the best we can make it, whether it's 8 openers or 2 openers. Both of those openers are going to be fucking good and all in unison to make the show that much. Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews and diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. And we may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what to do in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the people of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman Jewish wars. The first major Roman Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountain of Masada. Then we have the Quietist revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were Africa and Asia Minor, so I skipped over. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense, and it once again in Judea and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Hellenes, as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with, punitive taxation and the redirection of the Machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations. Yavne, for example, Shusha, and especially what's going on in the north, in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the Prince, or patriarchate, it's kind of called. and especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Rabbi, he actually wrote it atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending half of the people who lived there. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank or if I use the term Gaza and Shomron, when I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but renamed Eila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Villa Kadisha of Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. They were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who didn't debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to know it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The really Kadisha of Jewish Alliance is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel because even though the Romans were definitely not so chumps with the rebellious Jews who were seem to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. This is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, where the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolls out, as it were. Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restricted views of other faiths to practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was things that be much more intolerant than paganism, which, by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods, tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel, in particular against the Roman Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. Began at Severus in 51 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like in the first Roman Jewish war. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous, and so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is used today, that collects the months on the 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover on the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that we had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile, flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title, I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early, but when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more massive travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was created. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region because there's one important center there as well, but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily criticized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like never going to stop at this Talmud. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that is not exactly a commentary, it really is a discussion. But it was very important in establishing traditional Jewish practice and unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't really agriculture around Israel. And because it was for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud its own deliberations. The Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud is barely studied for much of the unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire, fire, and several other political changes. The office of the Mufti was ended in 429. That is the last. Let's see, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be in a position of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the third century. So there's like a steady line of the situation. But there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century, under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in North, and you see, for example, several synagogues constructed and preserved well. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue, and it has this mosaic on the floor. You can see right in the top of the mosaic there is kind of like a ark holding the Torah, and Torah, which is one of the oldest Jewish mosaics, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you see in synagogues right up until the early modern period and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeled in there. And he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22. But there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of the mosaic. That's as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand to Abraham's son." And there's appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like a rather short skirt, considering the period. I would imagine over a longer skirt, but who knows what these were. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that it shows consistency. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine period. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief period Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that would be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart part of the temple courtyard. That was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem. And that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt. And there's a lot of political development regarding it, but not widely specified. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. So this is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century. And you can see here that it's called Shum of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the main association. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name, the land. However, that Jerusalem in Arabic outputs is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem was it was the only capital of the Jewish people ever. That this is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Sin also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is Mountain and Galilee region, is under the region of Idum. As the very, very top part, including Bamias, part of Israel, and then south, it also has some of the region on the other side, once again, the Jordan. The Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period names the city of Caesarea, or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? You go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think many-fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans, but it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever monoethnic. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century. But there has always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff in history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, we get a sense from when the Pact of Weimar was imposed in the 8th century. For example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Weimar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy of note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that begins on a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular then moving to the city of Lamia. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim leaders who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Baronate in Babylonia. But for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there is some question as to exactly when the the vowels became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they're serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it would take us too far afield from my narrow focus on the Jews. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming, and a fairly small number of people massacred at the feet of the forces and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they were finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic view from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. So making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant this before. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there. Many others were simply sold in slavery. You have a huge exodus of Jews. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at the greatest extent. Actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim ruling, the new Christian kingdom, were not well disposed to tolerate this. And so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations. particularly on the coast, where not surprisingly you see a lot of the Crusade remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehud al-Farisi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city from his period, after he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is again one of those things that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Judea, but this is in fact recognized as they had an alliance that was quite strong and active. And in fact, many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a prior to the Crusades, especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Rie of Lunel from southern France, and it was really Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Maimonides came later in the 13th century, we found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko, and also something similar we have from the Rabbi Obadiah of Baltimore. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Imamites, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that lived in this. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouins, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And it was ruled by Sfax, which is one of the most fascinating cities that you're going to zip right back to look at Sfax in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Sfax in the 15th century and creating a slow creativity that is still being felt today. Well, I'm really looking forward to speaking about that. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our medieval period, Rabbi of Bolsonaro, he is the famous commentator in the Mishnah known as the Law. He wrote that when he radiated, there were only 70 Jewish types of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, so tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that it is a continuous Jewish movement there with some achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed events in the diaspora.
Wait a second. Oh.
How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we can discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat, right? That's the. If you have to laugh because we're all so familiar with it, but it is it's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Whitmire Dial, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. It's just one tragedy from the perspective of the late 20th century, in particular after the Holocaust. My gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes call it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they are horribly persecuted with pogroms, and then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to stand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely how to cry about. The lack of approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like blood libels. I mean, what a mashugana thing to suggest. And yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So there's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. One of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence? God forbid. So many times before in history. Genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what's meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction. to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the, kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. Many others, in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion of their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, with the Holodomor, incredibly horrible things happen. We only see that in the 20th century. Why don't we see these things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I answer it, at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something to say to please myself. I do, undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into this like 20, 30 years later, and one of the few things they remember from any of my class, I tend to put it always on the final exam, so be ready. The Abramson rule, which again is not really an Abram rule, it's more like a Karl Marx, but the rule is if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. Right? So when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to, and nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, they may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. You simply, it's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there are certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance, a ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with peoples of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on money lending create a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camarae regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter, the Jews are the ones who are actually, you know, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of a medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why we're actually protected. One of my teachers in university is Professor Alan Davies, who is a specialist in history of church anti-Semitism, and he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards, obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist, as long as they, accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were occasional punctures of violence that went beyond the Pact of Umar allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries. And, this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is, a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural of impetuses is impeti. Probably not. Sorry for getting distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversions, episodes of massacres. But on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declines so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din veles dayan," or maybe it's "Leis dayan veles din." There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Right? Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a set intellectual environment, God forbid. So these ideas of the Pact of Lamar and Doctrine of Witness, they don't work anymore, and helps to explain the fortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of the Jewish people. Thank you again for Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of Western Europe. This is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we'll be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. First of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the nation, and an emperor who is based in Constantinople. This really cool city over here you can see on a narrow strait of the Bosphorus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it's known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the end point of today's quick video, it becomes named Istanbul, and it becomes, of course, a city at that point. But for the period of the early 4th century, right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control of North Africa, Rio as well, and of course the concentration in Asia Minor and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So, in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onwards. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact, really, on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are acceptable. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and the incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, the Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to a mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century as a kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink, and it's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well. And he is in a way echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of a stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There's actually two distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. Even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Kasta ibn Shaput with figures purporting to be Khazar leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved transmitting Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the East Orthodox peoples, like the Russian Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for sound, sh. And for examples, like you see the Saturday in Hebrew is in Russian, it's Subbota. I mean, there's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly stated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got in, massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, may rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the Grecian Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring an entirely new period in Jewish history. It would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching. So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, you don't like very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married or getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now, and in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a period in history? I think some important reasons why this so is because there's lots of research that's psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and end to the story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German or Geschichte or in the Hebrew, Yamin, but let's work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks of time, why these particular, why these 3, why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions, kind of the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, we've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with this mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until, you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. Came crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced really as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then how much more so with World War II and the genocides of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into three areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. It's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline of the generations. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that witness the greatness of the Exodus and the receiving of the Ten Commandments and amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of prophets. Then they slip again, and then okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim and then the Amorai and so on. Then there's a slip again, and this can go on and on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval modern. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization of the Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant reason that we become so short. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. Um, these are things that happen in the late modern period. Also, political change, huge political change. The era of revolution, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science. Right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins. Right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. And people say, wow, so there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those carts to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works again. More and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world as we should. We are living, just to head for a second, in a very different age, an information age where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other, building our economies around the digital communication. That's too much money. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who are living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World is now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that will expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetimes in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. And I'm old enough to remember when if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism for the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. They use the gender man because that was feminism and egalitarianism will take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not enough to say we will create what is true. That there's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text, like the Bible, that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, you know what, let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which is considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent from the 19th century onward, and I might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major truths that are characterized in modern thinking. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather then rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize whenever they have a defined group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around groups of people, and said we all should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. You have that as well happening, especially from 1800 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. And Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this sort of reverberates throughout the world, beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the videos in this series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, people are waking up to the question of what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had lots of clear directions, especially if this is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They're almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating when we get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews. So the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history, in modern period, because as you recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. So you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, made their way to Portugal, thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews, while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it's a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of literally mortal threat.
It's really impressive. I mean, I think
will they simply abandon all Jewish identity,
come on,
submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it? The Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. it was not, as they say, done and dusted.
It's unprecedented.
This is something that lasted for a long time, and it really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal and find ways in which they would express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So, just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanus, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and to other places where he adopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Rabbi, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. It's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitanus. So he was like creating a hybrid identity. I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also proud son of Portugal. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who was very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. As you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense God that rabbis would approve as being. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue. It's fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
But I found a lot of new material, both old and new. I did some advanced interviews on a couple of witnesses, military witnesses, that seemed to work because it produced a lot more evidence than was ever known.
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they live. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of them. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. It actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamia region. You can see it in a circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact, it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase of the Rhone River cities that had already been settled with Jews in the first century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500, primarily through persecution on the one that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. Significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically channeled going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as and then I've made a distinction with the green arrows. I think that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the eastern part of Europe. So the green anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into the eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail in this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe and in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East, in the Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my home place because they heard the universal health care there, and then of course a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to I believe 1924, 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale. So you get a sense of the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking with you.
She's trying to make head tail of it. One of the things that kind of surprised me is when this story of binary code didn't surface in documentaries until about 1997, 17 years after the event. And when he first started talking about binary codes, I emailed Paul and said, you're into this binary code.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origin of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when did we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important thing. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that has happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Taipei, a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Beijing. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Taipei, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person who came from far away and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and said, okay, it must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Aitian, and I happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be Saint John the Baptist's day or his anniversary, something like that. And so again, knowing nothing about Christianity, they were completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity. He assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, of course, the first four gospels, four books of the Christian Bible. And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this would have fascinating on his own right. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? I thought about it for a while and I said, oh, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apostle work Ecclesiastes, as known in traditional order as Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations, and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this Jewish community. Were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And you could find biblical books that predated they went all the way back to the positive arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. That's just the second. If these texts had references in it, that would be important. Of course, they did such things. And when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit what they were interested in, the Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domenge, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded, graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It was quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where do these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities, such as Yangzhou, where, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the east as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica. You can see that some date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least these collector reports came very close, and could be in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to some fascinating Chinese tax regulations in the 14th century, in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the Jews are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but they give at least clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of massacres as well. Now, most of the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's Wikipedia that shows some of the on which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road, because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravans. Those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jews lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, fascinating individual, who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Xinjiang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing, he found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to the Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China. Was along this route, many of them were settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the job we have to tell us about the eternal life of Nigeria, that is documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating as well. Several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates. Many of them associated with the rebuilding, their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're honoring the spent money. It's hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it. So we have 4 texts. We have the earliest dates from 489, and on first of that stone block, another text 1512, and another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished, felt it, knew some people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look at the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e., he received a PhD, he was a doctor of advanced learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education, a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes use the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They did not rely on other group slaughter and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese. For example, one of the things that's discussed sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic pieces, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone or certain acts of idolatry. This very problematic. How did the Jews deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, club, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Israel, the Lord our God, the one on the top of the this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse. I love this stuff. Also, problematic for the Jesuits incidentally, the problem of ancestry. He reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors. And, there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on that as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more devout Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Nietzsche and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought. Not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. That's a very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th and 20th century of these of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, Some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process of Henry would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women, and then Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is probably similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 1920s century. One of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one is in Toronto. This is an example of a high-fence scroll, which is by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and the scroll of Esther becomes an region, indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between the two letters. By the way, Felici did not find any evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian figurements in the Torah that are not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obviously typographical errors. The letter Vav were used. That's the word but. And these fusions of Aleph and Ayin, with the loss of these Torah schools, fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities. I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of to remain connected to, even more important, connected to the core text of the Bible and the commentary. Without these two things, it's very difficult. So the Kaifeng and China demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. The last thing I gotta say, those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Christian cuisine. I want you to know I really respect myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
And between other witnesses, it really don't get a platform in documentaries. So what I concluded over a long period of time is that the Rothschild case is controlled. The narrative of the case, from a former detective's point of view, has been controlled for over 25 years by just 4 people: Charles Hall, Madison, and John Burroughs, 3 other witnesses. The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period. We basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the Bnei Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this
green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct type of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. Certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been called Supara at the Indus River, which housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only sources, but Greek sources, Roman sources, and so on, there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Radhanites have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're just primarily an Arab historian. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends. The documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic states. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's the way, that kind of thing. But that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatellutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple, where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that incorporate the skirt or other type clothing of a bride into the prophet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kinds of things. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the discovery, when people like the Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name de Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements. But we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background with that distinct clock tower is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli, until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of Bnei Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily sailed a little bit further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and certainly transformed once the directions of the monsoon were harnessed for efficient travel from the Red Sea to the Arab Sea. It is the Arabia. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous pass, especially before monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of these, was killed in Brak on this particular route in the Arabia. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the period, definitely by the medieval period in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of the world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century, there was a very heavy movement of B'nai Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of the world Jewry, and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the B'nai Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the B'nai Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the B'nai Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational difference in picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as their name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade and to establish strong foothold. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis. In general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important build here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna. That is the caste system in India. But it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, a divorcee, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement. And so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and thank you very much for watching. And I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Realize what happened to Lieutenant Bonitante. That was one of the shift officers and off the road by UFO. The vehicle is run off the road by UFO that's traveling alongside the mission which is so scared. On a rural public road, she rolls in the vehicle onto its side. And she gets out, the UFO stops, it's looking down at her, so she pins up a weapon and statue. All of that covered up by the US Air Force that I got from a guy called David, Michael Stacy's friend. So there is so much things that you weren't aware of to do a revolution for us. So if you haven't read the book, I suggest you do, because what I've tried to do is look at the facts, step away, take personalities out of it, but just present facts.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction of the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history. There were people who consider themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there's a spectrum. There's some who embrace Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children, which dealt with. They had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews. And they have marked an impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch, perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardi. There are more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, Hedut and Mizrach, the Eastern, but many Jews to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardi, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very Ashkenazic movement, but they're Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a base nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century in Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel and in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul. In fact, that's what it would be called at this point. Although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I save that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at America. What happened to Jews cross the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Sfat. Now, I'm going to I plan to devote a video specifically to Sfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Sfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Sfat at the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Sfat. It is located at a very high elevation and got this commanding views all over the Galileo. And what happened in Sfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee. And Jews were very active in the textile trade in particular, began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later and over the course of the 6th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Sfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupies so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Maimonim, Tomer Devorah, other great classics. And his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who is not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Sfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate for centuries. It ended with some disasters, the plagues that affected the region, there was earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial. And if you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has a very strong, inherence in human and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. So much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Sfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. Here's a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are numerate. They are well connected internationally because of their diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like to the capital city of Constantinople. Huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece, and it represents three Muslim women. In the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's an unusual veil like that. I don't know enough about the history of Constantine, but it's really fascinating photograph. So Jews of Thessaloniki get a huge boost in the Spanish exile as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the Ottoman Empire. They brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting back on their past. On the right, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular, two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship, and also, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona is a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, close to Rome, would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity. That he ordered them arrested, the Inquisition, and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 years at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian position of Catholic doctrine, but it was not so with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Cum Nimis Absurdum, which is a papal bull that essentially said it is so absurd that the title really means the beginning of book, this document that is an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territory, especially those Jews who have already become wise, forced or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews, imposed the ghetto, the Talmud, and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic action from two very powerful women, and I would like to say here that it is not sequential, but it speaks of powerful women in the context of the Civic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Ustre. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time, since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravana, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravana was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravana. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of her scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing in a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the papal states where she was at the time, they would suffer an affliction. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative time in Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Dona Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out as a result of this conflict. We see that even though it succeeds, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the destructive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditional approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately these Jews would settle in America itself, the United States of America itself, you can hear this beautiful piece of sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded what they called in Yiddish the Golden Land because of its welcome nature. The famous poem, the Nukes, that great Statue of Liberty was of course by a Sephardic Jew and a Latinist. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America. It's going to have to wait for our later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss the greater details. Thank you for that.
Proto-Israelites reached the promised land, as they went to under the leadership of Abraham. And here he has a vision of God of the Israelites, and all here, and it's the place where Jacob sees the going up and down to heaven and earth. It's the place where God was sent to manifest in his form as the Shekinah. And Shekinah essentially means the light of God.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number. He will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of what it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very few Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. At any rate, where did the Jews come from, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Poverennaya Klet, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time, as references to Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of presence either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot, and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. Really big migrants in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, or Mashka Karo, which is really the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Pole. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread literacy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small numbers. It became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry. But for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onwards. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland the Polish-Lithuanian common more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Europe, and there are factors drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them, protection, refuge. So much so that some of the great scholars, Rabbi Moshe Israelis from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a full etymology from Polin, meaning here, we will rest. Here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to, pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 30s, horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions in France, and particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century, and so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors of the other. The Polish economy was having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they have a really well-functioning economy compared to when the Jews have the know-how and the understanding to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, Recht means law. Basically, like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later And to look like they written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements for the privileges, sometimes disabilities of the particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in, set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe. Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow, how to fit themselves into the secular environment. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so they extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, when the Statute of Kalish comes from 1204, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764. And you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in this region, in particular of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on where it is referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state. Another amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially a municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support, poor brides, orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. Which is another amazing thing. This, by the way, is one of a couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization. Comparable in many ways to what was happening earlier in Spain and before that Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 9th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be a topic of a future lecture. For the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
I wanted to ask you sort of the foster of things, and particularly like strange non-human fossils. And I was fascinated when I read about like Hypogeum and giant skeletons in Sardinia and things like that. So two things really stand out for me. One is elongated skulls. Now I'm not talking about the ones that they do in traditions where they're binding the head. I'm talking about ones that don't have that typical sagittal suture, which we all know as Homo sapien we should have, which is where our skulls formed as a baby. So I wanted to ask you about giants, skeletons of giants, and elongated skulls with no apparent sign of sagittal suture. Right, well, firstly, let's go to the elongated skulls. I mean, there are unquestionably human populations around the world over the past several thousand years that have had long skulls. But I'm not talking about huge, great, egghead type ones. I'm talking about just elongated skulls. And it would seem that those cultures are the ones that want to accentuate that by using the boards and to actually increase the strangeness of their elongated head. I mean, this seems to have happened in Mexico amongst the Maya, for instance. There's snake breast, what they're called, shan, wanting to elongate their skulls in memory of their founder, whose name was Itzalda, and said that he was so clearly had a head that looked different to, let's say, Gardner's. And I would say that therefore he had an elongated head. So in other words, these people believed to be descendants of Itzalda, because that's why they were in this elite priesthood. So they probably had long heads anyway, but for some reason they wanted to accentuate that, to create it almost like in an abstract manner, to try and emphasize their own past. And I think this is something that's gone on all over the world. I mean, in the Near East, which is where I do a lot of my work, is that there are Neolithic sites there where, again, people with long heads have deliberately elongated them even further. But this is amongst the culture known as the Halith culture, so probably about 6000 BC, and slightly later the Umayyad culture, probably about 4500 BC. So related anyway. But so in other words, there is this necessity, this need to elongate our heads further than they were. In other words, the people that are doing it have long heads in the first place. The whole idea about the suture stuff is told so many times. I've talked about this on Ancient Aliens, I've talked about it in books, I've had conversations with well-known figures in this business, and a lot of that is rubbish. I'll be honest. This idea of these sutras, being missing, they can be when they're stitched together, they can actually disappear. And this is not something that's absolutely unique. So, you have to be a little bit careful with a lot of what you read about these elongated heads. Don't believe everything you read, please. The other thing is giants. Is that there were giants, in this world in the past. We know that thousands of skeletons have been found at Native American mound sites and cemeteries all over the continent, and many of these are 1.5 feet, possibly even 8 feet, some of them even longer. And the statistical analysis of these skeletons shows that they can't possibly be from some kind of genetic mutation like gigantism, which obviously does allow people to be extremely tall and obviously create some of the greatest wires that we have. This is not the same thing. You're dealing with a human population that was clearly incredibly large in size, possibly the size of some of your largest American football players, again, about 7 to 7.5 feet tall. So who were they? Well, all the evidence that we have is that they are the descendants of a human cousin of ours called the Denisovans. Not the Neanderthals, they were small guys, the Denisovans. With most of our evidence of them comes from Siberia, from China, the Tibet Plateau, other locations in that part of northern and East Asia. And what little we have of their bones, what little we know about their origins, having come from an earlier type of human population known as Homo heidelbergensis, these guys were incredibly large in size, as much as 7.5 feet tall. That's all indications. I've written about this in books like Denisovan Origins and Cygnus Key. And so it's out there, that they're these giants and their abilities, they were incredibly developed, but their skulls would seem to be the largest in the world, and yet were elongated. In China, the skull was found and hidden in a well because it was being occupied at the time by the Japanese, and it was only retrieved in recent times. And it's the Chinese scientists who have examined it not only say that it's the largest skull that's ever been studied by science, which it is, properly studied, but they say that it's a unique species, and they've called it from Homo longic, which means the dragon man. The dragon man skull. But Western paleoanthropologists looking at this have said this is a Denisovan skull. It matches in every way what we know and expect the Denisovan skull to be. So this has got an incredibly long thing. So in other words, the memory of these people with incredibly long simple bones at the back of their heads is real. I mean, it's not only there with Denisovan stroke, the dragon man skull, but also with the Neanderthals. I mean, they had extremely long skulls, and when some of their skulls were discovered, particularly for instance in Iraq, a place called Shirley Dark Cave, when they were first found, it was assumed that the Neanderthals had been binding their heads and elongating them because they were so long. But it was eventually realised, no, actually, they are natural. So this confusion between artificially binding heads and natural heads is something that's been there probably for almost 100 years. So we have to be a little bit careful. But the general consensus of why these people would have bound their heads is to replicate the ancestors who had elongated heads themselves. Now, that's our human ancestors. I mean, obviously, if some people want to see that in terms of, replicating alien heads, whatever that comes to.
It's a fascinating subject because, we always pose questions of, are we alone in the universe? And the thing is, in our past, it showed that we were. at all. There was other species of humans that were way shorter back in the past. It was like 40 or 46 was a common height back in the day. So a 7 foot, 9 foot tall person must have been super impressive. When it comes down to genetics, and I don't know this as much as I should like, but we are a very easy species. Let's just put it this way: most humans. So, how much do you think remains our genome? That breeding through history, these people disappear, but I think basically we have a mixture of all of them, or is there some that completely disappeared?
Yeah, I mean, the big year for this was 2010 because the Max Planck Institute in Germany invented for the first time the genome of the Neanderthals, who were the distant cousins of us that existed from, it's about 250,000 years ago down to about 40,000 years ago. But the same year, they also extracted the sequence, I should say, the genome of the Denisovans as well. And the incredible thing about this is that once we started looking at their genome, the genes within that genome, we found that some of them we've got. So it's quite clear that the interbreeding took place between us and Neanderthals and Denisovans was rubbed off on us, giving us certain genes that allow us to do certain things today, whether it be immune to certain diseases, whether it be to exist in incredibly high environments where the oxygen is low. This is a gene that was passed on to us from the Denisovans, or even there are two genes that come from the Denisovans related to autism. Absolutely. That could well have been passed on to us. With that, it started becoming really interesting because although obviously we have a perception of autism today, you have to look in terms of the savants, these incredible geniuses that are autistic, that have abilities with music, with art, talent accounting. In other words, have this incredible, knowledge of numbers that allow them to be able to tell you, what day of the week, the 21st of June, 2041 will be, or whatever, and
It's a Wednesday. It'll be a Wednesday.
If all of this had come from the Denisovans, then what type of minds did they have? Were they the first person that developed this themselves? The art, technology, number counting, in other words, the use of calendars, the movement of the sun and the moon, being able to calculate things like eclipses and stuff like this. So, this is what's been passed on to us from these distant human ancestors that we call cousins, really. And I think this is the way forward. I mean, a lot of my colleagues look at we got our technology or our civilization from Atlantis, for instance. I don't think you need Atlantis. They're beginning to understand that these distant cousins of ours were possibly more advanced than ourselves, than the Neanderthals. Earlier on, you talked about this cave in, I think South Africa, isn't it, where you've got these burials of these people called Homo naledi. I think that's the term of these, this new type of distant cousins out there. We've only really, are beginning to understand for the first time as well. So, I don't think you need Atlantis anymore. I mean, Atlantis was a concept that Plato gave us of this island continent somewhere out in Atlantic, up on this gateway to Atlantis, that comes and shows that he was almost certainly talking about the area of the Bahamas and the Caribbean, and that this was not into this reaching back into the Mediterranean world through ancient mariners and the Carthaginians, bringing these stories not only of the existence of these islands that existed far out into the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, but also that they were A, occupied, B, that there were cities, they these stories, but they're also talking about cataclysm that destroys around 9,500. We now know that this is an incredibly violent period of human history, which we call the Albatross, which was probably triggered by a cosmic event, probably involving a comet fragment breaking up the sky much earlier, around 10,800 BC. But this knocked basically the Earth out of kilter for a period of around 1,200 years, with wildfires, ice ages, floods, tsunamis, all sorts of other terrible things going on, and a complete completion of human population. This is where about knowledge was lost of what had gone on before. But with this does not necessarily come information to do with this shining golden city of Atlantis. That's still something that's of our hearts and our dreams, not of archaeology at this time.
Before we ask you about your new book, I just wanted to chat about ancient megalithic sites or ancient buildings that some say couldn't have been made by humans, pyramids and that type of thing. And my favorite is actually Baalbek and the Forgotten Stone. So this is a stone that's sort of half quarried but never been broken away from the earth. But it's 1,650 tons in one stone. And in the actual, temple of Baalbek, there's 3 of these things kind of, 10 feet off the ground. So if you're going for simple, it's not the way to do it. But I want to get your input on that. Why would they use such massive stones? Did humans do this? Is there anything to say that it could have been assistance from elsewhere? What are your thoughts on these crazy difficult?
I mean, I've been to Baalbek. I've seen the stones I'm talking about. I've seen the other stones in the quarries. They're around 1,200 tons. I've seen the tritholons, very huge, 800-ton blocks, well off the ground, and they're not space, of course. And, I've been there with my colleague Hugh Newman, and, we marvel at it. And, you have to start looking at every part of that temple complex to see if you can work out how it was built and in what order. And, the conclusion that myself, Graham Hancock, and Hugh Newman and others have come is that there was something much earlier on that site. How earlier is almost impossible, but I suspect it probably goes back to 2,500, 3,000 BC. So let's say the Bronze Age. And it involved the construction of these incredible large blocks. But why they did this is a complete mystery. There's no real need to do that. Blocks a couple of tons or 5 tons a piece would be sufficient to build whatever you want, like the Grand Pyramid if you want. So there's no need to do this. So I then start looking at the mindset of the people involved. What's going on in their head to do this? And the way I would compare it is Pumapunku, the site in Bolivia, at the city of Tiwanaku, where you've got these incredible stone blocks that are so multifaceted, not just for aesthetic reasons, but around the back of in areas which you wouldn't even see once it was in place. So why do that? And to me, it does suggest a mindset that's almost artistic in nature. In other words, one that is going to absolute obsession. And to me, the most likely people who would be doing this are descendants of the descendants. And they were giants themselves, and if they did have, autistic genes and they were savants in their own way, then I think it's their descendants. This is the hallmark, the descendants of those giants that the descendants themselves.
I think it was in your book, Origins of the Gods, where you said, it was written anyway, that it's almost impossible to understand the mindset of the Meg people. As much as we try, we really can. Our genetics were different, our everything, our environment, what we knew was possible or not, the lack of understanding of some things, maybe a great understanding with others. We try to put that cap on today to make sense of it. It's a futile action. It's almost impossible to think the way they would have.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, most of our ideas, let's say, what megalithic culture the Druids were doing, or even the ancient that they always see it through their own mindset. So in other words, the 20th, 21st century mindset, we've got to get rid of this. We've got to see it mindset on the digital equals, because only by doing that will you be able to get what they are trying to achieve, what they were trying to achieve in the past. If you leave it in the hands of white bearded guys, lecturing at a university, it's not really going to give it the full understanding. So you've got to get yourself in the minds of those people in the past. And, it would not have been to church on the shamanic rituals that these people were doing would have been still, frantic. So you're so otherworldly that you'd think that they're all believers, to be honest. But they were achieving something. They were achieving a oneness with intelligences that we are now beginning to understand, whether they are multidimensional, whether they are extraterrestrial, or something else altogether. We are beginning to understand those intelligences exist out there, and that our ancestors were very much in communication with them. And I'm not just talking about individual entities here. I'm talking about the possibility that even our own galaxy could be an intelligent being, that the center of it, which is a supermassive black hole called Sagittarius A star. There's new theories to do with the concept of panpsychism that suggest that itself can be an intelligent being, that it's created, that in its creation is the galaxy, and that every galaxy has its own intelligence. So we've got to get to grips with that as well. We could be dealing with some kind of cosmic entity which the ancients became aware of, and one that eventually we come to call God. So, we have to grasp all of these ideas and not throw anything out at this time.
Like if consciousness created the universe, like it was consciousness first, and then it created the universe to inhabit and have a realm to exist. And it's quite fascinating. And even you were mentioning about the autistic traits of these species, and like just their amazing ability in thinking outside the box conventionally, and the alien abduction phenomenon, and people receiving telepathic downloads and amazing abilities. And it's fascinating because you can almost see those patterns throughout history, almost like getting help. Like, oh, here's a tidbit, here's your part, you do this, you do that. It's fascinating. And the fact that we've had this many species living amongst us, from the human, of course, branch, but that we're sort of like the victors, as far as we know, the victors of the survival of the fittest. So it's crazy, and you brought us some pretty great points. Quickly, let's talk about your newest book that you brought out. Louis, I think you had some info on that, right?
Yeah, the first female pharaoh, and it's about, now correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Sobek Neferu?
That'll do.
Okay, that'll do. Perfect. Yeah. So tell us about it, the first female pharaoh. People usually think of Cleopatra when they think of pharaohs. So tell us about this character.
Yeah, right. We think of Hatshepsut, we think of Cleopatra, but the first female pharaoh was a very extraordinary woman by the name of Sobek Neferu, which means the beauties of Sobek. Sobek's a crocodile god, very ancient star god, going back right way to the beginning of dynastic history. And we know very little about her because her whole life was suppressed. The reason for that is that she reigned just before a dark age in Egyptian history known as the Second Intermediate Period. She eventually became blamed for it. But in fact, she actually saved the day because she set up a new dynasty during her lifetime that basically was quite nationalistic in nature at a time when the borders of Egypt had been open to peoples coming in from Canaan, Sinai, getting stronger and stronger in the country to the point that they were looking it over. But she made up this dynasty, the 13th or the 12th, of Egyptian nationalism to the degree that eventually their descendants rose up against these invading peoples as the Hyksos and drove them back out into Canaan, modern day Israel, Palestine, Syria. But if that had not happened with her reign, it would have fallen, there's no question, and it would just have become another city-state of England. And yet, unfortunately, due to the fact that there was so much chaos and darkness during this period, eventually became blamed for it and was obliterated from certain king list. The place that she created this whole palace and settlement in the Fayum region, which is about 6 miles to the southwest of Cairo, was basically, not mentioned in the list of the different districts of Egypt anymore, connected with the crocodile god. But the thing is that we know her, even though you don't know her. And the reason I say that is that in the 19th century, Egyptologists started finding inscriptions with her name. And they didn't know anything about her because, there was nothing about her in books or been handed down, in history to do with ancient Egypt. So there was a lot of speculation about who this woman was and what her role was. What she created. Did she create some kind of star cult? What did she do for Egypt? And these ideas were eventually picked up on by very famous Irish writer who thought that she would be a great character in an Egyptian novel that he was about to write. And that guy was Bram Stoker. Of course, we know him as the writer of Dracula, which had only come out a few years earlier. So he wrote this book called The Jewel of Seven Stars, in which Sobek Neferu was the main antagonist, an Egyptian, a British archaeologist goes to Egypt, finds a tomb, brings back the sarcophagus, the coffin, and the mummy to Britain, and feels compelled to try and bring her back to life. And the weird thing was that when this book came out, the publishers called Bram Stoker back in and said, look, this is so dark, right? For future editions, would you give everybody a happy ending to this book, basically, so he had to change it. But what's so interesting is that his story, The Jewel of Seven Stars, becomes the role model of every Egyptian queen that comes back from the dead in films from that point onwards. The latest being The Mummy, which starred Tom Cruise, that came out in 2017. But the best of all of the films, there's several, was The Awakening, that came out in 1980, which really does suss that the female pharaoh that came back from the dead is Sobek Neferu. So it's weird that we know her, but from other, but not her name. She is that character, and she's also become very important to occultists who see her as like the avatar of some kind of star cult to revive during her age, and that's permeated through to this modern day. I mean, some people even see her as the foundation of like this grail line of kings, what they call the dragon line, or the dragon kings, that sort of permeates through to various different royal families today. Now, not that that's correct, but interesting how all of this has developed over the last 150 years, so that our vision of her is quite different to that of Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, or Nefertiti. So it's a fascinating story. The book is the first female pharaoh. It's the first ever book that's written about Sobek Neferu. Check it out. I mean, obviously it's available from Amazon or any other online bookstore. And come onto our website, andrewcollins.com, to find out about her on there as well.
It's amazing that cancel culture goes back that far. You know what I mean? You're the original canceled person. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, no, absolutely. You're right, thinking about it that way. I never thought about it that way. But I mean, quite clearly, there is a lesson to be learned from what happened to Egypt around 1800 BC, to what some people might see as the political climate today. But that's something we probably don't want to get onto unless we want to get cancelled.
Oh, we're scared about getting canceled. We say what needs to be said, and we're not too worried. Andrew, we can chat with you all day. It's been a lot of fun. We'll keep you just the hour that we promised we would. We don't want to overextend our welcome, but we would love to chat with you again one day. You know, this whole ancient culture. You are so well versed in this. I chatted with a few British colleagues that you also know. They all have nothing in regards of you. They say your research is top shelf, always accurate. You're just a machine when it comes to compiling, writing books, and doing this. And there's a lot of people in that realm. You have a special. You know, I've been bugging you for 6 months to come on the show for a reason, right? So you have the highest level of regard and respect, and we'd love to have you again one day soon if you'd be so kind. Absolutely. Well, awesome. Anything else, Jay, before we say adieu?
I was gonna mention, obviously, click the like and subscribe.
Yeah, you subscribe.
Absolutely, and you know what? We'd like to hear the listeners' thoughts on this. I mean, we've got people from all over the world listening to this, and just like in your neck of the woods, what's common, and we'd love to hear that. Of course, if you have any questions for Andrew as well, post them. I mean, I do our best to answer everything that comes through as best as we can. Sometimes we drop the ball, but that's not intentional. But mostly on my end. Always just awesome to get back to people. But Andrew, this was awesome. I learned a lot from you today, and I hope to learn a lot from you going forward. And we talk about this all the time, how it's important to learn from different fields of study. And it's a complex issue. This whole phenomenon is super complex and involves every facet of our lives, and it's implemented in every facet of our life. This is why it's so important for people out there to clue in how deeply rooted this issue is for all of us. And it's crazy. Thank you so much for your work. I don't think people get praised enough for what they do and what they contribute. And every field of study is important. And I absolutely appreciate your time, Andrew. And please like and subscribe if you have any questions for us going forward. Also, not quite sure when we're releasing this, but Louie and I are starting to do YouTube live sessions that we are promoting about 3 days in advance.
They're fairly random, so we'll give you as much notice as we can. Check out our Facebook page and follow us, because that's where we're making mention that, hey, we're doing a live show. It'd be cool to have Andrew on a live show. I don't know how that works time-wise, because right now it's like 10 o'clock in Canada, and what is it, 6 p.m. in the UK? It's hard to find a time that's not too early for one person and not too late. And when we had Mary Rodwell from Australia, we got it screwed up because her Saturday was our Sunday or something like that. It was literally a day off. So the logistics become difficult. But we'll leave it at that for the day. Check out our Facebook, our YouTube, Spotify, Apple. We're on the Next Network. And drop us a line. We'd love to hear from you. And thanks again, Andrew. Wish you all the best. Thank you for everything. Hey everybody, hope you're having a great day today. Jason, it's time to talk 51. It's time to talk spy planes, hidden technology, busy U.S. tech, first engineer craft, and our friend Bob Lazar. And we're talking to a man who's in all of those categories, including a close personal friend of Bob. Things about Bob that if you're not a Bob believer, you just might change your mind. Bob Lazar, I love the story, but Jim Goodall is an aviation historian, knowing about every stealth fight ever made, planes that never have seen the light of day. He's submarines even, right? Exactly. So we're gonna go in a lot of areas. We're gonna talk about some cool tech. He has some pictures he sent to us of him in like Blackbird stealth fighters and in areas that the average person would never have access to. And he's one of the foremost experts on Area 51 and a lot of covert things that have happened over the years. So we're gonna, I guess, pick his brain on a bunch of stuff. And he's a super nice guy, easy to talk to. And we're the kids, and we're chatting with Grandpa today. So I'm excited.
It's awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
So we'll roll our credits, and we'll be right back with Mr. Jim Goodall right here on UEP Studies Podcast. Welcome back to another episode of UEP Studies Podcast. My name is Louis Borges. Joining me as always, my best buddy, Mr. Jason Gilman.
On deck, my man. I'm ready for this interview. This is going to be fun. I'm really happy that Jim is here joining us today. So this is going to be a great conversation. I have so many questions.
I can't think of anybody better to talk to involving, spy tech, aviation, cool planes, even connections within our community, some deep friendships he's had for years with some very popular names. We're going to get to all that. Jim is an Air Force veteran. I would say one of the foremost experts on Area 51. He's also an aviation journalist and historian. And he's here to chat with us about all things Area 51, Bob Lazar related. I see the United Nuclear T-shirt. That company. Welcome to the show, Jim. Great to have you, brother.
I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And the shirt, I guess, Bob Lazar made it for me when I was visiting here a couple weeks ago.
Amazing.
And I spent a day and a half with him, and I just, he's the same person I met 35 years ago. He is easygoing. He's about as considerate as they come. He's soft-spoken. His wife, Joy, is one of the sweetest women in the whole wide world. And she's 68 or 69. She looks like she's 35. She's a skin specialist. She does facials. And he's as happy as he's ever been. He has 10 acres. He has 3 horses, 3 dogs. And I think it's a 30 by 40 or 30 by 50 layout. Where he goes out, there's like 10 different stations he has here, depending on what he's doing. And when I said, hey, can I get a United shirt? He said, well, go make one. He wanted to twist my up back with this shirt. So this was given to me by Bob. I should have him sign it. But
That sounds like Bob. Yeah, that's Bob. Yeah, hang on. I'll go make you something.
It's either for George or Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah.
Around, and they needed an air filter, dehumidifier, or some random thing, and he made it with scrap parts out of the shop.
Yeah, he's a real life MacGyver.
Absolutely. Yeah. Brilliant guy. And we'll chat more about Bob in this episode as well. I want to get people to become familiar with you. So we're going to give us a little breakdown of your history, what you've done, and what got you into this particular subject of UFOs and all the rest.
Start things out. I've been around for a long time. So you had to actually go out and track and interview in person. There was very little. But my love of aviation started in San Jose, Bay Area. And across the Rothschild Creek was San Jose Municipal Airport, not the international airport in this state, but it was just an airport. And I already got into Beverly, lived in a duplex, and my dad came in about 10 minutes after I got it. It was still light outside. I don't know what's coming up, So we went outside, and all you can hear is, and the ground is vibrating. And over the coast mountains came not 1, not 2, but 24 Commodore B-36s. And I was, wow. I've always loved machines. And fast forward a couple of years, I'm now about 10 years old. My best friend's dad is base commander of Rothschild Naval Air Station there in Mountain View. And I used to go over all the time. We were referred to as Captain Smith's son, and that friend is by the Marine Guards and Shore Patrol. So I was over there every weekend during school time, and I was over there a lot during the summer. And Danny said, there's something really cool in Hangar 1. And we were around so much, we didn't go any place we weren't supposed to, as far as taxiways or runways or whatever. But just a sign that said keep out. Not use them yet. They force authorized or no guards, nobody there. So we rode our bicycles to the end, and Danny said, come with me. We go behind these black curtains, and there is the prototype XF-104 Starfighter. Now, I love airplanes, and I saw this thing, and I mean, they advertised it as the rocket with man in it. And it was just, I believe it was still classified secret at the time. There's no carbon. Things back then are different than today. Danny said, get in the cockpit. So, nobody ladder up, open the canopy. It's a side open canopy. I get in, close the canopy. He latches it. I've been here for about 2 minutes. And I said, I'm sitting on an injection seat. And I didn't realize at the time that I was only 10 that it's been DR'd because it was the wind tunnels there at Ames. Big wind tunnels that were off the field. And Danny and I couldn't undo the latch. So
you were stuck inside the plane?
I was stuck inside the cockpit. So he had to run maintenance guys and short patrol and the brains and locking guys out there. It's been almost 70 years and my butt still hurts. I got a little bit to talk about it, but that's where my first love affair started with Lockheed airplanes, Skunkworks airplanes particularly. So fast forward, stand 1964. I'm an airman second class. That's an 83. They don't call them second classes anymore. That would be politically incorrect. And I was temporary duty from Barbara Air Force in Denver to support 3 programs: ground-based television, and I was communications specialist. And the that I saw in the orders was the YC-141 Starlifter. The XB-70 had classified. They didn't know what that classified program was. Classified. So, morning of February 29th, they came out on Saturday morning. They came straight in. They were flying out in the natural. They came straight in. Pulled up, pushed back to the hangar, and the engines are still running, and the heat was dumped about 60,000 gallons of water into the hangar. I mean, it just was almost drowned before Lockheed reps. And all the alarms went off. Hey, there's something crashed on the flight line. We're 8 miles from our barracks, or 8 miles from the flight line, and I went out to get my truck and charging the car. So I heard something incredible over the next 10 days, and I worked a lot of overtime. Those systems, both ends of the information gathering part. And so I had some time off. It was a Tuesday. It was about 3:15 in the afternoon, and I'm waiting for the Northrop shuttle. They had a Piaggio, and they had this controlling pusher type of thing. It was going between Edwards and their offices in Hawthorne, California, and LA. And there was room, so I heard a roar, a huge, incredible roar. I could hear it all week long. I'm not seeing it, but I've been inside. I was running down the taxiway. I look over to the XB-70 test pad, which hadn't rolled out yet. And I thought it was the X-15. Fire coming out of the back end, blowing dust halfway across Rogers Dry Lake. But the people were too small. And all of a sudden, they said, hey, we're loading. So I got running back in. And then the airplane, we go down the taxiway, and we just took off over the plane. We bank over. And I look straight down on a YF-12 black Anderson, and the only little 3 of those. And I looked down, and I could not believe what I was seeing. It was absolutely the most incredible thing. And to get a relative footprint, they already shut down the engine, and they were towing a Seaway in front of it. So I could see just how big that fucking was. And the following Monday, when I got back to the base, I handed my work order. It was a Lockheed hangar. And I walked into the back of the Lockheed hangar, and and I'm looking at the ass end of two blackbirds, and I'm 18 years old. It's 1964, and that was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen in my life. And I got stuck, so I never thought I'd be where I'm at today, and as far as the knowledge of the blackbird. But when I got out, I got on the surface, and I ended up working for a company in LA that I worked for Xerox. In 1968, I sent a letter to Rothschild, the CIA, to the Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense, and some other people asking for cutlery by Kenzie. Their official policy was not to cooperate, so I started digging. The more I got, the more I found out. The more I found out, the deeper I dug. Of course, the last 60 years. From a historical point of view, according to Ben Rich, who is a long-time friend of mine, I'm the most knowledgeable person on the back then. That if you were working on what you did, working on what you be, you didn't talk about what you did. It was that level patriotism, whatever it is today, that doesn't work so much. And you're going to find someone who's going to throw an agenda. But that was really the beginning of my passions. And in 1976, I decided that, and I got back to my name is communications specialist, shortly thereafter, I became a big historian. And I went to guard, so I had a little wing. I they got me on every base in the United States except for the restricted ones. And I'm a good enough BS, or I could talk about any flight or anything, and I did. And over the course, up through 9/11, when everything changed, I've been on a ramp to photograph at 216 Air Force Air Guard bases in all 50 states.
Wow. You sent us some pictures, actually. I'm going to bring them up here. You can go through what they are.
Okay.
Because they are very cool. So start with the first one. So you go ahead and describe what we're looking at here, Joe.
Oh, that's me at Naval Air Force Base.
Handsome man. Handsome man. Yeah.
That's when I had dark hair. That wasn't my real dark hair that came out of a bottle. I started getting gray when I was about 15. And they say I got the gray hairs. I heard every single time. So that's at Naval Air Force Base, and that's inside of SR-71. Okay, that's my baby. That was my baby for 15 years. That is the 8th built Blackbird. It's an A-12. This one has flown straight level at 92,500 feet. It has, during flight test, Jim Eastcamp was flying it, and they were, this was the envelope expansion airplane, and they were having problems with the inlet. They had been able to go with sustained, Mach 2.8 or 2.9 at that time, and they had been playing with the inlet schedule and duct tape over some stuff. They had pinned the tertiary in the afterburner. I think in the closed position. They got up about 2.7, 2.8, and no matter what they did, the airplane would accelerate past that. So Jim was up there trying to figure out what he could do, and he was a real bad error. And he dropped the nose, all of a sudden he got a good air, and things started popping. He didn't know what it was. It was almost like something was breaking on the airplane, but all the instruments said, hey, you're okay. The pin refloating tertiary maneuvers started breaking, popping loose from their being pinned. And for about 15 seconds, when he hit the good air, all of a sudden everything redlined. Went from like 2.9 to Mach 3.6 for about 15 seconds, and he realized that, I shouldn't have done that. So he goes his DCF around and back to the barn. The 3.56 is a open tail event. The airplane's designed from beginning to reliable. 3.24. It is more efficient at Mach 3.2 than it is subsonic. And it's just, I don't know, every square inch of that airplane. I've had it. Of course, we had to get the wings off, put it inside a C5 to get it to Minnesota. After 15 years, the CI said, well, we want that airplane. So the SOPs took it from me. It was the rat bastard at the Air Force Museum. They did it over the Thanksgiving, Christmas holidays when no one's around. And we had 60 days to respond. The major front page of the Wall Street Journal fighting the Air Force Museum and the CIA. But that's me, a young me. That was 35 years ago.
It's amazing the crystal clear images too, like they look HD, so that's amazing.
Yeah, I've always shot good cameras, so I've had Nikons most of my life.
Yeah. Now, next pick here. What are we looking at? I think that's the plane with the wings cut off. You just mentioned that.
Yeah, the guy sitting in front of me, it's Jim Eastham. He was the first guy to fly the airplane. Third guy. And he sat in the cockpit of our airplane. This is the first time I've been in the cockpit of an A-12 in 25 years. And when we loaded it up, the loadmaster said, I don't think it's going to fit. We had 1.5 inches of clearance. We rolled that puppy back into the C5.
That's nothing. That's hardly.
But the way I got the airplane in the C5 in August of '89, a longtime friend of mine, Ben Markovich, president of Lockheed Stars, we had it wasn't a pen pal, we would call each other. He primarily called me. This went on about once a quarter for over 20 years. And Ben calls me at home. He said, Jim, says, I have it from the horses. And he stopped for a second. He was going to say but he stopped the horse's mouth that the blackbirds aren't going to make it through Congress. And if anybody could scrounge one, it's you. So I said, okay, I'll accept the challenge. So I went over to base. I got on Autobahn or DSN, which is a government phone system. And I called the Adjutant General of the state of New York, Secretary answered, and I said, General Weaver's office. I said, yes, ma'am, Mr. Sergeant Goodall with the 133rd is General Weaver. Just a minute, Sergeant, I'll punch it through. So General Weaver gets on. I said, Sergeant, how can I help you? And I said, sir, I have a question. He said, shoot. I said, how would the New York Air Guard like to move the world's fastest airplane in a couple of your C5s? And dead silence for a few seconds. He said, you mean the Blackbird? He said, yes, sir. He said, when you're ready, you call the hall. So we had that taken care of. So I went to my boss, Major General Al Schwab, and he said, General Schwab, I want to get a Blackbird for our museum. He starts laughing at me. He said, sir, do me a favor. Rather than say no, give me the opportunity to fail. He said, all right, Smarty, how are you going to get it here? And I started to get that covered. What do you mean? I said, I talked to the AG in New York, and he said, I'm going to move the C5s to over. So that guy sent from Pratt & Whitney was trying to get a Blackbird from West Long Beach, and he got to Air Force, not Guard, Air Guard, but Air Force, and asked if they could lease the C5. The Air Force said yes. It's about $970,000 a day plus gas. And I scrubbed 8 days each for free. States military is not only the Blackbird, and an 8 Blackbird at that, but two C5s to move. But that is the best part. We loaded the thing up on the 27th of October, 1991. And it had gas in Palmdale, so we flew to Travis, spent the night. Next morning we took off. We're heading out. We're about 35, 40 minutes out. And the Chief Master Sergeant Loadmaster is going down to check the load. I said, can I go down with you? And he said, normally the answer would be no, but since this is your project, sure. So I went downstairs. The at the airplane. I'm just sitting there, just grinning. You could slap the grin off my face. So when I climbed up the landing gear, I walked along the tines. I had a wheel chock stuck in the canopy, so it didn't close all the way. The counterbalance was out overnight. So I opened up the canopy. I had a 5-gallon bucket in on the ejection seat. It was all the way down, and a cushion. When I got in the cockpit, closed the canopy, and I'm in there for about 45 minutes, and I just sitting there with a grin on my face that you couldn't slap off me. And after about 45 minutes, I heard a rap on the bottom of the airplane over the canopy. Hey, we got to go back up. So went back up. Now we're about 40 minutes out of Minneapolis. We're starting our gradual descent, and the chief comes back. He said, the boss said you could be in the cockpit when we land. Well, I'm already up front of the C5. And he said, no, says downstairs. So once we landed, I called Ben Rich the next day, and I said, Ben, I think I hold a record that no one would be able to manage. He said, what's that? He said, I'm the only person on the planet who's been in the cockpit of a Blackbird at 33,000 feet at Mach 0.72 inside another airplane and landed it as well. And Ben said he was laughing so hard he almost wet his pants. He threatened to issue a Mach 3 minus card, but he never did. But that's something that no one will ever be able to do, because now with all the fraud, waste, and abuse crap that's going on in our military, you just couldn't pull that off. So it was a once in a lifetime event, and it was just one of the more exciting things I've ever done. The next one,
Yeah, I think that's a similar pick.
yeah, okay, I'm at Wyman Air Force Base. I'm about 50 pounds lighter now than I was there, and I also need to realize that. But if you notice the data block cat corner, I'm going into the spirit of eating Kitty Hawk. It's a B2. Yeah, I'm the only one in my neighborhood who have flown the B2s later than the deck overtures. I've been there a dozen times. Gosh, I want to go. I actually want to go up and see if I can go for a ride in the real airplane and jump seat. That would be cute. So that's one of my goals in life. I don't know if I'll let it off, but I'm well thought of in the B2 community. With exceptions, I'm well thought of in flight crew. There's a couple of pilots. I sort of break their ass because I wasn't part of them, but I'm one of the most knowledgeable persons. Also, you go to the next one. Okay, this is it. I love this shot. This just shows you how wide that airplane is. We're just beginning to take the top and bottom of both sides. There's about 2,400 screws. And at the bottom, they're riveted. So we had to drill those out. Those are titanium rivets.
Now, Jim, just for clarity of the picture, so for the listeners that are not seeing the picture, I believe this is the Blackbird with the back end of it. Now, is it being assembled, or is it being disassembled, or no?
We're getting ready. This view is at Site 10, which is now the home of the Lockheed Skunk Works at Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale, California. And it's a sort of western view. And I'm standing up on a work stand to take this picture. And this just shows you just how it's a 58-foot wingspan. And looking at 103 feet of fuselage in front. And it's all fuel. But we had to take this off, and we marked what we had to cut. And I knew I gone into a C5 and measured every which way I could to make sure this thing would fit. And it did.
You said you had an inch and a half only?
Inch and a half clearance. That was total clearance on the floor, against the floor wheel. But I take it into consideration that if it was too tight, we could put a come along between the landing area and torque the man to give us another inch or two. So that wasn't a concern.
So you're good at thinking outside the box, Jim.
I always have.
Yeah.
This is a very famous shot. There's only two of us still alive. The guy in the black jacket with the sunglasses, that's Stuart Brown. Stuart Brown did the article in Popular Science, March of '94, on the Area 51. 6 million people read that issue. Of course, the handsome guy with the red hat and the camel jacket. He is Tom Luttrell. He was the commandant of the Artillery Police Department. Lost him to cancer years ago. Glenn Campbell, who ran and started up the Area 51 Research Center in Rachel, he's gone. The handsome guy in the blue, Ranger, whatever, in a black hat. That's Bob Gilliland, the first guy to fly the SR-71. He's gone. And then my very, very dear friend at the end, John Andrews, he was the development manager for testers. He came out with the big F-117 kit. He came out with the F-19. 40-inch SR-71 and 1F-12. He was like my brother. We talked every day. And I referred to him as Spy Brad. And he referred to me as and the phone testing. This is Spy 1 talking to Spy 2. We like list off every like program name that we can think of. And then we just start talking. And it's I talked to the guys at the Pentagon when I was there during that storm, and they said, hey, I said, but don't give them more credit than they're worth. They're just service or whatever. They're doing a good job, but not that important. I said, okay, fine.
Honest answer.
Yeah. So,
Now, what was in the backdrop there? What valley or
that's
we're looking at?
That's Chico Valley. This is December of '91. Stuart and I spent the night on top of the mountain. And you can see how warm it was with the snow down below. It's cozy. It was 21 degrees that night with about a 25-mile-an-hour constant wind. It was cold. But I lived in Minnesota at the time, so I was used to it. Stuart, not so much. This is my airplane after me. Brought it back, put it back together, painted it in authentic black shield markings. Now, I took the liberty of taking this shot, cutting off the laser, and getting off the ground and putting it into the air. Because it's the I don't have any shots of a CIA A-12 in the air. So I put one in. Yeah, and I used it. I used it on my business card. I used it on the pictures as well. So, but this airplane now sits on a pedestal at the headquarters of CIA. It was really funny. They used one of my photos in a book on Arcade, a booklet on the history of the A-12s. And you open up the book, the first picture you see is mine. First of all, they didn't ask my permission, and they didn't give me photograph. And that really was a job. So my good friend Jim Stevenson, who's also an author, he lives in D.C. He did the $5 billion misunderstanding on the A-12. He's a specialist on copyright protection. He said, Jim said, if our government uses a copyrighted photo in a publication without the permission of the copyright holder, you can charge them and get up to $37,500. So I sent the CIA a bill for $37,500. And I get this nasty ram back from them saying, well, we could have purchased that photo, stock photo company. I got it from Lockheed. So I shot it from the top of the mountain. They're hanging, looking straight down on it. I said, if you would have, you could have, you would have. He said, how do we know it's your photo? So I sent him 10 examples that had been in publications with my name. You'll see, but that's a small circle. See inside of it. Yeah, that funny little simple one. So I get a call. I said this back off to him. I get a call from the chief legal counsel, the director of Central Intelligence. You don't get much higher on the food chain than that. I said, Mr. Goodall, we heard that, yes, this is your photo. The gentleman who put the booklet together has a new understanding of the improper use of copyrighted material. And trust me, you won't do it again. But I can't accept $37,500. I'm thinking to myself, I'd go for 500. I said, make me an offer I can't refuse. $5,000. I said, with one addition. I mean, I'm not sure which reason $5,000. I said, I want to have permission to come on to the complete 360-degree walk around with my camera without restrictions. And he said, well, that has to be approved by the director of Central Intelligence. I said, I'll wait for the call. And I get a call from this Philippine. A couple weeks later, he said, it's been approved. I said, okay, I'll figure out when I'm going to be out there. And I arrived at the back gate of CIA on the 22nd of April 2009. And as I drive up, I'm in a buddy of mine's car. It's not a rental car, it's a buddy of mine's car. I pull up, as I'm rolling down the window, I did get my ID out. The guard said, Mr. Goodall, welcome to CIA. So they knew I was there, and they said, he just handed me a blue card, said, distinguished visitor. They said, just go to the front gate, front door, just follow the road, and it will say DV only, park there, you're fine. So I didn't even show my ID, I just, I knew about who I was. And then as I go into the entrance, it's huge. The guard in the bar said, oh, Mr. Goodall, welcome to CIA. Michelle will be right with you. And Michelle was the PAO for CIA at the time. And she came down and she is a drop dead gorgeous blonde. She's a red suit.
Not fair.
She said something. She said, I've been here for 21 years. You're the first civilian to be allowed to come onto our facility and you're an ex-officer, Jim. That's right.
Been a great commercial spin.
Yeah. So these are your works. This is your passion. I have 29 books in print. The one Columbus to Columbia class is at Osprey right now. It's 352 pages, and I cover all the nuclear powered submarines built for the United States Navy, even built or under construction. And as the count is 227, every submarine has a page. And every one of the name boats have more than one page. They have up to 10. And I cover, I start with the Nautilus and I go all the way through to the Columbia, and it'll be out in November, just in time for Christmas. The one above it is my pride and joy. That's 75 years of Lockheed Skunk Works. 5 of the former heads of the Skunk Works have written me saying, this is their favorite book. That and my Black book, which is right next to it, Shepard published. So I've just had a ball. And then, Marines, I have my airplane friends. They said, what the hell you doing with submarines? I said, they hit all my buttons. What do you mean? I said, they're black, they're stealth, and they're deadly. And no one can see them at work because they're one And the general public only sees the 4 feet of the hull, the sail, and that's it. And I've been able to. I've been on 21 nuclear power submarines. I've been at 4 feet deep in a ballistic missile submarine. I went through the Straits of Juan de Fuca on the Andrea Jackson as is control. They go out and do angles. They come back in. And as we're going through the Straits of Juan de Fuca, I look behind me. And behind me, there's 24 watch tubes. And those 24 watch tubes had to be in the neighborhood of 75 to 100 hydrants. And I sort of smiled to myself and said, Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington don't have a thing on me.
There's no smoking in that marine, that's for sure.
No. Anyway, and as a military historian, I see guys in the cockpit walk back to the bathroom. They're at 52. There is no bathroom. There's no place you're going to walk to. Or the grates on the floor. No, they have solid floors. And go underneath or above the ceiling drawings. Every square inch of that submarine is in radioactive control, occupied. But I just had a great time. The Navy likes what I do.
I got a question though that pops up based on your work and your understanding of airplanes, secret project airplanes, how they fly, capabilities. We study a lot on people that are trying to figure out the physics of objects in the skies, how they maneuver. For instance, the Blackbird you mentioned it was designed to go at Mach 3.24. When we're talking about a turn radius at that speed for that plane, what are we looking at? Like, how long would it take for it to make a turn?
Well, it's not the length of time, it's the distance traveled, about 180-mile radius to carry.
Okay. So when we hear, objects that are able to go at that speed and then make a right angle turn, as far as we know physically, that would break the plane and it won't kill the pilot, right?
No, excluding human involvement in a craft that does that. A friend of mine, Bill Fox, he had 36 years in the submarines, and we just bonded here back in the 70s. And I asked him, I said, do we have something that can be going Mach 10 and then make a 90-degree turn? I said, yeah, we have that ability. In fact, there's some stuff that there's some anti-ballistic missile stuff that does that. That can be going 15,000 miles an hour and then take a 90-degree bend or a 45-degree turn or whatever. And you're pulling 200 or 300 G's. We have the hardware and the equipment can handle that. For a good example, the copperhead round that they put in the 155 millimeter cannons. It's guidable. There's electronics in it. I don't know if they still use the copperhead, but you blast out of a 155 millimeter howitzer, you're going to exceed a couple of G's, that's for sure. And the electronics are designed to work and built to function. The books down there, the F-117, that was the very first one, the F-117, and we sold 67,000 copies. I should have made the New York seller, but that wasn't listening. Yeah, the SR-7 pilots had manual. Dave Lux, who was the head in charge of the Blackbird at NASA, right? He's the one who sent me the book, and it irritated David Evans, who was in charge of security on the Blackbird program. So I never spoke to Dave again. And he'd tell me and said, you can tell Lux he will kiss my ass. Lux is sitting right next to him. They were just. But when my Blackbird book came out, I said, Dave, I want to say my Blackbird book. And his thought was, it's another Blackbird book, you piece of shit. So I sent it to him, and I get an email back from him, and he said, I thought this was just going to be another one. He me 2 books. This is great. I said, I have it. It's right in the middle of my trophy table. My living room where it has all this black and so that just tickled the hell out of me. And Babby on my interview, I did a book signing in Skunkworks in June of 21. He said he has 2 books. His 2 favorite books in his man cave that no one's allowed to touch is my Black book and my Skunkworks book. And that just tickled me hell out of me.
Big compliment for sure.
Oh, yeah. So I've never, there's a, this was taken, I had my book upside down. This is Bob Lazar at S5. This was taken on the 23rd of May, 2023.
S5 is what he's codenamed his lab, correct?
Yeah. It's the Big Brother test for but no, I've had those here. Someone suggested he get put together a hand scanner at the front door,
He can build one. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. He can help when it works. Bob Lazar, what people don't understand, Bob Lazar has a photographic memory. And I mean, he can read something, and 20 years later, he can tell you every word on page 23 or 10 or whatever. And he is one of the sweetest people I've ever known. And his wife is equally sweet. If I want to get a teacher, I'm going to get an EGG teacher because it says reverse engineering of alien technology on the bottom.
How did you guys meet, Jim?
That was the funny part. I met through John Mayer, and John and I, we go back to 73. So what's that, 50 years? And we lost him last year. We lost John. I'm surprised he made it past 2015. But this is November of 88. December. November of 88, they announced the Air Force announced the existence of the B-2 stealth bomber and the F-117. And it used to go on the 11th and the 22nd of November. First week of January, I'm on my way to Liz. Hey, I'm coming to town. We're going to get a car. We're going to find out where this F-117 is flying out of. And he said, well, I already know it's flying. It's supposed to be flying out of a place called Test Range. So I said, well, let's go. So, we jump in there. We're heading up US 95. We're just north of Scotty's Junction. Scotty's Junction is sort of famous. That would be legal whorehouse or house in the reputed. We don't use it. That the federal government took over because they had paid all their taxes and they ran it out of business. That's just how we fish in our government tax. Yeah. So we're about 10 or 15 miles north of Scotty's Junction, and an F-117 flies over about 45-degree angle off the road at about 1,500 feet and about crashed the car. So we get into Tonopah, we got to grab a quick bite, and we head east on US 6. It goes about 14 miles, which makes a huge slide that says Tonopah Range. On that road, it's 18 miles main gate. I can't get into a restricted area, which TTR is. But, so we go down the fence line. Now, this is before digital cameras. So I normally shot with Kodachrome. It means I wanted a quick turnaround. If I was able to shoot anything, I was using Kodacolor 100, very fine grain, very color film. So we drive about 2 miles west of our fence line, and you can see the whole anything else. I look to the north. After we're there about 10 minutes, and there's a black fuzzy ball about 15, 20 miles north, white light underneath them, and then a little bluish white fuzzy ball right next to us. So I figured that's got to be the F-117 and the chase plane. So I'm there with my Nikon. I have my 70 to 200 millimeter Nikon lens. I'm shooting with red film. And I see it's coming, it's getting closer. It's closer, and I'm up there, and all of a sudden the airplane started to fill up the viewfinder. And I'm like a 10-year-old boy seeing a naked woman for the first time. My whole body is just vibrating. I mean, literally, it was like I was on a vibrating machine. I couldn't stop the shaking. So I didn't know if I had any good friends. And finally, you know, he went by us and landed. I said, John, let's get out of here. Let's get to Las Vegas. So I go to a photomat. You have to have white hair to know what a photomat is. Back in the day, you had film you want processed, and you went to your local Safeway or Rayleigh's or whomever. There was a little kiosk in the middle of the parking lot, and it was yellow and red, all the Kodak colors. And you go by, you don't even have to get out of your car, open your window, and hand an envelope and put your name on it. Film it and hand it back to them. Come back the next day, you have your prints. So I only were going to get back to Las Vegas in time to go to a photo and it was bothering me. So we hit Burnt Springs, which is the northern terminus of the Express Highway, Nevada 7 Highway 375. We head down there, we start to look again. Pat Travis ran the place. Got a bite to eat. Then we headed back off to Vegas. We got to John's house. It's after 9 o'clock. At 9:15. He said, hey, I got a buddy wanting to come over. He just moved here from Albuquerque. I think you'll like him. He just seemed like a nice guy. And 11 minutes later, we knock on the door, and John goes and gets him, picks him in. He introduces himself as Bob Lazar. He said, he's waiting for his final interview or clearance, whatever it is, to go to work out in the desert. He doesn't know what he's going to do, but he's been hired. So I tell him my dilemma. I say, I have this print film. I know I have a good shot. Hopefully I have good shots of the F-170. But I have to wait until 2 days before I tomorrow and then the following day before I get this process. He said, well, I have a C-41 unit at my house. Let's go there process. It's a guy. So Lear lives just south of Nellis. The backdrop is Sunrise Range. That main mountain behind Nellis Air Force Base. It's also being John's house. And Bob lived off of West Charleston, the other side of town, jumping his car. Going out more of a block from Lear's house. And John Lear, I said, what do you mean? They said, I saw this world famous aviation family. He said, my God, his father brought Learjet to the world. And then don't sound much believes in UFOs. He said, I'm a nuclear physicist. If I can't prove it mathematically or put my hands on it, it doesn't exist. And you couldn't put a gun in my head to convince me that it was real. That's about the chisnet. Yeah. So I asked him when I was visiting him, I said that I didn't believe in UFOs. Yeah, I said I did. There's no way in the world they can exist. My mind's been changed. Big time. Yeah.
I say to the critics of Bob Lazar, a lot of people say, he can't validate that he worked there. His education is screwed up. Like, they throw every stone they possibly can. We're supporters of Lazar. We believe him 100%. It's too improbable he would know what he knew in 89 in terms of element 115. Yeah, okay, I'm going to give you everything's going to turn. The thing about the government made him a non-person. He had a college degree, very nice one. I didn't pay attention to it when I went over his house for him to process the film. And when George Knapp was doing investigation on his Bob Rio, George went to Albuquerque and he went to the Sandia Library. And there's two sides, the classified side and the public side. He got the phone book that of the time that Bob was there, and opened it up, and there was Bob Lazar's name, the phone number, and the room number that he said worked in. The two people that worked in the same lab as him, they were in there with the same number or whatever. And then Bob had told George that
the Sandia newspaper, and it said, I see the clipping. It said, Sandia professor relaxes on the weekend by going 300 miles an hour in his jet car. And there's a picture of Bob standing in front of his Lamborghini jet car. That was the Sandia newspaper saying Professor Bob Lazar relaxes on weekends on his jet car. Now, when I was at the Pentagon during Desert Shield and Desert Storm, I had Bob's W-2. And he's paid by the United States Navy. The Navy handles, it used to be the Army, and then it reverted to the Navy. They handle all of the classified deep black program stuff that was ever seen the light of day.
I did not know that. That's still to this day like that?
Yeah, yes, that's what they do today. They are in charge of all the scoping programs.
Wow, interesting to know.
So I had Bob's W-2. Now, at the time of Desert Storm, I was an E6. I was in Texas. And I was, they needed historians to write the history of Marine Guard, the Air Force Air. Their involvement in contributions to Desert Shield and Desert Storm to read every single center. What eyes only to just restricted access. I mean, not classified, but confidential. So I had this one particular afternoon, I had a couple hours to kill. Stuff that nothing was going on. There was conferences and some stuff going on. So I had some free time. So I got on the Pentagon computer and I'm looking for the location of the Navy and paid Bob Lazar. And I couldn't find it anywhere. And I couldn't find the zip code anywhere. So I decided I'm going to go someplace that may know. I think it was the Naval Investigating Service, but I'm not sure. But I go in there. I'm in my light blue short sleeve shirt, my ribbons, and dark blue pants. Because it's a Class A uniform of sort, but not your dress room. I go to the room that this Navy, Department of Navy is located. I go in there as a young Lieutenant J.G. behind the counter. I said, sir, can you tell me where this Department of Navy is located? And I had him give me Lazar's W-2. And he looks at it and he said, forget it, Sergeant. He goes into the 2 stars office. Comes back about 20 seconds later. He said, the Admiral, sit him down. Now, those of you who are familiar with the Navy, just the military in general, no Navy 2-star admiral is going to talk to an Air Guard / Air Force enlisted puke unless it's really important. So I go in there and I give him a sharp salute. He doesn't say it at ease. He said, great rep. So I'm standing there and he's almost trembling and he's holding Bob's W-2 up. And he said, Sergeant, I don't know where you got this, but if I ever see your face cross the threshold of my office ever again, you'll be the most sorriest submission NCO of the United States military. Do you understand me, Sergeant? I said, yes, sir. He said, that you put Bob's W-2 in the shredder. He said, you're dismissed. I gave him a sharp salute, did an about face, and walked out. And I said, oh, did I ever pull that guy's chain? Yeah, so if Bob was a fraud, if Bob wasn't who he said he was, why would this Navy admiral even want to talk to me? And why did he chew my blood out? And so it just adds more credibility to Bob Lazar. And this story has never changed.
Yeah, and I was going to say this. Obviously, he doesn't believe in it. He gets into this program. But what he did when he came out, I don't think that they had prepared for that or even anticipated that this was a possibility that something would go out and be public that much about S4 and Area 51. And legitimately, I know that whenever we defend Bob Lazar, people are like, oh, well, his story doesn't pan out, whatever. I'm like, I beg to differ. We all know Area 51 and S because of Bob Lazar and George Knapp bringing it to the attention. How did Bob Lazar know about this installation? And the other proof as well is that he knew the exact location in the middle of a desert at 7:30 p.m. on a Wednesday night when people would see UFOs, and he brought tons of people out there to see it, even to the point at the end they had Winnipeg and whole parties, and they got almost arrogant about how cool it was to be there. That would have not happened, and these people testified that yes, saw this. There's even footage of people recording it. So people dismissing his story is purely just because I don't want to believe it, or I don't trust the man, or like we have this expectation as human that you need to be infallible, like that you need to be, Jesus quality of human to come out and say, hey, I've seen something bad. Even recently, somebody said, oh, he was just a janitor at Area 51. I'm like, I would still listen to the janitor at Area 51. Right?
Still need clearance to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when he went public, he still had a contract with the government to repair and adjust radiation sensors. Bob did work at Caltech, where you had to have at least a master's degree in physics to do what he was doing. They can't find a school records anywhere because it doesn't exist. According to the United States, never issued.
Wow. To the lengths they'll go through just to discredit you.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And his wife, she died mysteriously, and I think that's what spooked Bob. That's when he decided that there's something that's not right here, and I got to protect my wife. But yeah, they off to another area, but to confirm what Bob said, I had a friend named Dave Fruroff. Dave was a retired lieutenant colonel from SR-71s. He lived in Lynchburg, Tennessee, about 11 miles from my dad. My dad lived in Tullahoma. It's one of the big wind tunnel complexes there in the Army Air Force base. And I was visiting my dad, and I know Dave through my association with Black Association. So I called him up and said, hey, Dave, I said, you tied up? He said, no. I said, I'm just not there. Tullahoma, can I provide this interview? He said, well, sure. So I went there, and I finally went there to interview him on his loss, him having to bail out an SR-71. That had to a electrical failure. We got through all of that. And I said, you believe in UFOs? And he said, absolutely, they positively do exist. Okay. I said, you want to expand upon that? And I figured he was just saying no. He said, sure. I said, well, sure. He said, I was on a night mission, SR-71, flying out of Kadena, Okinawa. It's 11 p.m. at night. I'm flying now. I'm going straight level. I'm at Mach 2.7 at about 78,000. That's sort of a sweet spot to go from because you don't totally stress.
What's the fastest that it could go, though, Jim?
The fastest an SR-71 has ever gone per week was a 974, which was the best flight of all the SRs. He went Mach 3.43. After we finished the test run, it was a 974 was just trying to pop in the site to the flight test. To go to Mach 3.3, you need permission from the wing commander. So guys fly Mach 3.2. There's no reason to fly any faster. The airplane flies perfectly at 3.2 feet. So James in a night training mission. It's a 3/4 moon off the left side of the airplane. He gets a glint of something reflecting and edges to it. You can't tell what it is, you can't tell how big it is, but he said it's 5 or 6 miles off to his right, and 5 or 6,000 feet above. So he gets hold of Kadena on a secure voice and said, "Do we have that bird up?" He said, "No." He said, "We're in briefing today." He said, "You're the only one up there." I said, "I have company. We'll take a look." So he's at minimum afterburner at Mach 2.7. So he advances the throttles, does about a 10-degree bank, and he starts climbing and turning towards this object. He didn't want to open his visor because he's getting reflections from the cockpit instruments. So he's trying to look out to see if he can see. He doesn't see stars. Because up at 85,000 feet, we have a bazillion stars. So he's getting closer and closer. He said when he was still 1,000 or so feet below it, it's still a mile or so away from it, this thing took off at about a 30-degree angle of attack and left him in the dust like he was heading the other direction. He figured it left him go between 8 and 12,000 miles an hour, so between Mach 12 and Mach 16. And he couldn't believe what he saw. The backseater saw it as well. I don't know, he didn't see what he did once he got to Canada, because back in those days, you didn't report UFOs because that would destroy your facility. My boss in the Air Guard, Air Force Chief of Staff, was Major General White Gamble. And I asked General Gamble, and this was 83, 84 time frame. He said, let's assume for the fact that I'm an F-4 pilot and I'm out chasing something, and I realize that I'm chasing a UFO. What do I do? So I've gotten up close to it, I've seen it. I don't have a gun camera, we had a RF4 at the time. I was able to take a picture. I didn't have cameras installed in film. What do I do? He said, when you come back and do your post-flight, take a shower, go to the club, out down, 2 or 3, really strong drinks. Go to your billet, or give me a song. Because if you report that you chased a UFO or you locked onto a UFO, your career is just not going to happen.
Jim, I got a question on that. I know, for yourself being part of this your entire life, Pilot is invested in. They spend millions of dollars training these guys and on how to observe, how to do their job, how to use the weaponry for crying out loud. Yet somebody who's that trained, that professional comes back and says, "Hey, wait a minute, guys, there's something out there. Well, you must be a loony. Let's ground you."
Well, yes, they won't necessarily ground him, but if he's a major, he's not going to make the kind of career. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, well, why is it? Are they just trying to shut you up? Like, that's their incentive?
The official reaction to UFOs is to ridicule the person, right? They don't exist. It's their cover. UFOs been going on now. We don't know. But I was a docent at the National Observatories outside of Tucson for a couple of years. They have the largest assemblage of optical telescopes in the world, 22 of them. They're everything from inch to a 13 primary mirror. The 2.1 meter was used by Caltech in remote viewing and also in adaptive optics. For 5 years, they used the 2.1 meter telescope in Kidd Peak looking for exoplanets. Those are planets outside of our sun. Over the course of 5 years, they catalyzed exoplanets. And just before I left, they got a new volunteer coordinator that talks down to people. And you talk down to me, that's going to last about 2 seconds, and then I'm out of here. But just before I left, we had announced that we were having a beer and pizza at the NOAO headquarters, which is the National Astronomy Observatory, located at the University of Arizona in Tucson. So we're there, and all the astronomers, all the technicians, and all the docents were there for a gathering. They were going to hear about from the head of the National Science Foundation as it pertains to astronomy. This gentleman got up and started talking. He said he had just returned from a worldwide conference on exoplanets. And he said, based on all the information gathered from all these different telescopes, using a proven mathematical formula for probability, we calculate for every star in the universe, there's 1.5 planets. Think about that number. And out of that incredible number, there are 2 billion, that's what it means, 2 billion Earth-like planets orbiting a similar size breadth to a star as our sun in the inhabitable zone with liquid water. If we are the only ones, what a waste of space, as to quote Jodie Foster's character, crossing through contact. We're not alone. We've never been alone. Now, one of the things I'm doing, it has nothing to do with UFOs or airplanes, but it has to do with possibly alien involvement. I'm in the process of trying to raise money to do an excavation of the largest Mayan pyramid complex in the world. Every pyramid's, there's a village or it's below it. It is the only location in the country that is controlled by the federal government. It's controlled by the village. Because this village was isolated up until 2012. They cut in a 6-mile road into this village. And just by pure luck or God's will, however we look at it, we sort of landed on this place. And everything, all the alignments of the stars were perfect for us to go in here. And we got received permission. We're working on the formal paperwork. We have exclusive rights and access, excavation, and restoration of the pyramid complex. So we need to raise initially about $1.5 million. And we're going to employ most of the able-bodied men in the village because it's a subsistence type environment there. They need construction work outside the village. There's 700 people and women and children. And Alfredo, who is he's a short guy, about 5 foot tall. He said we have 172 healthy, able-bodied men in Alfredo today and taken off the overload of the pyramids. So that's, I went to spend 2 weeks down there. It was absolutely fascinating. On the first full day we were there, I think one of the reasons that we were given more or less the prompt to go to this location, and it's Benton Kai Pyramid Complex, because we were at one of the excavated sites. It's not that far from Florida. It's about a mile and a half walk. We're almost at the very end of it. Rained, and the sky, just dumped water on us. Everything's wet. And I'm 20 feet from the end of the pyramid. It's just, they just the cops, they don't do the whole thing. We're going to do the whole thing. And I have no bad sense of balance. I had a brain tumor. Severed my auditory nerve, so really shaky balance. And I'm an old guy, 78. So I decided I wasn't going to go down the steps to God, even they were built by the Mayans. And they had sharp edges. I figured, well, I'll just go on the side over here, and I take one step, and I now underneath me, I'm going to head first into this pile of rubble. These are sharp edge rocks. And I had a gash and a puncture wound. And I get up, and of course, it's raining. A little bit of blood goes a long way. A lot of blood goes even farther. So you didn't hurt that much. I went down. They got first aid kit. They cleaned it out. We're village. We got out of the complex, this little village, maybe 3 or 4 people. Going back there, he escaped a couple years ago. Started talking. Surprised how old I was. He said I have some patients that are in the early 70s and they look 40 years older than you look. Well, just really interesting. So they told me, I got to let this. They said, don't water any water other than a swimming pool or a shower. Because if you go in rivers or mangrove swamp water, you may turn into swamp things. So we don't want that. Full of parasites and stuff, right? Oh, God, yeah, just some germs. So I figured since I gave blood and DNA to the Mayan gods, they decided to guide us towards the hills of Santa Cruz, which they did.
And that was your sacrifice to the gods,
right? Right. And it turns out this supposed, according to the stuff that we've read, that this complex is the largest and the oldest one in the Middle and it was occupied between 200 AD and around 800 AD. So it's been vacant ever since. We talked to archaeologists that were at the sites that were given tour guides. They were tour guides, but they were working on their master's or PhD in Mayan archaeology. And there's speculation now. They're saying that it's very possible that the pyramids are not 2,000 years old. They were like 20,000 to 200,000 years old. And the Mayans found them. They had been abandoned, and the Mayans repurposed them. So that just adds an awful lot. 200,000 years old. These things like much nature. Now the level of sophistication is not at all like you have in modern Machu Picchu. This probably could be even earlier because there's a lot of pyramidal construction, but not to the point that they have there at some of the other famous sites. So we have a 305-acre site that is now ours to excavate. We're going back probably in early October. Jared Murphy, who has a podcast, Not Aliens, and Jared's a friend of mine. We're both from Minnesota. And Jared headed this is Jared's project, and it was a perfect fit personality-wise and everything else. But Jared decided for Memorial Day, I'm 50 years old, I think it's time for a massive heart attack. And he did. He had what they call a widowmaker. And if it wasn't for his business partner, it was right there. He received he broke 4 ribs. He lost absolutely nothing as far as the brain. That's what I was concerned about because Jared is very smart and to lose the brain like that. But I knew things were going to be okay when he was, I think it was days of his heart attack. He was respirated for 8 days and unconscious for 5 of those days. But trying to see if he has a good brain function. There's tests that you can do if I think why was your brain stem. It has the bottom of the foot. If you get a sharp object, go like that, curl it. And his did. So they say it's been 72 hours and he hasn't opened his eyes. He's still unconscious, heavily sedated. And the doctor says, Jared, if you can hear me, wiggle your toes. His girlfriend, Michaela, she felt that with joy. And he said, if you can hear me, squeeze my hand. And he did. And just right after they took out the breathing tube, he's still unconscious. They were saying, we can't put his contacts back in, so we need to get reading glasses so he can read emails or whatever. And they still don't know how well his brain is. He was able to wiggle his toes and squeeze the hand. And he said, he had no voice. He said, get hold of my ophthalmologist in San Diego, where he's living. He just checked my eyes. He has the prescription. He can tell you what magnification you need for the readers. So right then and there, we knew he was all there. All the time. Yeah. And I talk to him almost every day now. And we're working towards, we have to come up with a lot of money up front. We're going to do a LiDAR scan. That's going to cost about $20,000. And the LiDAR is, what they can do is unbelievable. I saw what they can do with Tom Elmore did up at it's up in New England. They refer to it as the River Stonehenge. And you can see inside buildings, you can see the walls, you can see the plumbing, you can see what's below you with the dirt. And you stop on a solid object, but it looks through trees. There's trees there. They just disappear. So we're gonna do a scan of there's 3 pyramids. We can't go to a 3rd pyramid right now because it's occupied and it's occupied by very, very large hive Africanized honeybees, killer bees. So no one wants to go anywhere near there. And they're gonna probably wait until right now we're in the middle of the monsoon season. And they're gonna go there and I think the bees without when it gets really wet. So they're going to try to go in there and take down the hive. They're not going to kill it, they're not going to kill the bees, torture or whatever. But get rid of the honey and get rid of the hive. I guess it's massive. It's been going on for
Probably would be those largest bees on the planet. But before, we don't want to waste too much more of your time, Jim. I want to ask you a couple quick questions, just in relation to government tech versus non-human intelligence tech. You wrote a movie produced by our good friend Darcy Weir, Significance UFOs, the rise of the TR-3B. If you don't know, the TR-3B is essentially a black triangle that supposedly we have engineered. And I've always been fascinated by the stories of it, and you're an expert on this type of stuff. So what can you tell us about government-made UFO tech?
If someone sees a UFO and has a red light on it, which is really required to fly in controlled airspace, it's man-made. If it has rivets and seams on it, it's man-made. If there's only one, if we can only prove without a shadow of a doubt there's one real alien craft, that's all we need. But David, the governments of the world have been hiding this stuff forever. I mean, you look at some of your Renaissance paintings, they have discs in the sky with beams coming down. The Romans talked about the flight shield that was spewing out fire or whatever. And to quote Tony's Foster's character, if we're the only ones, what if we space? The TR-3, there's a TR-3A. It's built by Teledyne Ryan. It's a flying triangle. And they made some of the prototypes of what they built. And they worked at Area 51 since they in 1954. I've asked all of them, even UFOs and all of them said absolutely continuing to exist. And I don't have anything to put my hands on. Just before he passed away, he died of esophageal cancer, probably brought on by the insolvency proteins on F-117 and other ones. And John Andrews and a bunch of other stuff. Just before the end of the conversation, he said, Jim, we have things out in the desert. And he wasn't referring to Area 51. He said, we have things out in the desert. That's 50 years beyond what you can comprehend. Now, I can comprehend a hell of a lot. Star Wars. Been there, done that. Assignments. I said, man, you want to expand upon that? He said, no. It's very terrific and rich. And then somebody had the nerve to die on me 10 days later.
He drops a bomb right before he leaves, right?
Yeah. So, like, to that point, do we have a Space Force? Is there a fleet of craft that non-terrestrial officers, like people full-time? Is it like Star Wars? Do we have ships on patrol out there?
I have to believe, yes. Do I have proof? No. But my gut tells me that we haven't been using all this alien technology for God. I mean, yeah, Bob Lazar said if you wanted to go from one end of the universe to the other, if this was the universe, you're here, you want to go here, you focus on there, and as soon as you release the power, whatever it is, you're there. There's no time to go through. Now, I don't know how it is when you come back from that location. Has the world moved on 60 years or 6,000 years or a million years? I don't know. But if you've seen movies like Star Trek or Star Wars, we've been there, done that. This time it was and I don't think if he told me that, it just made my chain as he knew he was going to. He wasn't going to be around any longer.
Well, and I mentioned that a few times, Jim, that they're building Space Force. But to build Space Force, you get you recruit people first, and then build the ships. You can build the ships first, and then recruit the people to operate the ships. It's kind of what you came first, the chicken or the egg.
I think it was parallel.
You think it was growth at the same time?
Yeah. You have that. Now, when I was doing my book signing at the Scotland's, Jeff Babion was the vice general manager number one time. We're heading over to the U2 operation at Site 2 in Palmdale, Air Force One Marine. Went back to the limo, and I'm about 2 feet from his face. I looked him right in the eyes and said, all right, Jeff, how much alien UFO technology is being utilized in Discovery programs? And he responded almost immediately. I don't know if he was ready for it. He didn't look shocked or jumped back. He said, I have absolutely no knowledge of any alien technology that was being utilized in Discovery programs. But I don't know what was built in the past that I may not have the need to know about. I said, my job is not to look back. My job is to look to the future. Personally, Lockheed has a policy. You don't comment on UFOs. Personally, I feel but I did ask them what's up. Do you believe in you? I mean, much alien technology being utilized. Yeah, there are facilities. There's got to be facilities. I know Doug with ID has a place for an underground, very, very large underground facility. And there's a base 90 minutes from Twin Falls, Idaho. We're not sure where it's at. I was told by multiple people that it is a new base. It's in the middle of nowhere. They decided they weren't going to restrict area around it as far as airspace goes. As soon as you put a restricted area box up, it's a red flag. Hey, this restricted area is brand new. They're doing something. Let's go up there and investigate. God, what I hope to do someday, my friend Michael Schratt has a license pilot, a lot of hours. I think we had 22 Drive 2 to go to Twin Falls, go to the local FBO, rent out 172, and then we'll fly around the northeast corner of Nevada and see if we can find something. Because that's where supposedly everything, the new place is.
Well, sure. Yeah, I'm crap. Yeah, because it would bring so much attention to it. Like, crap, now we're going to move everything.
Well, there's many S locations. It's not just S4. Right? Just like Area 51, there's an Area 52. They're not the one and only.
The way Area 51 got its name, and the only reason I know this because I was the command post there at the Nevada test site. Bill Sweetman, McClatchy's right. Warren James was a rocket scientist. Stu Brown, who was the time senior editor of Pop Sci, and myself, were on a tour of the Nevada test site. And we're at the Sedan crater, and I think 1,300 foot wide, 400 feet deep hole that about so much radiation and dust. I'm surprised he didn't kill everything. But to track fallout, they were doing above ground nuclear tests. They built a grid from Area 1 to Area 200 and extends out into Utah and even parts of Colorado. So the area to the west of Area 51 is Area 50, the one to the east is Area 52. It just happens. That happens to be. If it had been any other number, it would be Area 51 would be whatever the area was.
There's 200 of these locations.
Yeah, and they put sensors up when they had above ground nuclear tests. They stopped at 62. So that's the grid. That's how the area got its name. Now on my Facebook page, I have a picture taken on December 25th, 2021 of Area 51. A guy flew around and he didn't have a real good camera, Pentax P1000. And it's a fixed lens. It goes from 30 to 300 to 3,000 millimeter. That is this airplane with an 850 with a really huge lens to get something. Because there's all sorts of new construction there. There's a building that's at least a mile away from any part of the flight line. You go into the bottom circle, they're really nasty.
And most of it's underground, if I understand correct.
Well, now in Area 51, Dave threw off when he retired as an SR-71 pilot after chasing UFO. It was clearance because the area that he worked in. He got a job, ended up a job as facility manager in Area 51. He was responsible for every structure, a large hangar, padlocker, and he was responsible for all non-program maintenance on the aircraft. Plus, he did photo chase. And I asked Dave when I was talking about him chasing the UFO. He said, there are no underground facilities at Area 51. But on the other side of the Pathos Range, we have the ability to dig, to cut through a 36-foot diameter hole through solid granite about a foot an hour. And that's how they made the holes going down to detonate nuclear weapons underground detonations. That's how they make them out. They have the ability to do that. So what you have is, if it's an excavation, you have to have a road in and a road out. And unless there's an embedded nuclear power plant at the location, which is impossible, you'd have to have power lines going into it somehow from some location. And all the scanning I've done, I haven't seen any, but I haven't. Much as well. So, just because we can't find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's the whole point, right? Make it so it can't be found. Yeah, make it difficult. Yeah, exactly. But I was at the disclosure project with Dr. Greer, government DC. We talked to 5 or 6 whistleblowers. And these guys, I mean, you can tell just by the quirk in their voice and the emotion that brought up. These guys are real. These are telling the truth. there's some stuff that happened. One guy lost his dad. His dad lost everything. His dad worked in a classified environment. He lost his clearance. He ended up losing his house. He lost everything. His dad couldn't talk to him. That was his best friend. And his dad came up with cancer and ended up dying. And he should go after the federal government. Doing what they did to him. It made life absolutely miserable.
Regardless of your opinion of Greer, maybe some of the people he's representing are telling the truth. So don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak.
Well, because of what he's done, he's now working with, and so is the cousin brother, as a congressman from Virginia, yeah. And he's the real deal. And on video, he said, I have seen material that I know is not in this earth. And he's in charge of the new investigative meeting, whatever it is, on UFOs. And more and more people are going back and saying UAP, more people even within the community saying UFO/UAPs. So the UFO name was going to stick. They tried to change it to take away some of the mystique or some of the negativity that goes around with UFO. Now, I have been out at the fence line at the test range or Area 51 over 80 different times over the last 40 years. I've been out in the desert just myself. All right, if there's a UFO, I'm going to see it. I've been at the Black mailbox. It's the early 90s. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was just a slippery road. As it went behind the mountains, I'm sitting there saying, okay, if you can read my mind, abduct me. And I'm thinking of concentrating as hard as I can. But let me take my mind with me. And I don't know what condition. Yeah, and do what you have to do. Make sure I get home intact, because I do have a wife. And I think she would be really upset if all of a sudden I left this universe. I left this solar system and went somewhere else to be experimented on. So, are UFOs real? Millions of people have had experience with it. John Lear, one of the things he did, for AT&T airplanes here, he went out and he actually tracked down people and said they had been abducted. And he was taken to the city, he would contact the name of a certified hypnotist that specializes in deep dark sleep. I'm going to go into your deepest darkest sleep. And he would pay for it. I don't know if he would give the person being hypnotized anything except one or the other. But he had 15 minutes, and over the course of about 5 years, he said 13 of the abductees had the exact same story. 2 of them were full of, you know what, and you can tell just by their hypnotism, they got to when they were really good. I've been hypnotizing them for a time. Part of your reason is to hypnotize you.
Oh, really?
That's the dudes.
If you believe it's possible, it's the ones that don't think it's going to work. It doesn't.
Yeah. Because of hypnotism, I lost 170 pounds. Yeah.
That's an amazing feat.
At one time, I was 375. This morning, I was 205. So, but the fraud that I was married to was trying to kill me. I would probably consume 5,000 calories of garbage after dinner every night. Wow. And I gained all that weight for 10 years. I was married to her. She was hoping I would die.
And kill you with food.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to be around for many years to come, Jim. We hope, anyways.
Well, I 78, I have a strong heart, my blood pressure, is less strong. All the parts that are critical to my existence perfectly. It's the parts that wear out. Like artificial knees, carpal tunnel. I know I have this shoulder surgery someday. Maybe not. Maybe in a minute. And I know I'm going to live to be over 100. And my mom's had her since a soul. And 5 or 6 male members of her extended family lived to be 103 to 107. These are all rough and tumble Sicilian fishermen, or headmen, one of the two. Mom said there's 2 sides of the family. The Cardinales and the Brunos were fair-haired, blonde, red-headed, green or blue eyes. They were the artisans, like the stone masons and whatever. So then we had the Cardinale side, black hair with dark skin, dark eyes. They were murderers, the loan sharks, the hitmen.
Straight up mafia.
Oh, yeah. My father referred to it as the Mothers and Fathers Italian Association. Yeah.
Jeff, we'll have to do a part 2 because obviously your knowledge is extensive and there's no way we can cover it all in an hour and a half. But we'll definitely do a part 2 if you're okay with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's fun chatting with you. It's cool to get some of this perspectives because you've talked to the big name people. A lot of them are passed away. There's no more testimony coming from them. The trust you had, the relationships you had, they told you stuff that if Jason and I were interviewing Ben Rich, like he's not going to tell us anything, right? But because you get so engrossed in it.
Ben and I talked about once a quarter for 25 years. Why do you call him? Call me. And last time I saw him face to face, he had an office across the street on the Scuffles in Burbank. And he gave me a box of slides. They weren't anything new about, but they were a program called Senior Prom. They were BDF 117 looked at business. And it's still classified today. And he said, as far as Lockheed's concerned, it's not. He said, no, don't show these images to anybody until I've been dead for 5 years, because then it's harder to drag my blood out of the grave, wake me up and punish me. But I don't know how I got the relationship with Ben. It was because my friendship with John Andrew, and he had beautiful friendship and a mind. And he's the one who asked Ben, he said, man, you would tell me believe in UFOs. There's categories of man-made and extraterrestrial. And Ben came back and he's been published in multiple places with led by his corporate letterman and president of Lockheed Scholars. Both Kelly and I are from those categories. It's opportunities. I've been like the said everywhere for people out there that so do we have proof? Yeah, I think we do. Are aliens real? I have to say without a doubt, absolutely. We're not alone. But one of the glues that holds the world together is the glue of naming a supreme being, whether it's Jesus Christ, whether it's Muhammad, whether it's Buddha, Adam Smith, whatever. And if all of a sudden the world is being told that there's no such thing as heaven and hell, I mean, there is on earth, I know that because I've been married 3 times.
You got the battle scars.
Oh, yeah, but the spirit I'm married to now, and she's the one I was supposed to marry in the beginning. She's just like, I go on road trips, I bring my Corvette everywhere I go. I told her I was going to go to Hawaii for 2 weeks when I come along. No, you can go to Hawaii. I go to Hawaii. That's where I was before I retired. I lived in Waikiki at the Inland County. I had the best apartment I moved on. 911.
Nice. Yeah. It comes in handy in an emergency, right?
Oh, yeah. So, we're not. There's just too much out. This thing with The guys that get beat me and told me that there's 2 billion Earth-like planets. It's got to be occupied. A couple of them got to be occupied. We're only 4 billion years old. Our solar system. The universe is 30.5. But based on images from James Webb Space Telescope, they found a 4-star complex. And according to what they've been using forever, redshift to determine the distance, how old they are, that these stars and galaxies, they're a billion years before this Big Bang. How do we answer that?
I mean, as good a mathematician as you are, how does anybody go, 13.7 billion years old? Like, how accurate really is that number? I mean, we're mere mortal humans. You know? Would it surprise me if it was 5 times older or half as old? Because it's an educated guess.
No, they've been able to prove, through good science that you can measure the distance away from us by the redshift, and there's a certain. One of the things that's going on in Kitt Peak, and it's right now it's close to the day of fire, and it didn't put any damage in Kitt Peak. There are no barriers 1,000 feet down if you run off the road. So until they get the barriers put up there, they will be public. But there's just the Gale, this is the Stellar Telescope. There's a twin, exact same built in Chile. That they took off the secondary mirror. They put a optical head up there with 5,000 optical lenses that are all adjustable. And when they were slowed down by this pandemic, 5 years they were going to do a spectral analysis. At each location, they figured they're going to do 40 million galaxies. We're talking about 100 million galaxies. And they're trying to identify some way to measure dark energy and dark matter. Because they say that 95% of the atomic weight of the universe is made of dark matter. You can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't smell it, you can't touch it. But it affects absolutely everything in the universe. They're trying to do that. And stuff like that just tickles the hell out of me. And I'm waiting for the giant Magellan telescope to get first light. They make the mirrors at the Mirror Lab at the University of Arizona. They built 8 27-foot diameter mirrors. Now, what's a sphere? Basic problem. I can't imagine. But it's at 6 inches. Telescope is at 16,000 feet. It's in Chile. It's 200 miles from the closest town. It's the driest air on the planet. It hasn't rained in 200 years. I think you have to run oxygen into it. It's operating locally at a lower level. They figured they had to look back within 100,000 years of the first light in the universe. But what they may see is they may see past they think it's first light, and it may go back years. They don't know that. And every time, every big telescope they put out, whether it was the Hubble, whether it was the James Webb, whether it's going to be the giant Magellan telescope, or even Galileo's telescope, every time you make that jump in technology, all of a sudden you realize, I don't know squat. Everything I thought he knew, it's not real anymore. It doesn't happen. So it's going to be exciting. So I have my fingers, on things. I was retired when I just look at it. I said if I stop moving over time, I have to keep this thing working all the time. I have to challenge my brain. I have to use my brain. And I enjoy it. It keeps me refreshed. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. And I'm a news hog. I read everything about everything around the world. But I don't listen to anything of the mainstream media. Everything I read is your European Reform press, an English language Reform press. have friends all over the place, and I get stuff, and I just what I do, and I enjoy it, and I'm having a time.
It's an inspiration for guys and young guys able to sit and chat with somebody like you. Tell them to come on our show, could you? See
Yeah,
how
I asked him. I asked him on either with SRO, with Jared Murphy, with Ron Mason. He said, right now, I can't do anything like that. But that's just so. I'm one of the very few people who back down on my belief. I'm sorry, he knows it. Dreamland Chronicles. Our chapter is called the Elders and the Chapters on John Jefferson Jr. And I had there, I said, I'm a skeptic about a lot of things, but everything that tells me everything I see from Rothschild is real. And I believe in the stories never change. Even when it was his enemy, it was beneficial for him to say, yeah, I saw crazy. He never did. He never saw it. He saw references to it. He never saw any bodies or any. They call them the kids. The other thing is, S4 Wheel, there was a Mormon historian that was looking for a lost tribe and following their path through the Nevada desert. And they were stopped at coming from Salt Lake, they were stopped at border of Area 51 and Nevada test site, and the government went through. So he went around the other side of the border beside me, he snuck in, he walked in, and he was underneath an overhang. And he was aware of helicopters and stuff, but since it's not Area 51, there's any active sectors out there. It's in the middle of the night, he got out to go to the bathroom, and he's looking across Western Flats and Upper Flats over towards the southwest corner of the Captain's Range. And all of a sudden, it was like someone was opening the garage door. We saw the lights opening up, the light was bright. Couldn't tell what was happening, it was too far away, and I don't think we had binoculars. And then it closed. Next morning, he got up and he did have some reference to tell us came binoculars, he looked at it, and there was nothing but big mountains. Another thing, I have a friend of mine that spent 5 years in Area 51 in the F-17, and he had a down day after we're down the crowd because he had so much attention around puts on the like. They had a Humvee, there was a couple guys that were driving around, they were looking for artifacts, mining, and stuff. So they're actually on Captain's Lake and just looking for stuff. And out of nowhere came a half dozen guys in black utilities. What are you doing here? You see some ID? You have no reason to be over here. Get out. They don't know where they're coming. There was no vehicles. They just appeared. And that's exactly what
Yep. No, and so we've always been strong supporters of Bob, his story, and if ever listening to this or just hears word of mouth, like we definitely will treat him as gold and a royalty because we're just, as far as we're one of the original whistleblowers, he came out. Everybody dismissed him for 30 of what years, and now there's starting to be other people coming forward saying, actually, no, he was dead on because we're still working on those programs. And yeah, it's amazing. And you know, the fact that you got to know him in 88, right before he came out, 89, before he had a non-believer job, right? Yeah, he started a job. That's crazy.
He's sort of a resetting stone.
Yeah.
And he said, it didn't benefit him all to he's home man.
Not at all.
He said his life, the thing he ever did in his life he said that he killed his opportunity to take this to fruition. And that's his only breath. And he felt he had to come out. He had to come out.
And good on him, because that shows his strength and his man. Not only that, that the people deserve to know, right? Keeping people in the dark. You know, I don't know about you, Jeff, but sometimes companies put out a thing, they're looking for help instead of getting experts to help them, to get the general population to help them. And a solution that the general population comes up with is beyond what anybody on that staff of that business can come up with. And if this information, this technology is shared and everybody in the world can apply their logic and reason to it, we'll solve this a lot faster than we are right now. Right? And it's a group effort, and even people like yourself that you've been around military installations your entire life, or people like yourself to come forward and say, yeah, during my career this and this and this happened. I know this guy ability, and it builds to store everything that's taken place smart well. And it validates that there is a situation. Yes, the things that we all think is conspiracy theory is actually reality. And this is important. This is why this podcast is important, because it's a platform for people like yourself, sir, to come here with 150 plus thousand people a month. What it is that your knowledge is. So we really appreciate it. Guys, we'll have to wrap it up. I'm shopping have to do with the missus and the family today. But Jim, let's have you on for part 2. You're here on this podcast at any time, my man. You want to come in and promote a new book that you're doing or anything like that, just hit us up, okay?
Well, if any of you are interested in my book, go on Amazon, punch in Books by James C. By Jim Goodall with the books. But buy my books if I have a book signing thing anywhere, and you have my books that either bought in a flea market or bought 25-30 years ago, bring them. I'll sign all out of it. Now, one of the things that I want to do, hopefully later on this summer, is Northrop Grumman had no idea that I really go to work. And I was with Michael Schreck and Christopher Payne. We were in LA this is February. Elon Musk invited me for a tour of SpaceX. And the tours are in the evening. So during the day, I was with Michael Schreck. My quarter, my Newark Val quarter is SR-71 kit. I'm all fun building lights underneath the bed. I'll get to it someday. But we went to the Northrop Grumman campus in Manhattan Beach, which is on the campus, because Michael wanted to go to the gift shop. So we're in there, and I had with me in my bag a lighting was broken. It was damaged a little bit on the ship, but you can't give it away, you can't sell it. So talk to the gift manager. He said, we don't have anything in the B2s that we can really use. But I said, how about something like this? You should look at it. She says, I got to tell my boss. So she said, boss, she called me up and said, this is great. I can send it up to my boss. And who is in charge of everything? And they're going to order a whole bunch of them. And they want me to come to Plan 4 at Air Force Plan 42 is where they built the B2 and the B-21. We'll see the B-21. But I'll be within 150 feet of it. And they're going to have the books there, autograph for Marty and everybody that has any books of mine. Bring them and I'll sign them.
Awesome. Everybody support Jim Goodall. Go check out his pages. Jim, thanks again for being on the show. We appreciate it. As Jason said, you're welcome back anytime. And best of luck with everything in the future. We'll chat with you again soon.
And you want to hear about work, you just tell me when. More than happy to join you. That's good. It was a fun time. And how long were we on?
Just shy of 2 hours. So we broke our hour-long nugget rule, but that's okay. The content is the content. So.
All right. You guys
Appreciate it, Jim. Thank you, sir.
You have a great week coming up. Yeah, I had a great time, and I'm looking forward to coming back.
Awesome. Take care, Jim.
All right. Adios. Take care.
Thank you.
Everybody, hope you're having a good day today. We're going to do a first for UAP study, so we're going to get to know sort of the UFO legends and lore according to the Aboriginal and the Native peoples, not only in North America but around the world that reported this. And the more famous gentleman who's been on TV and willing to speak about this is Rabbi. I know I've seen him on TV a few times, Jay. I think he's fairly new as far as your research.
Yeah, I haven't run into. There's a couple of people that you've introduced me to that I did not know, have not researched, or even on my radar. But Avery Toya, you've introduced to me, and was quite interesting. So I'm fortunate to talk to you.
Yeah, we were actually supposed to do this recording a couple weeks ago, but there was a storm in New Mexico. Weird. I mean, we're in the Pacific Northwest. It was 18 degrees while it was still winter. And here in New Mexico, the desert practically, it's a snowstorm. Go figure. So we couldn't do it a couple weeks ago. He is back today. He's using his phone because he doesn't want to chance his internet or anything dropping out. He says he may have some connection issues. So we hope it's okay. Do our best to snip it all together. Again, if there's anything that you folks don't or couldn't quite understand, you can definitely be happy to put you in touch or answer your question. But again, this is an area that's very much like Skinwalker Ranch, you know, with the popular TV show and just the vast array of phenomena. Everything from lights, craft, Bigfoot, spirit. Well, I mean, this imagination is bordering, so it's in essentially the same part of the world, and high strangeness is not limited to just Skinwalker Ranch. So we're going to hear it from the source himself. He is a tribal member, former police officer, EMS, a gentleman with a reputation, and somebody speaking on behalf of these people. So he's not the type that's going to make something up because he doesn't have the status within his tribe. And it's a first for us. I'm super excited, Jay. Let's dig into an area where the government hasn't permission to go and steal everybody's phone videos.
Yeah,
so
it's a very interesting spot of land for sure. Like you mentioned, it's further. It's not just Skin Ranch. It's a wide, space. This activities take place.
That's right. And that's going to be good. We're super excited. And with that, we'll be right back. Mr. Avery Toya, right here. Welcome back to another episode of UAP Studies Podcast. My name is Louis Borges. Joining me as always, my best buddy, Mr. Jason Gilman.
On deck, sir. How's it going?
Going really well. It's a great day today. For the first time, we were chatting with somebody who's a member of an indigenous population of people who have had high strangeness for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. We don't know. And I think it's important to tell the story. And also kind of the fact that it's not crazy in a lot of Aboriginal people's legends around the world, that this is just something that's accepted. Yes, there are star people. Yes, there are ancestors. What's the big deal? And we're all still debating on, is this real or not? And these folks are like, yeah, it's real. Like, let's move on. So very interesting to have Mr. Avery Toya on today. He is a tribal council member of the Apache Nation. He's also appeared on such shows as UFO Witness, Mysteries Decoded. Today we're going to talk about all the weird things that have been reported on their land. And again, of note, this is also the home of Archuleta Mesa and the home of the Dulce base, which is supposedly a human operation that even big name people like John Deere have said, yeah, exists. So it's going to be a great day today. Welcome to the show, Mr. Avery Toya.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you. I've seen you on TV a bunch of times. I always thought you were a well-spoken guy, very polite, and I like your style, so I thought we got to have him on the show. And so for those that maybe don't even tell us a little about yourself, and also the connection between people and strange phenomena that live for centuries.
Okay, well, for starters, I'm Amy Toya with full-blooded Apache. Also a council member for our Apache
imagination. Lived in Dulce pretty much all my life. Went to school in California for 4 years, came back, had or held various jobs from, a bartender to fire chief to police officer to EMS. So my background and my job search was pretty well scattered in different fields. Right now, I am a council member with our tribe, our nation, and I got a year and a half to go on that. As far as our connection to, I guess I'll use the term story. That's what a lot of the indigenous tribes use. The history goes back, way back, probably when we were first here. And actually, last year we were out hiking around and we found some petroglyphs. And, I had heard that those were there in that area. So we were looking around. It took us a little while to find them. The funny thing is we were hiking up on this hill, a good decent sized hill. Once I got phone reception, I called this gentleman. I said, we're in this area. Can you tell us where it's at again? So he tells me. We ended up walking all the way down the hill, right beside the road. It was covered by a big old tree. But anyway, they had different petroglyphs. And actually, we had some fun hiking over this grass. They had a creature drawn, and then they were having like feet drawn beside it. There was like 4 or 5 of them. And I never got the chance to talk to this other gentleman who can decipher all that good stuff. So I'm kind of curious what the story is on that. But as far as, the history goes back, and a lot of this is for a lot of the indigenous tribes in North America, South America, wherever. The sightings and the connection with UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, goes back, like, since we've been here, from way back in the beginning. And a lot of those were built rituals, as you all know. You can go anywhere, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and they got petroglyphs of different symbols and stuff. And actually, back in 2020, I went over to the Hopi lands in Arizona. They say that's the center of the universe. That's where mankind, all races originated. And they have this rock, it's carved, they call it a prophecy rock. It tells the story of how we all came up from underground and branched out, how we became to be where we're at today. And the thing that's extraordinary about that is they have a line where they actually detonated the nuclear bombs. You have like a gate, the first one, the second one, there was supposed to be a third one, but they never did. I never got the whole story of that. I'm curious about that.
Now that's an ancient painting or an ancient petroglyph that had those depictions.
Yes, it's carved in a big old rock.
Somebody had prophetic visions for sure.
Second Mesa, Arizona. Actually, they have what is called prophecy rock. They have that tells more of their history. This gentleman was telling me a story that he was a couple of military guys that were there. And this gentleman got irate and upset. He was telling us elders, why do you have that on the album? Apparently, it was a carving. And I guess in the military, that carving meant nuclear. I don't know if you want to say the device or just nuclear. He said, that's not no. Any public company knows that. Insignia, I guess you would call it. So he was upset, saying, how the fuck do you guys know where you guys get this thing? So carved back. started. And the story I was getting to is we were created supposedly from here. That's the story. Along those lines, they were saying we were underground most times. And they decided to climb out of the hut and build a room and come up to the surface. And once they branched out and made all the races. So, from what I gather from this elder, we were all originated in that area. And when we were underground, they were saying we had and they get carried away. They also tell a story of we were underground also. And we were with them. So, so, yeah. But there is you know what I mean? So I'm still divulging into that aspect of that as well. So I'm curious. He's actually like my pictures and talents.
It's been mentioned a few times. I agree from different experiencers that sometimes some people see these entities almost being like big black eyes and just a very small face. So it seems to be a reoccurring thing that we keep hearing, and I'm not surprised to hear that it dates back thousands of years and stuff that's carved into stone pretty much at this point is that there seems to be something to these entities. There seems to be something that
If it goes back that far, it makes you wonder why are they why are they experimenting? How do we know this was going on? I don't know.
So let's talk about some of the different phenomena that has manifested. I mean, the array is vast. So we have low-flying unmarked helicopters. Some people have reported. We have fast-moving lights, cattle mutilations, Bigfoot sightings, crashed UFOs. I mean, it is the gamut. And before the show, Jason and I were talking even about Skinwalker Ranch, and it's not all that far away. And it's the same type of phenomenon that they seem to be reporting. It gets a lot of popularity because of the TV show and everything else, but it is not limited to there. So let's talk about some of these. Where do you want to start? Helicopters, cattle mutilations.
Okay, well, you pretty much summed up. I was just going to tell everybody, thank you for listening.
We don't know the specifics. That's why we need you. Do you know of any specific stories that you've heard?
Well, it's usually, I'm going to say, around spring to we see a lot of unmarked military activity, meaning helicopters, planes, and specifically in September. We have a celebration that takes place outside of those. It's like I'm going to say about a 50-mile drive, and it's related to our traditions and cultures around it. There's no city lights, all that's out there are campfires and lantern lights. And
Did you have a festival in September?
Okay, yeah, military. A lot of during that time, I'm going to say like 2 weeks prior to the middle of September, a lot of people go out and they put up shade, whatnot, their tents and whatnot. The military flies over that area like constantly. Let's say maybe every 2 hours. And they fly so low that you can actually see inside the car.
Why do you think that is? What do you think is behind all that?
I'm not sure, but a lot of those are C-10 planes. Once in a while, you get the Osprey helicopters. My only guess is they're flying from Colorado to the Air Force Base in Albuquerque. But, it's strange that they would do that at that certain time. But I've also heard stories on Rothschild that these guys were
Is this
which is unusual because the mountains have some on our reservation, some on Southern Union. So let me imagine.
because that's what I was going to ask. Is this like typical to have the military presence on our land, and especially the party? Site that's like this seems quite rather uncommon.
Yeah, it is. You know, but requires the military people there that have been there for years.
So do you think this helicopters flying around, this military activity, has anything to do with Dulce Base? And the rumors of Dulce Base is that it's a multi-level facility where they conduct mind control, genetic experiments. Apparently there's even a cryo freezing facility like you would have for genetic work, embryos, that kind of thing. And in 1979, it was a gentleman named Paul Benowitz, and he was convinced he was picking up electromagnetic communication somehow, and he thought it was a crashed spacecraft. And after doing some investigation, claims to have discovered a UFO base. And in 1990, John Lear confirmed that he had proof of himself. So very interesting. What can you tell us about Dulce Base?
Yeah, you know, I think all that military stuff going on is tied into that. We have people remember hiking up there, and they found weapons. So I'm not sure, you know, to what extent. And that's one thing I'm doing right now is I'm still looking into the base thinking. There's a lot of reluctancy of some of our members to actually take people to go find those, and you know, and I can see why because of the military presence. But at the time when Mr. Hansen came to the field for UFO witness, we actually did see a heat plum coming out of the mountainside. So I don't know if that was stumbled upon accidentally, but I'm gonna go up and look in that area. And the funny thing is, every time I try to go up there, that road is pretty treacherous to go up. You know, it gets washed out, you get ruts. It's like they seem to know when I'm going to go up to go snoop around or something. So
You make it rain.
a lot of that is, I think, because of the military presence. And it's not all the time we see them. I think they're there somewhere. And I've actually heard from ex-police officers that they've seen where it's come out of the mountainside, but not on Rothschild, off to the west. So those are just things I'm looking into, you know.
So they're seeing crabs come out of this mess up? Is that correct?
Yeah, and actually my daughter had actually seen one fly into the mountain.
I've heard that. It's amazing. Can you imagine seeing a UFO? It looks like it's going to crash, and then it just gets absorbed by the mountain. I think Mount Shasta has similar reports. There's some places in Alaska have similar reports of mountains and UFOs. I don't think anybody really understands, but this is not crazy. But you mentioned police officers and people kind of doing their own work, and cattle mutilations is a big one that seems for your area, Skinwalker Ranch area. And in the 70s, there was a gentleman named Gabe Valdez, and he basically came out to a cattle mutilation, and his report is crazy, but they claimed to have found a mutilated cow that had a fetus in it, but this wasn't a cow fetus. It was a half monkey and half frog looking creature, almost as if the cow was being used as an incubator of some sort. And even when he made his report, he subsequently claimed that there were like listening devices in his house and people were messing with him. Are you familiar with the story of Gabe Valdez?
You know, actually, yes, I am, because he used to work for my father. My father was the police chief at that time for our nation, so they did a lot of this cattle mutilation investigations. And I think when they started, I was around 9, 10, something like that. And I actually used to go with my father. He used to go up to the carcasses, and Gabe would be there. And actually, Gabe had sons around our age, and a couple of them would be with him. So we all be sitting at either So what they were doing was they were running him through the corral, and they had a ultraviolet light on a black light. And actually, there was cows that had markings on them that can only be seen by the black light. So they theorized that these were marked to get mutilated. But prior to us getting out there, there was actually a helicopter at a distance watching them. And they actually had a picture of that. And a lot of that, to Mr. Valdez's theories, they would pick up the cows, take them somewhere, and do their thing, and bring them back and drop them. Which had a, if you look at the reports, they would have broken bones. You can see like harness arms. So I kind of believe in his theory in that.
Do you think this is something the military is doing, or do you think this is something that other entities are doing?
I honestly think it's the military. Because if you think about it, why would they travel all this far or do that to us if they're far more advanced than we are? I'm sure there's a need for something somewhere, because if they're doing it, they have to do that. As Mr. Valdez said, why would they leave a gas mask? Why would they leave a ballpoint pen marked U.S. government? So I think that theory that was going around, and I kind of believe this is when they did when they put the bubble, they put a bomb in the ground and exploded the gas bucket project. This is on the western side of our reservation. This is like maybe half a mile to our reservation line. They detonated this bomb, nuclear bomb, for fracking into gas and oil. What they didn't realize is it contaminated the gas and oil and the water under the ground, so they couldn't use it. So what I'm thinking is maybe some of the mutilations are because they're checking the cattle to see if they got any radioactivity in them.
Now, the cattle mutilations in question is usually, verbal and new. People to the subject that are not familiar with cattle mutilations, usually a farmer, somebody who owns, livestock will find an animal dead, and usually under really weird circumstances. Sometimes the eyes are removed, the brain is removed, a piece of the ear, genitals, no blood, genitals removed, and perfectly, laser precision cuts. There's no bloods, no evidence of any struggle from the animal whatsoever. And it's as if the animal's dropped from an elevation back onto the ground, and it's found this way. What's really fascinating about it too is that animals won't come and eat from the dead animal. Ants and bugs won't have anything to do with it either. It's like this really weird phenomenon that's happening to these cows. So if it is military, they're using something really potent to prevent other animals from even wanting to eat the carcass of the dead cow. Is this a state that these animals that you guys have found on the land, is that kind of what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, very unusual. The coyotes usually get to it. The crows, the birds, mountain lions, whatever's out there will eat this. But they won't come near it. That's really the strange thing about this. They won't come near it at all. They won't touch it.
It's as if nature itself is opposed to it.
Yeah. So let's talk about some craft now. Obviously, UFOs are a prevalent thing that's happening. In fact, one of the elders of your people, a lady named Geraldine Julian, she's been very outspoken. She was on the episode with Ben Hansen and herself as well. And I mean, this lady's awesome. Not scared to speak out. She looks like she's 4'9", but wouldn't want to make her mad. And I mean, she flat out said she's seen like a huge spaceship over her house, flat on the bottom, dome on top. Other people have claimed that they photographed them. There's no lack of UFO evidence in and amongst your people. So anything interesting or any stories you can share with us regarding actual UFO sightings?
A lot of times, and God bless their soul. Unfortunately, you've seen all the stories, but something else come unfortunate about it. They go right by. I think she describes it as they said that they would come visit her. So I think a lot of what was going on with her is it goes back way back from when she was young. So I think it was like a connection thing. You can talk, you can come to Dulce and talk to anybody. They probably can show you a video, picture of some strange light. And I'd say in January there was a lot of activity. A lot of people were texting me and sending me pictures saying, look at this light, look at, it's doing this, it was doing that. Excuse me. One night I actually went out. I just went out for a ride. We can drive about 5 miles and we're out into the woods, either direction from those cities. So I went out about 10 miles and then just parked. The weird thing is when I rolled my window down, something flew over my ride. I'm going to say maybe 100 yards, maybe less. I couldn't tell you exactly what it was, but it had a like red and like blue LED lights that were really bright. No engine noise, nothing. It just quietly flew over my ride, and I was trying to get a picture. By the time I got my phone out and everything, you could just see the red light go in the distance. So I honestly don't know what that was. Maybe it was military, UFO, which is kind of strange because I honestly didn't think anything. I just figured I'd go for a ride and kind of scope out the skies. I wasn't prepared to see that actually. They even flew right over me, so they knew I was there. And when I tried to turn it around and drive down the road and try to get a better view, and it was gone. I lost that. And I actually had one of our fish and game officers actually tell me one night he was parked at this one lake and something flew over him. He said it had green lights, the shape of a stop sign. And he said it basically flew on top of the road along the highway. So he was able to try to catch up and drive to catch it. He said he followed it for about 7 miles and it just flew off. But the weird thing about this is I think that was military. Because when we were out at our celebration out at the lake, I'm going to say about 2:30 in the morning, we could hear like a plane or something coming up. So we all got out from our shade area, camping, stood outside on this 2 planes fly over. Well, I would think they were the second plane. So I'm thinking about that.
And being reality that you get this clear image, is it low to that site, like on average, like every year, or is it just that it's not normal for planes to fly that low to the ground? But they seem to be doing it at this specific time of year.
No, it's not normal.
Yeah, aviation is your friend. I have a friend who's a pilot. And I said, like, I hate flying. I traveled for about 3 or 4 years of my life. I've flown 300 times and still hate it. And he was telling me all the different things about it. And basically, he was saying that,
Just about flying, and it's not typical low flight.
Flying, I said, why do you want to fly at 40,000 feet? There's no small accidents. And he says, no, elevation is your friend. If something goes wrong, pilot has time to fix it. They can. Even if it stalls or whatever, you need that elevation to be able to drop the plane and bring it back in. The most dangerous way to fly is 300 feet over the ground. If something happens, you're done. So, so it doesn't seem like it would make a lot of good sense for aircraft to be that low, let alone over like native land, which we have no business being over in the first place. Very strange.
But they fly that low over the town. That's the thing that scares me because, like you said, we need the altitude. That altitude to correct your problem. And if you're flying that low, something happens. You're going to crash into.
Yeah, exactly. Now, do you think this has to do with the land itself, the topography? Because mesas seem to pop up in a lot of different areas that have anomalous things. Even Skinwalker Ranch, the biggest area of what's going on is the mesa. So, do you think the land itself might have anything to do with this?
It might. Maybe there's some kind of magnetic draw or something that's drawing these crafts and phenomenon that's going on.
And just for the listener, because I just learned recently what a mesa is, because it's not common. Like here in British Columbia, we're down the mountains, mesas, and I know with the landscapes across the world, they're not really typical with mesas. Can we explain to the listeners and the audience what a mesa is, so they have a better understanding of what, if there is a military operation going on, what does that look like?
Well, it's a mountain basically, but just the top of the mountain is just flat, and there'll be like rock draws pretty much all the way around.
Nice. And so, how much of those occupy the landscape? Where you guys are located?
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I think there's no erosion or something, right? Water, wind erosion.
Yeah, that's basically what it's from.
So I picture the Grand Canyon. I mean, that's the biggest example of it. But, you have what was there, and it's all poured around of what erosion is removed, and you're left with the mesa.
Yes.
The Great Ice Age did a number on it, right? Yeah. So we have that, activity that's taking place over quite a large landscape across a couple of, at least 2 states, as far as I know, Utah, New Mexico. So with that, have you heard anybody say with interactions with entities? I know Bigfoot. Avery, we've been discovering this subject more and more, and I was not a big advocate of Bigfoot before. I always thought that was something silly. Of course, UFOs are real, but Bigfoot stand at the forward thing. But if you had any stories of people having encounters with either Bigfoot or other entities like alien abductions, that taking place on the landscape or
I personally know quite a few. They say they were taken away from their house. I had him tell me that after what will be described as an abduction, he had a triangle, 3 dots on his inner thigh. He said he don't know how he got that, but he vaguely remembers a white girl laying on the table and there was other people. Also, I had people say they were parked to stop to use the restroom, and all of a sudden this bright light comes on over the vehicle, dies, it won't start, and it won't start until after this UFO or UAP disappears or flies off. There's just numerous, a lot of stories like that, and like I said, we're out in the wilderness, so we're parked out in the middle of nowhere using the restroom when this happens. It's quite an experience.
In the world of Bigfoot, you have a few different schools. You have those who don't believe it exists, those who believe it's a flesh and blood animal that's just so few in number and so intelligent that they stay away or are hard to get evidence of. And then you have people that say no, they are some type of a galactic being. They manifest here, but they're not actually living here, and it's not flesh and blood animal. So, what are your thoughts on Bigfoot? What actually do you think it is?
I see it more as like a spiritual creature. But there's that fine line there. You got footprints, you got hair, and then on the other side, if you go spiritual, they say they can disappear. But then, you can walk by them and you can see them. So I'm still trying to figure that one out. I'd say it's more spiritual, but at the same time, kind of stuck in it being physical because it's made with footprints, it's made with scat, it's made with hair, animals that they obviously need. Bone barrels where they break the front or back legs, they got the barrel out of the bones. I mean, a bear can't do that. A mountain lion can't do that. So it's just one of those things, and I've actually had these 5 encounters. Started from when I was a youngster. We have coming up. If you guys have a coming of age feast, and we all camp out, we cook out there and everything. As kids, we get to go on the hillsides, get out of work. And so one time we were doing that, and we seen this. We thought it was one of the locals, and it was all they could be described as somebody dark. We thought they were all wearing black, and they actually walked around in bushes that we were actually thinking we were going to see something. Excuse me. We go back to the camp and we ask them, so-and-so, grandpa's, and they told us no. Everybody was down here working. Second time, we were driving and something ran across the road, so we stopped. I think this was a juvenile, because it wasn't as big and bulky, but it ran up this hill that was pretty steep like nothing. We got and ran about 20 yards, and it was too tough to run up too steep. So the third time, I would say about 100 yards. He was peeking at me from behind a tree. Big black, jet black hair. I'm going to say about maybe 7 feet. I'm going to say this one was a male. I didn't see no breast or anything like that. I could see half of his body as plain as day. We had been out the night before. We had heard, we could smell it. We could hear something walking around, but we couldn't see anything. So the next morning, I went up to that same area, same place. I forgot my phone, and halfway to that place, I was debating turning around, go get it, and come back. But I thought I'd have to be binoculars. So the sun was over the mountains, so I was facing the sun. I look up on the hillside, I just see this huge creature peeking at me from behind a tree. I take my glasses off, rub my eyes, back on, and still there. So I know I saw something. I thought, hey, I got binoculars. I opened my back door, and the light reflected in sunlight. I think it freaked me out. All I could see when I put my binoculars on was it fading into the bushes. And next few times, there's this bed that's coming to me. It's an open field. You got mountains on both sides, kind of like a drone. I see this. At first, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was like a tree stump. But I've driven that area hundreds of times, and I know there's no tree stump. This was squatted down, like almost sitting. The hair was like dreads. I mean, I was driving by, it was kind of breathing, so I could stopped. It was right behind me. But I'm looking at this because I could just see right off the road. So I go down the road, I turn around, I come back, and I pull into the driveway. This trailer was up on the hill. He was just sitting there. And he didn't down on me to move out my boat. The trailer just kind of stopped. And then I laughed and I figured I'll come back tomorrow. I went to the same spot that was not there. About a month later, it was higher up, but I could see it. Same thing, same colors, dreads, you know. So, probably here in about a couple of weeks, I'm going to that area and put some cameras up and see if I catch you. Because I've seen that there about 4 times so far. And this is just right off the
It's crazy that it's that close to civilization that it just doesn't care.
they've been pretty brave. Yeah, they're fucking care now.
And Avery, what about cryptids? Is there any events that's been taking place as far as you know around you with cryptids? I know it's very popular with the Skinwalker Ranch. They're seeing a lot of weird animals, strange entities sometimes. Does that happen at all in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, you know, there's strange stuff. My sweet daughter had seen something as what they describe as a skinwalker, but it looked like a horse. And she had seen it in the field, and it was standing, and when she looked back on it, it was crawling on all fours, like an army crawl.
Oh, really? But it's as large as a horse.
Yeah.
That's basically neat.
Kind of horse body, basically.
Yeah, I know the Dogman is a popular one out there. Some people have set up trail cam. I think I saw it on a documentary somewhere, but there's no actual picture of the quote-unquote Dogman. But in the first slide, it's perfect snowy ground. There's no prints. And then all of a sudden, these wolf tracks appear in the next capture from the cam because they're motion activated. There was never a wolf or any animal associated with the print. It's like 1 minute there was nothing, and then there was wolf prints. So oddly enough, that seems to have come out of nowhere. All right, hit record again, Jay.
Yeah, you know, that is weird. Me, myself, I do like these things, but for me, I don't really touch the skinwalker stuff, because that's more of the tradition culture thing among us indigenous people. They say it can bring bad luck, it can come visit you, it can belong to your family members. So I'll listen to stories about it and that, but I myself will not go out to go look for that.
Yeah, well, we were talking with George Knapp and Paul Gallagher and Thomas Winterton from the Skinwalker Ranch. That's what they're saying. They said sometimes they bring home something with them. It affects not only them, but it affects their family as well. Like, whatever it is that is the hitchhiker effect seems to be a legit thing. Like, it's actually happening to a lot of people. But yeah, I don't blame you. I would stay out of that myself.
You know, I'd rather do the usual thing, you know, I know we're talking about the skinwalker now, but I had my own experience when I was a child, 5 years old.
Oh, Avery, there seems to be some issues with the audio.
It's very garbled right now.
Okay,
That's better. That's better. Yeah.
okay, yeah, when I was small, I had a being come visit me. And the strange thing about this is it was when we landed on in 1969. I did research on it, and I found that that specific day that we landed on, we were having a celebration in the summer, and everybody was out of the house. I was taking it back on the couch, and my brothers were out back. I went to go use the restroom. I walked by the door and I see something in the corner of my eye. So I thought, you know, there's nobody in here, it's just me. So I walk back and I look at that and I see this You had like a school too. You actually had what I think was a pseudo, like a one piece. See no bitches, all I saw was like a business. And then you had like a slip from wow. Probably out of notes. I freak out. I find a room and I run outside the front door screaming my head off. My dad, I'm pretty sure my brothers hear me screaming my head off in the back. I see my mom and they walking up the road and we sit there and then full on sprint to the house. And for some reason I run back into the house. I run back into that same room. It's still there. But this time I notice there's like a pond behind it. I'm not sure if we communicated in any way, but I'm pretty sure we did because we stood there looking at each other or something. I ran out of the house the second time. I ran out of the house the second time. I looked out. The pond was shooting up into a bigger UFO. In our culture, in our traditional ways, something unusual happens. We seek a shower in medicine. So we had this guy come, did a ceremony. All he would tell my father is, I seen something out in this room. Mind you, I'm about 5. It's happening. Kind of got tucked away. In high school, I started looking into it. This is all my friends are. See me everywhere. I asked my mom one time, she would tell me, that's what she said. I've always wanted to do this. This is the same.
Yeah. So basically, we're just going to wrap it up here. I think we're having some audio technical difficulties there on your end. It's very garbled. Very garbled. Impossible to hear anything at this point.
It might be your hand on the microphone of the phone, perhaps. If you're holding it like this, it might be your hand doing that. Maybe it's just a perception. That's okay, though. We got most of it done pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
So, say, Avery, where can people find more information about you, your people? If they want to know more, where can they find out more?
The internet, yeah.
Leave me alone, check the internet.
Perfect, Avery. We thank you so much for joining us today on UNB Studies. It means a lot. Let's do this again.
Yeah, if you get anything Bigfoot-wise, we've never done a Bigfoot episode. We're mainly UFOs, but there's a connection. If you find anything amazing, you let me know. Let Jason know. We'll definitely do another show on it.
Nice. Perfect, Avery. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
episode of UAB Studies. We're joined again by Michael Clausen, which is joining us from the States. I forgot, Michael, what state are you in right now?
I'm in Charleston, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
I'm in the north end of America right now.
Yeah, I bet it's pretty hot right now. Yeah.
I think they actually did this morning just to not go outside at all today. So I canceled all my plans for the rest of the day.
That's a pretty serious warning. They say just stay indoors, right? You know it's freaking hot.
Yeah. Stay indoors and check on your neighbors was the two things. So I'm not checking on my neighbors because they're all like 23 years old.
They're all jerks. We're not checking up on them. They're all jerks. This is part two, guys. We wanted to have Michael back on because the first conversation we had was pretty mind-blowing. Did you have any slides or anything today, Mike, that you need to share?
No visuals.
No visuals. We're good. But the subject of philosophy, especially when it comes down to ufology, is very important. At some point in our past, philosophy and science parted. They were once been the same, but it did part, and it becomes almost like a dogmatic approach now to science that you can't think any differently than what the facts are, which I think is we're missing some stuff, right?
That's sort of the history of all disciplines. Philosophy sometimes is called not the handmaid, what's the person who helps you give birth?
The doula or whatever.
Doula. So we sort of give birth to all these other disciplines. Before they're ready, they were always philosophy. Politics used to just be philosophy. Science used to be called natural philosophy. But at some point, you get a list of standard questions and standard methods that on its own becomes its own discipline. But then, of course, like you're saying, there's that danger that you're going to become a sort of dogma. You're going to become set in stone, and you're going to have boundaries outside of which you can't think. And that's what philosophy is here to always do. Help you think outside of those boundaries you set.
Right, and knowing, I think, when Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, when they sort of really started emphasizing, what is thought? Did you think this through? Why do we do this? Right? And just questioning. That's a beautiful aspect of anything, is to understand that as much as I think that I know now at 42, I just understand it's weird. It's like a reverse effect. You think you know everything when you're young, and then by the time you're older, you realize how little you know. And how much time you wasted not knowing the things that you should have been knowing. It's so weird, but it's like the psychological effect of life. And I think the longer we live as a species, because we didn't have time to think that far back in the past, when we lived at 22, 24 years old, and then died of gangrene or some sort of weird infection, right? And then just surviving. And you didn't have time to think, what am I? Where are these things, right? Like that came along with civilization. We started questioning things. We had more leisure time because other things provided for us. We didn't have to worry about that. And it's interesting because we started reflecting on ourselves, our nature, and just fighting against our own species to make our right. And I think as a philosopher, for you, it must be maddening when you just, especially now on YouTube and Twitter and ufology in question too, is that everybody's opinionated. Everybody thinks, no, this guy's valid, this guy's not valid. They're so certain of themselves. Well, I'm not certain of anything. I'm just I have to observe it, right?
Yeah, it's sort of maddening, but in one way, it's encouraging because people are thinking, right? People are finding their own positions on things. And so as a teacher, I taught at universities for over a decade, and one of the more frustrating things is when people come into your classes and they don't seem to have any view at all, or at least they don't feel any confidence in expressing what they think. That's more disheartening than a person who has view and sticks to it, because you can maybe wiggle them out of their dogmatism or their sense of security. So in one sense, it's encouraging, but in another sense, it's discouraging, because as a philosopher, maybe the thing that sort of distinguishes us the most is that we have this love for not knowing, this love for that experience of going oh my God, that's a complicated question. I have no idea what to think of that. For most people, that's deeply uncomfortable. And for me, it's like the equivalent of a roller coaster or something. It's thrilling to wade into a topic that's interesting and about which I just can't figure out what to think.
Yeah, and it forces us to think differently than we'd like to go. Because the thing is, with this subject, especially for let's say with non-entities, non-human entities, the question of philosophy needs to come back. Philosophy needs to be applied here big time. It's not just the science of it, but the implications of it all. The technology leaking into society, and society's use of this alien technology, eventually understanding what aliens are and non-entities are, and that there's major implications to our civilization. And even like I think back, because you study this stuff, but everybody said, I know you're not a big fan of Ayn Rand. I am. I like some of her philosophy, not all of it, but some aspect of it I like. But you mentioned something that was quite interesting, that you prefer people to come to your class with a foundation or a base already on an opinion, rather than somebody who has none. Why is it not to have an opinion and just to be neutral? Do you think?
Well, I think that it's sort of our natural inclination is to gravitate towards some idea that we can use and like get through the world with. So when a person feels reluctant to lean in any direction at all, or sort of identify any direction as more that kind of appeals to them the most, it kind of signals to me that they've been taught against their own natural nature to not commit intellectually to something. So they just sort of sit back and observe a lot, which can be good, but I think there's something sort of unnatural where like I just don't even know what to think. I don't think about that tells me it's out of it or discouraged from doing their own thinking, and that's kind of just a natural state is to think and wonder and lean in one direction or another.
Yeah, and also socially people teach us what's appropriate, what's not. Like when people used to bring up UFOs, even people's natural reaction was to laugh it off and to dismiss it, and that's not, it's not the case today. But that there was a shift there, right? There was a shift in mentality or approach to saying, okay, maybe it's okay for you to talk about it now. But that did a lot of damage, not addressing something. It's like saying, hey, leaves are green and everybody argues. So stating facts, and I always think about that, like, just for those that don't think or have a foundation like this will run their world. If you never contemplated anything else, limited space, what do you think that does to the individual? And in the second part of that question, what do you think that would do as a civilization? Like, what do you think the implications of that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. The first thing to roll back a little bit on is when we initially started talking about UFOs in like the late 40s or early 50s or whatever, people kind of laughed at it. What I think they laughed at was not at the phenomena that we use the term for, because those seem to have been around for a very, very long time, like all of human history. And now look, I've seen things flying around in the sky. If you go to pretty much any time or place in human history and ask people, like, do you know anything about like little people who fly around in shiny objects? Everybody's like, oh yeah, we hear about those or whatever. But so it's not that they're laughing at. It's when we gave it a name and sort of conceptualized it, that we could also start like putting it into Hollywood movies and making tabloid headlines. Right. That's when it became a subject about which we could laugh. It was that framing that somehow American early sci-fi era America put around this phenomenon that made us laughable. But I think that the bigger question I asked was, what does it do to people when you introduce this like framework shattering idea into their world? And honestly, I don't know, because if you look back historically, there's been large periods, just in North American history, there have been long periods where people tended to think that there were like other life forms in the world. I mean, look at the Mormon movement of the 19th century. The second Mormon prophet was saying that there was life in the sun, and lots of people believe that, and it doesn't seem to like change very much. Like maybe they thought about it and thought it was really cool or whatever, but even prior to that, there were like long periods where European tracks were being printed about people who lived on the moon, and you can see the canals and things up there. And it didn't seem to do a whole lot, but I think maybe what would change people's perception of their own reality is the idea that there's some interchange, that there's some other intelligence that's here and interacting with us in some way, and that might shatter things a lot for them, especially if it gets framed as something that you need to be afraid of. Like, you and I have talked probably a lot about the induction phenomenon.
Yeah.
If that becomes like the primary framework around which we start talking about UAP or whatever's behind UAP, and I'm not even convinced that it's extraterrestrial. I'm kind of agnostic on that question. But that becomes the chief framework. When people start thinking about the possible abduction, and it might trigger a lot of fear. But if we start talking about the possibilities of technological advancements or healing diseases or whatever sorts of things we might be able to get out of technology, and again, I'm kind of a little about whether we even could technology from another world easily transfer to any application here. Maybe we could, and these places think maybe we can't very easily. But if we could, then that framework leads us down a different emotional reactionary path. And so I think it's kind of an open question we're at crossroads right now in this conversation. How is it going to get framed? And that's going to determine to a lot how people respond to it emotionally.
Yeah, and it's like the further we go into the rabbit hole, it is UFO and alien abduction and relation and all that. The more questions pop up, and for me, the more philosophical questions pop up as well. The implications of that. We were talking just the other night, just about Congress coming out and hearing about this, and there's also a dark side to ufology, which people don't tend to cover much. Yeah, the side of it, only the illegal things that were, the crimes that were committed to keep this a secret, but also the cases that seem like people were killed by non-human entities, and that's a scary bit. That's a part that we, I know with Stephen Greer, he's very much on that, no friendly or the ones who are hostile, but I'm not wholly convinced. I think it's too about the black and the white, it's either this or that. There's got to be a gray zone, right? Their days has got to be a gray zone.
Convenient analogy.
Exactly.
I think that there's to be made that we should just do away with any complete intelligence that they're going to be totally fine, right? And for the same exact reasons that encountering any other species, you can't say, well, bears are totally benign or jellyfish are totally benign. I mean, jellyfish don't even have minds, right? So they can't even properly be benign or angry, but it would be silly to say they're totally benign because any non-human intelligence or species is going to have aims of its own that are constructed purely with regard to our well-being. And to say that something is totally benign is just to say that all of its aims really take us into account and do so in a way that's for our benefit. And it just cannot be that, if we encounter some completely non-human intelligence that it's already going to have constructed all of its aims and projects and intentions and biological needs and things in order to accommodate our well-being. It just seems too good to be true. So the best we can hope is that it would be nice and would try to take our well-being into account, but there's no telling how they might calculate things. I mean, they have needs of their own. They're going to have to, at some point, ask questions about whether they should sacrifice our well-being or own, and we know how those kind of thoughts go with our own species, so it's probably going to be the same thing.
Yeah, and I often think that ego at some point must exist in their society. I don't think you can progress technologically and to survive. You need defense mechanisms and weapons to be able to do so. So the part of protecting self and self-interest is going to be part of these species. I mean, if they're here operating, it's for self-interest. It's not, like you said, for the benefit of us surviving. There's a purpose here. The scary bit is that it is a multitude of different things. So it's not, I think we addressed this last time. I think that I would fare better and society would fare better if, it comes out look, we made contact with an alien species. They seem to be friendly. We're communicating right now. See if we can meet the public to react to that better, because you only deal with one fact, right? One entity. We can handle that. But this subject might be really deep in the sense of it might be terrestrial, interdimensional, something that's already been here, something that's from the future. There's a multitude of possibilities, and it could all exist in the same realm as well. We don't know it. That's a scary bit, because there's some, I'm sure, are friendly and don't mean us any harm, but the others, even we're talking about the cat mutilations that humans are found in the same ways that these cattle. And I was thinking about this at our conversation on Friday. And if we were to send a drone out to another planet to dissect an animal that's there, do you think we would care if the droid did it with finesse or kindness?
Of course not. No. I mean, look, we already had the answer to that question, right? We did for stuff all the time. We build tons of animals in so cool ways. We just attack things like our chamois. We get hives of rabbit things like that. So yeah, our concern for our fellow evolutionary well-being is great abysmal. So it might be the case that if some intelligence comes here and they figure out how should we treat these, they would just look at how we treat them and say, oh well, that's the norm. Let's just that'd be really bad for us.
Yeah, and like I said, I understand our human nature. To their nature, it'll be quite different. In the Bible, God says, "My ways are different than your ways." It's like heaven is from earth, or earth is from heaven. I mean, it's just such a different way of thinking that you're not going to get there. And I think this is the issue that bugs me the most, because we're going to throw all our scientists and everything that we can at this, and philosophy, and people of different fields of study need to investigate this and try to put this as a collective, because it bleeds into every aspect of our lives, like even to the core of consciousness. We're talking a bit about consciousness, and what does that mean as the individual? Like let's say your rights, it's not really a right. It's amongst ourselves, it's a right, human rights, but for them, they can come and go and just do what they want to at any point in time. And there's nothing.
Rights, so you're talking about our right to not have our own free will and like in a
Yes, exactly.
Our lives or my memory was completely wiped or something.
Yeah.
That being sort of like a violation almost, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And you hear that a lot in the abduction cases, that it's a violation of your body because you can't control it, violation of your consciousness because you do whatever they tell you to do. They tell you to forget about it, you forget about it. Like, that superiority, I think, is the hardest part for these abductees, is to explain how superior these things are to us. And it seems like they have every right. People say you don't have a right to do this, and they say no, we have every right, or you signed up for it. Like, there's a weird thing that's going on there. But I think that maybe that's the part for these abductees that is the hardest part to cope with, is a complete lack of any control over it.
Yeah, it's a violation. I mean, this is something where my philosopher hat on, I can actually contribute something straight from my discipline.
Please, yeah.
Rights or something that just the concept did not emerge until way late in human history. I mean, we're talking about sort of John Locke's era and John Donne and other people were.
It's fairly recent. Yeah, fairly recent.
They have that concept guiding our ethics for a long period of time, and it sort of fell out of legal theory. Like, what gives you the right to something? Starting with questions like, what gives you the right to a piece of land? And the idea of, this Locke's idea that America's legal philosophy is found on. It's like, you work these hands with your bare hands, and that's what gives you the right to ownership or something. So that concept fell out of these sorts of discussions. It's not something we automatically bring into the world, and so it begins to think that when you talk to an alien race or an extra off-world race, that they would develop that same concept along the same lines, especially if your biology or psychology are completely different. But what more deeply, what people seem to be objecting to in these abduction cases that you mentioned is what we call in philosophy bodily autonomy. The right or the ownership of your own body and to direct your own body's experience and to be the one who controls what you go through and what you experience and how you experience it, right? So a lot of times in moral philosophy we talk about like violating a person's bodily autonomy, position their body is in and what they do and things like that should be yours. So it seems like that's kind of the ground upon which a lot of people are not complaining, because that makes it sound petty, but the way that they feel traumatized by the experience of being violated sort of in like a way, which I can understand But if whoever's doing the violating doesn't have a similar relationship to their own body and their own consciousness, then we might not expect them to understand what it's like to go through that.
Yeah, good point. Because that's something that they're used to, or something that they do themselves. They wouldn't see the point of view that, and there's no, for the people that do come back, there's some issues there, but it's interesting. It's interesting that they could do that to you, but yet, we often joke that they don't throw you out the airlock when they're done. At least they return you to the right place where they took you from. Most of the time, we don't know. Maybe there's some.
Yeah, what's his name? Is that his name? Tim Scott, the guy who was abducted and then dropped off like several miles away from where he was 2 days later. I can't remember. Randy Scott?
You thinking about like the Fire in the Sky incident, or?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay, Now, you got Tim in my head. It's not Tim. The audience is gonna kill us right now. They're probably just shouting it out right now.
Just look into the comments and they'll tell you.
We said my head is stuck on that. Fire in the Sky was Tim Walton's. Yeah. But that's crazy, but the thing is, that was a rescue mission because they took him in the middle of the woods. They had no place to put him back, or they're not going to put him back there.
That's the point.
The nearest town, near a phone booth, like they did him a service, for sure. And when you hear stuff like that, you're like, man, that shows kindness. Like, when he mentioned Travis Walton, not Tim Walton, Travis Walton. Thank you. But fair enough. It's early. But it's crazy because he thinks that it was a rescue mission after a while because his friends left him. He was in really bad shape, and when he woke up, they were working on the painting behind me is from his point of view when he woke up, and he could see 3 entities above us. Yeah, that's his head up there or whatever. I mean, that's not legit, but a rendition of it. And it's scary because you realize that there's no ill intent there. They did him a service. They brought him back and they kept him alive. It was a weird experience for sure. But I think and that's the thing, alien experience, like how they always say, it was like this, but no, really. And I could totally understand we don't have the lexicon for that yet. Right?
And that's really one of the things that when I started getting some level of interest in people's experiences with UAP and abductions and things, one of the things that was most compelling to me was reading testimonies where people would say that they didn't quite have the vocabulary to explain their experiences, right? Because people don't mistake some experience for something they don't have any vocabulary. Right? You see something straight across the sky, and it's actually a weather balloon or it's actually a meteor. You might mistake it for something else, but you don't mistake it in a way that says, it's just some color that I've never really seen. We can't even talk about what the surface temperature is, sort of like aluminum, but it's sort of like woody or transparent or whatever. Those sort of outside of your normal weather experiences kind of convey a trueness to me, a true quality that I can't find in other places. You just don't find them in the realm of normal human experience, and that's kind of what started making me think like, these people would experience something. Why do they experience something? And it's not just a mundane experience that they mistook, because it's outside of their normal look of experiential descriptor.
Yeah, I think maybe the closest thing to that is somebody has an acid trip and they go through and they see different things they can't describe it. They've never had that before. There's no point of reference. Person going through these experiences, like there's nothing. Yeah, that's interesting. And when you hear the commonalities in these abductees and the things that they go through, like not only the emotion, but things that to them or message. On Friday, we were talking about a case in Denver. Crazy because that little team, when he turned around and asked the kids, like 60 odd kids, but each one, from the little guys all the way to the older ones, each got a different message from that being at the same time. Like, how superior is that intellectually to us? Like, I've never been able, I can convey with my words things that'll make sense to another Homo sapien, but to convey emotions and show them things about the future and stuff like this, 60 individuals, like, that is scary. That is not something that we can even fathom at this point.
Yeah, I only know the basic outlines of that case. Did the kids ever like convey what messages were given to them individually?
Some of them did. Yeah, so some of them did. So right after it happened, it got given to the Harvard professor John Mack, and John Mack, of course, was fast abduction phenomenon and huge inspiration on me to start the podcast to begin with. But he flew down there, and he started, what they did is that they separated little guys like in kindergarten because they were freaked out. They didn't want to traumatize them, so they didn't interview them, but they interviewed the kids a little bit older. And one of the kids, she was saying that she felt like it was saying, come with us, like it really wanted to. Some of the ones were terrified. They were, getting messages of end of times and just global warming. And each kid, I don't know what each kid received, but each one said that they could hear them or like understand their emotions. And it's a really weird thing, telepathy, right? And that always fascinated me. And those kids still today, there's a documentary that came out not too long ago on this. It's called Aerial School. It's fascinating because he takes people that were there, kids that were there back to that, and they literally have PTS, like they post-traumatic stress incident. Like this one little girl, her parents are very fundamentally Christian. There's no way she could talk to them about this life-changing experience that she experienced. Even the teachers in school after a while told the kids not to talk about it because it was too much. But it's fascinating, and it's not the only time that these entities appear in schools. They do that often. Throughout the world, Canada, a bunch of them, even playgrounds and stuff like that, and our kids. And not only that, but the development of our species, like it's interesting, like this, it brings up so many questions, like why, right?
The children are objectively better and more interesting than adults. So
hands down, and great observers too, because they'll take everything in. I think this is we have on. There's a lot of things that no one says we're conditioned not to see it, and kids will report things that adults can't really say, and their experience is different. When they're little, these entities are almost like friends, like children that they play with. When they're older, it becomes more traumatizing, but I think that's because you start realizing that it's not normal, or your brain is now conditioned to saying stating absolutes, which I still have a hard time with that, like stating absolutely, yeah, especially in this field, and it's hard because you gotta pick a lane and drive in it, right? And I say that to people, you gotta pick like your article that you picked your niche philosophy, right? And I'm talking about for the people listening, the article in a debrief. What was the title?
I think that Micah, who's a much better editor and sort of person, pitcher than I am, gave it a title like "It's time to rethink some of our basic assumptions about UFOs" or something like that.
Yeah, but it nailed it on the head because that's exactly what your article was about. And it brings about the question of getting philosophers. I got some that add me on LinkedIn, right, which is great. But I'd like to see them more engaged, like yourself, to actually cover this subject because it is a huge part of it. That the questions of why, the implications. You were talking about disclosure, the implications of disclosure, and you brought up like multiple angles that I never thought about. Like, one thing leads to another, right? One problem leads to multiple other problems, and depending on which path you take, you had a chart, which was just like fascinating.
I'm going to put that up at some point in the next 2 weeks or so, and I'll let you link to it. But the idea was to show like how complex any particular disclosure scenario is and how many applications it has, and questions for policy, questions for international diplomacy, and how to handle like homeland security, all of these other things, like every one of them is so deeply broad and complex that there's a million ethical questions to asked for how you'd handle it. And one of the disappointing things thinking about this is that it makes me much more sympathetic to a point of view of maybe government insiders who are like, just hide everything, just don't tell anybody anything because the risk is too high and the complexities are so unknown. And governments especially don't like engaging with the unknown. It's just they can't control it, right? So I can really understand why there's hesitancy on the side of anybody who knows anything to tell people. It also makes sense, like at a personal level. One thing I get a lot now are people emailing me asking, and I don't have children, people asking me, how should I talk to my kids about this? I've gotten at least 3 different people email me with that specific question.
Good question. Great question.
Yeah. As a person who doesn't get from everything, just tell them whatever you think is true and tell them here are the options that are the bank, and we don't really know, but there's the evidence that we're considering and so forth. And they're afraid they'll overwhelm their kids, and maybe it will, but I was overwhelmed by everything as a kid, so I don't have the ability sympathy for that experience because it's going to be fun. You know, those are your kids on an explode or whatnot, but I'm probably not the person who has actual sympathy. Just give me some LSD and
Time with Michael Philosophy. Got parts of stuff. Yeah. I don't know how I got into this. This is weird. Yeah.
it just gets nuts. What I do now.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, we were talking about the crimes that are also involved in this, and the implications of once these crimes come out, people being mad and more distrust in their government because now they know the government went above and beyond what is morally right to keep this secret.
I think you were talking about cover-ups and the crimes of like military people being in danger or physically harmed by newcomers with these things. Right? I know Gary Nolan is working on a lot of real cases right now. Pilots that think who had UAP encounters and who suffered what can be characterized as brain damage from it. And of course, there are other lots of examples. I mean, you and I talked about the flap of Chupa cases in 1977 in Brazil and the burns that people received from that. So that's just civilians, people who've been dispatched to specifically interact with these kinds of technologies or beings or whatever it is that they're encountering. Have certainly gotten physically damaged and psychologically damaged too.
Yeah. Well, even now in Peru, I think there's something going on too.
Tell me about this because I haven't followed this story.
Well, my basic understanding is that it's a remote village, but these villagers have been attacked by some sort of predatory entity, has claws or something, but it also camouflage. It's almost like think Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger, like literal Predator. And they said that it slashed one of the girls' throats and they saved her, but it wasn't pretty. And that these villagers have been attacked almost nightly by these things. So they're pleading, and you got to think too, like for something to be like, I mentioned that before, but something to be remote to get attention from the U.S. government to go down, or to get any government to go down and investigate it, they must have been going through this for quite some time, and dangerous enough to send out people to go get help, right? So I'm not sure I'm following up on it every day, see if I can get any more news on this. Today we are August 13th, so when we're recording this is August 13th, so it might be news that comes out since this podcast is released. But that's my basic understanding right now, and it's not uncommon that attacks take place in the southern part of the hemisphere. Like, you mentioned the 1977 case, like people seem to be hurt or found in really weird ways down there. Not sure if it happens in North America. If it does, it's very much diluted amongst our population and nobody talks about it. But down there, it's prevalent. Like, it seems like it's not good that they're being attacked or being zapped or major implications. Like I said, it's a scary bit of ufology that we never talk about.
It might be there's like a selection problem too, in that if we found people with slash throats in America, we'd almost certainly attributed to like one of them. I think it was like 1,000 serial killers listed at any point in North America. So you would probably just attribute it to something like that. I mean, you're gonna have to go through a lot of weird evidence before you can knock all those things off your list of guesses and start saying, well, maybe this was some actual interesting thing. Whereas if it happens in a small village, you've got everybody kind of testifying, maybe it's harder to attribute it to something like a serial killer or whatever. But I mean, that's a bizarre story, especially the degree to which it kind of mirrors a real fictional story that we have in like the Predator films or something that makes me think of Johnny's control hypothesis, where the phenomenon actually manifest according to cultural icons and takes forms that are familiar to us of being confusing, or the feeling it has a sort of sense of absurdity if like real predators are starting to like pop up into reality, which of course I have no idea what's going on down in Fruit, but that's my initial thought.
Yeah, but I just think like how scary that would be if you're like, okay, once you admit this is happening, then you're like, this is happening. Very many people now at this point, and trying to convince people that your life is threatened by something that doesn't seem to be human. But again, like you hear stories like that, I'm just gonna walk around just things walking on hind legs that should not be, and just from fictional, science fiction becomes science fact at some point. If somebody said that a while ago, and I love that because it's true. Like whatever it is that we can dream of is probably somewhere out there in the universe, right? Yeah, so that's the scary bit. But yeah, we're talking about the crimes and admittance, of course, of that, and the implications of not only the crimes that the government has committed, and I say government, it's not government, they're not aware, but these clandestine operations have done a lot of things. They're not so keen on killing people now because it's a little more evident. People go missing, and suddenly their TikToks, their podcasts are no longer coming out, and there's going to be some problems. But in the past, they've ruined families, divorces just from fear that they've caused. And I always think about, yes, a lot of these people are dead, but there's got to be some sort of accountability at some point, right? Because of this closure, and that's coming as well. What should be our approach when we start asking for questions on their behavior on this thing? How would we go about that?
Yeah, one thing that occurs to me is that probably a lot of this like intimidation behavior, which no doubt exists in all sorts of forms, especially when it comes to military, this sort of intimidation behavior, like you'll hear people tell stories of. I think this happened in one of the Pentagon Papers cases where there was some other. You didn't see any of this, you don't know this, if anything comes out, your dad or something, like some really very like cliche threat. And what occurs to me in retrospect is that there are a lot of people in the military who have absolutely no authority to do anything to your family. They couldn't do it if they wanted to, but they can certainly say that and intimidate you, and then there's no possibility of accountability because they can deny that they ever said it. And then they can also say, well, I couldn't even done such a thing. So why would I say it? I imagine that a lot of these intimidation tactics are just, just bluffs, right? If you ever shows up here doing something, they're going to burn your house down if you tell anybody about a UFO that you saw. My guess is that they're probably a bluffer. But then we have to ask what happened. What about the people who have really been harmed? And the ones that I know the most about are people who've been harmed through sort of psychological, manipulation and constant harassment, like
gaslighting type thing.
Yeah, like Millie Holiday, the FBI trying to get her to commit suicide by just like being mean to her and depriving her of her heroin.
Well, based on David Rush's allegations, they do that within the military. Like they'll demote you and kill your entire career if you even approach the subject.
Sure, that is real. I mean, certainly they can do that.
Yeah.
So you have to go to accountability for that. Probably you can't get accountability for ruining somebody's career within your own organization. I mean, there'd be some sort of civil rights lawsuit, probably, or employment rights lawsuit, but the government has already constructed, especially the military, has constructed its organizations in such a way to have all of these levels of opaqueness that you can't see, that a court can't just dig into. So as sad as it is, there's probably not a lot of hope for accountability in the end for a lot of individual cases. When you get to weird cases where people have actually died, killed or something, which I don't know many of those cases, there's probably a because there's just at least as far as I know, there's no protocol for just summarily executing a person for doing something wrong with the job. But I don't know, are there specific cases that you're troubled most by?
Well, I was talking to a gentleman once, and he's a field investigator with the farm in a past experiencer. And he was mentioning he was investigating the case, and he realized he's being tailed by, government-looking cars. And he says everything's fine. He hits the highway, and then all of a sudden he's 40 minutes away from where he was, driving, I think, in the opposite direction, something like that. And it was caused by these people in the car. Which, you normally hear about missing time when, you hear about alien abductions or some sort of encounter.
Oh, he's 40 minutes away from where, he like...
Yeah, exactly. Noticed that he's being, it was him and somebody else, I think, in this pickup truck. He's thinking, what? That's pretty scary. Like, do they have a weapon? Do they have something? You know what I mean? Like, the accountability of what's being used on us based off of this technology. That, to me, is a crime against humanity. Using alien technology, that's the reason to the human race, as far as I'm concerned. Using something from it that's too powerful that can't be created by humans against humans, right? And the mind control stuff, we know the CIA does a bunch of things on mind control, but that involves, it's never a clean job. It's not like there are people, scientists and stuff like that. Bob Lazar mentioned that, scientists have been trying to reverse engineer. Russians have been captured. They were working at S4. They had some sort of breakthrough. Within 24 hours, the 4 Russians had been kidnapped. And that's when they handed Bob Lazar a gun. They said, you need to defend yourself. So shit's going down clandestine operations. They're good at what they do. They'll bust in. They have what the hell they're doing at this point. 9 years of people, it's a secret. But in the
I'm a Bob Lazar skeptic. However, I know that you and I...
I want to convert you, yeah.
I'm looking through it. I did order the book in some of my houses. And you know much more about him and his stories than I do. But I'm currently on the straddling the fence when it comes to Bob Lazar. But maybe it's just out of ignorance. I don't know. But
no, once you read the book, he makes sense. He's actually a good writer because to me it was like it was just a nice flow, and he explains almost week by week to the best of his knowledge of what took place, and it makes sense when you read it. He doesn't explain himself well in person because people ask him questions out of sequence. So you never know what sequence things happen, but in a book he lays it out for you, which is quite nice. The biggest takeaway that I got from that was the secrecy and the threats that he received. Even like if you go to the gym, come out, his car doors were all open, his car was rummaged through, like just like you mentioned, psychological games. It probably can't go after a civilian, but these mercenaries that they hire whenever can. And a lot of people have been threatened in their life, like, shut up. Like, we know where your daughter works, we know where your wife works. Like, when you get a threat like that when you're a family person, that's scary. Like, don't come after my family, I'll shut up.
Yeah. My normal advice, my own advice for what I would do in that situation is to try to call the bluff, but then it's not in a situation where somebody's threatening my family, so I don't want to call that bluff. But intimidation tactics like rummaging through your car seem to me to indicate the level of authority at which they're working. Like, okay, we can get around somebody's car, fuck you, but that doesn't, to me, say the same level as like a person who can just vanish your bank account or make you disappear or something that seems pure intimidation. And I know that there are a lot of organizations that work this way. For instance, this one started by the Church of Scientology. Wow. I work for an organization that did sort of...
It's not easy to do that.
It's not, but they'll do stuff like kill your animals and things, and bugs in your office and things. But that also shows they really don't have any real authority. And I would imagine that most people who are doing intimidation stuff like that are kind of bullshit artists. But don't call their bluff when it comes to your family, I guess. But no, that's very troubling. So he comes out and he has all these things running into his car and threatening his his family after working at S4 was
Yeah, so basically the gist of it is that his wife lived the flight and his phone flight. He worked there. They knew it was coming, knew what was going on, so they didn't want his personal life affecting the reverse engineering work. So, and to begin with, they were always calling at different times during the day, like 2 o'clock in the morning, get ready, have this weird shit like that. He understood the level CMC that this was under, and for Russian guys that or any other department was saying they're handing you a gun, like shit gets real pretty fast, especially for a young 24-year-old, like however it was, right? So because of that, he started getting paranoid because like, why aren't they calling me in? Like, why aren't they doing this? They were the storm the path. But he thought his life was in danger, and then of course it was just a mess. It was a young 24-year-old, newly married, messy life, messy situation, and didn't get any better from that. But he was the original whistleblower, as far as I'm concerned, that came out and said everything he explained is coming to light now. Element 115, everybody laughed at him like that doesn't even exist. It does now. It's on the periodic table. Like, he's being vindicated. Even with David Grush coming forward and saying that there's a reverse engineer program. Dude, in 1989, he said the exact same thing. You know what I mean? So it's just 30 years of his life being ruined. So he deserves, like I said, a lot more, I wouldn't say praise, but just admiration for standing up for what's right? Telling the general population, these guys are up to this, and this is real. Like, even when we talk about Jim Goodall, and Jim's like, right before he took the job at S4, he did not believe in aliens. He's like, that stuff is phony baloney. Like, it's complete nonsense. He gets a job at S4, he changes his mind really quick, right? So, but the lengths at which they go through, the things that he's heard, even David Grush mentions, this is kept under wraps, and with the threat of death, and the threat of death is always there, especially with the secret that big, right? And that's why they even we're talking Mary Broadwell in Australia, her life was ruined. She's divorced. Like, there's implications to this field. It's not easy, and we're fighting against the current. Right?
the thing that I'm thinking through those details that you gave about Bob Lazar's life. It definitely pushes me to the point where I think either he's an extremely dedicated patient artist, or yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of detail, like those are MC Escher bullshit artists, or there's some substantial truth to it. But maybe more importantly, practically important for anybody who is considering blowing the whistle, he did blow the whistle in his self-mind, which illustrates a general point. Is that if you're considering blowing the whistle and you're afraid, the best thing you can do for your safety is to become a whistleblower. Yeah. Because if somebody steps up and says something and they vanish, it's just really obvious what happens, right? And people start freaking out. But it's in that moment before you blow the whistle that you're probably most vulnerable. So if you're listening to this and you're considering blowing the whistle in the documentary, do it immediately. That's my advice. As an ethicist, professional ethicist head on right.
Yeah, and go hard, right? Like, don't go soft about it. Like, be everywhere. Make sure you get noticed. And it's important. We order even people within the military. They enlist to serve their country, but they have no idea that this stuff is going to happen. Put them in a base, and all of a sudden things get. They're not expecting that, and when they come out of service, they're told, okay, you don't talk to her about it. Like, I can't imagine going on your daily life, going to Walmart with a family, knowing everything that you know about reality, knowing that nobody else around us. That's gotta be isolating,
I think so. And before, like, Vietnam, there was a totally different attitude that people had, especially in North America, towards Israel. It was like, the government's doing the right thing, and I need secrets, but I've got to keep it inside me for national secret. The government's watching out for us. Then after Vietnam and the sort of pursuing and all these other things that sort of spoke up as not really in your best interest and not being honest all the time and not being a good guy all the time. But that attitude is starting to fade, and what that does is it incentivizes the government to try to enforce secrecy in other ways rather than just through like our own dedicated admiration and fidelity to the government. And all those other ways of incentivizing it are probably the dark nefarious kinds of ways that make you afraid to tell the truth.
Right. I often think that, closure, the way it's going right now, being marketed, you and we were talking about that on Friday, how it's going to start generating income for a lot of people. This is going to be a big topic. There's superstars and there's going to be experts that are on TV and excludes are going to be signing contracts are going to be a whole aspect of this though. We're going to market disclosure. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
So my immediate thought is to the extent that somebody is getting paid to talk about this stuff directly, like being paid to come on to 60 Minutes or whatever it is, right? You don't really need to listen to it. But for a few reasons. One, journalism doesn't operate by paying sources of information. And there's a really good reason for that. If you start offering money for information, it incentivizes people to like chin up and sensationalize the information they can get as much as possible to make it as valuable as they can. And that's really bad for the information economy. You want information that's just clean and precise and coming from sources who are just interested in getting the information out there and informing the public. So avoid those sources. And the people who have information should also really avoid any opportunities to be paid for it. I mean, I know it's enticing or whatever, but it's kind of a trade-off. It's like a deal with the devil. If you start being paid $50,000 to come on to whatever, I don't know if Joe Rogan pays anybody for his podcast or whatever.
I think he just slides them in or something like that.
Yeah, well, good. That's a very good thing. Good job, Joe Rogan. But if you start getting offers to be paid for it, you've got to take the high road and turn that down because it's all it's going to do is pollute the information economy, and it's going to take you out of the world of being able to like actually be involved with the information that you're working with. Because if you've got a calendar full of paid interviews, you're going to be too busy doing that to actually stay involved with the material that you're supposed to be working on, or that you have any hands on. So, yeah, the idea that this is going to become a commodity, this information is going to be commodified, is just miserable to me. I mean, it happens with any time information is commodified. It just sucks for everyone.
Yeah, then you just think about like a circus that comes through town, a couple of dead bodies, you got to pay to see like this an absolute, what we normally do as a species, you know what I mean, capitalize on it if we can. One other topic before I let you go, we were talking about people making decisions, when they decide to plug a atomic bomb, they had no idea if it was going to light the atmosphere on fire. They said, hit the switch. Let's see how this plays out.
And it's sort of like into the microphone, which is a thing you haven't seen yet.
No,
if anybody hasn't, it's totally worth it. And very faithful to the biography of this stuff. But I get your point. You're saying making decisions for us, those stuff. I think there was a hook in there.
Yeah. Well, the hook basically people making decisions on behalf of whether, there's technology, but if there is interactions with them, I mean, it's not a global, we didn't agree to this. It's basically a selected group of people making decisions for everyone without oversight. Without oversight.
There's no oversight. It's, how it's going to be, you can't put these things to a vote because it puts out too much information for people you might not want to get the information, but it's certainly too much responsibility for anybody to, bear on their own. So, I guess, let's take an example. We have a graph that's like easy sci-fi example. Graph is graph. It's got some sort of anti-graph tech on it, and we're trying to figure out how it works. We're going to reverse engineer it and see how we can weaponize it, for instance. I mean, anti-gravity tech can be weaponized really, really easily.
And scarily, yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I wonder, especially about in these congressional hearings, is why it hasn't come up that if we have these objects that can accelerate to like Mach 5 and speed, why we're worried about the weaponization of it. You don't even have to attach a payload to it. You just slam one of those things into a nuclear power plant, you'd get a really big catastrophe. Our weapons, like, our missile interception systems wouldn't work at all against something that could nuke it that way, but I haven't heard that discussion at all, and it seems inconspicuous. I think it's supposed to be something that's de-emphasized in these discussions, probably for good reasons, to not freak out the public or whatever, but yeah, what do we say about people who live in these positions of extreme decision-making power? What do you think you would do? I don't know what I would do. I mean, it's kind of like if you were given the opportunity, wouldn't you reason, well, somebody else is going to have the same opportunity, or Ryan is going to have the same opportunity, and you know what they're going to do, so I guess we should do it. Is that kind of how you think? Or
I think it should not be a group and organizations that decide these things, and if they do, it's because they must have their reasons. Every organization has their reasons, but a panel, and the panel that votes on decisions being made comes down to this. The panel is elected by the people. The panel doesn't need to discuss this, what's going on behind the scenes, but needs to have oversight over everything. Right now, there's so many different compartments, and I don't know who's running the show. It's hard to find, right? It's kind of like that cup trick. With the ball, you got to find where the ball is, and it's difficult. This is why ufology is difficult and frustrating, because there's people pulling the strings behind the scenes, but they're fighting against you. You're fighting amongst yourselves, with who's an idiot, who knows more, and you're fighting the media. You're fighting people that are going to be making money now, the all-stars. It's going to be a tough gig. Disclosure, and the thing is, there's got to be a way where we can make a decision as a civilization on how we progress with this. That it should not be compartmentalized to such a small group that doesn't operate within radar, that's not accountable, that there's no oversight. That's the scary bit, because those people have the ultimate control. It's not the government, it's not the president of the United States, it's those people. That's the scary bit.
Yeah, that's Oppenheimers. That's our new concept of any of the Oppenheimers who are, roped in and who find themselves in positions of extraordinary decision-making power, but who never ask for it and aren't qualified for it, because nobody's qualified to make a decision for all of humanity.
On this subject, I don't see how anybody's overqualified to handle this case.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, even the people we elect probably wouldn't know what to look for in a person to look at. That's just general trustworthiness. But I think maybe strategy we should think more about is something analogous to the strategy of mutually assured destruction in nuclear weapons. Once everything got out, once nuclear weapon making knowledge got out of the basic principles, and anybody who had good scientists could conceivably create one, we adopted that strategy by saying, well, look, everybody will just build as many weapons as they can, as they need, in order to make sure they can kill everybody else. And that way, if we start a war, we know that we're all dead, so that'll kind of minimize the time to start a war. Maybe that's the only way through this. I don't like mutually assured destruction path for nuclear weapons, because it involves me being destroyed if we ever start a nuclear war. But it might be the only way that we could ever get a sort of like democratized approach to what to do with this technology. If everybody had it, and we were just totally transparent about who had what we had, and whether other people look at that same information, then we could maybe progress without fear. It's really just like fear of it falling into the wrong hands and makes us make bad decisions, and it turns us into the wrong hands. That's just kind of like pernicious effect of corrupting your own intentions. I don't know, but I also wonder, like, from a grand scheme, is this like part of the test of humanity? Is it that at some point you encounter others who have like a vastly greater technological knowledge than you do. And if you find a way to make it through, that's like you have wiped yourself out and you get to progress as a civilization. I'm sure that if you ran this test a million times with different civilizations, an enormous portion of them would just wipe themselves out. Their bad decision making or accidentally or something. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it works out. And it'll depend a lot on the specifics of what it actually is in the hands of the government. I mean, we know there's something there. They're saying there's something there. We have tons of CIA documents from like the 70s saying there's something there. So we need to know the specifics, and I guess. Are you worried you're a parent? Is this like end of the world break for you?
No, I mean, I talk with my wife and my kids about it openly. I've always been open with my kids since they were little. I always told them Santa Claus isn't real. He's a character of Christmas, and the tooth fairy isn't real. It's mom, right? I've always been bluntly honest with my kids. Even teaching chess teaches them critical thinking. And it teaches them not to necessarily believe something just because it's being said. And I talk to them about the UAP subject, and I mean, not everything, obviously, they're little still, and their attention doesn't last very long. But yes, I talk to them about it, and it's not end of world things. I teach them about human corruption and lies and deceit and the hurt that causes, because you don't necessarily need to kill somebody, but just through lies and omissions, and you can definitely destroy somebody's life until they take their own, right? It's horrible, but like I said, there's crimes that are still being committed when it comes down to this. And like David Rush came out, and he's afraid, like, the threats were made on his life, on my family's life. They're serious accusations, because it means that the people that employed him to do his job tell him to shut up, there'll be consequences. So my hat's off to him being able to come out, and like that, we'll hear a lot more as this comes forward. Not only through other people that have been threatened, but people that they know that went missing or something happened to them. Like, it's not good, whatever this is. And if they're evil, we need to know. If they're good, we need to know. If they're sort of neutral, we need to know. It's the basic right, I think, as an entity living on this realm, to know what we're dealing with, right? As an adult, I don't know how old you are, Michael, but I'm 42. And I think I've lived this long. I'm raising kids. I've paid my taxes. I should know what reality is. And this is the point of this podcast, is just to say this might be a big part of reality that we're overlooking, and we need to look into it. We need to start really focusing on it. It's going to be complex, difficult, roadblocks. Timbershed mentioned the amount of roadblocks that he had trying to get this congressman for crying out loud. So yeah, the game is definitely there. Like I said, they're still playing like they're not. They haven't gone away.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah. There's one thing I wanted to throw by you out of the Brains Beer podcast. I've been thinking through arguably that if it's right, it might just throw an enormous wrench into the entire UAP discussion we're having right now. We'll run it by you and then I'll publish it somewhere. But maybe you can be like, just as a side project, a lot about military history, military deception history, right? And thinking about like in strategy, how when you have an adversary, not necessarily your enemy, but you have different aims, how it's often best to just have them left in the dark or believing something totally wrong, right? That puts you in the best position if you know what's going on there to see if you can kind of control what they're thinking and doing all the time. And so I've been thinking that if there's a non-human intelligence out there that's acting and doing things rationally, and they have some technology, and their technology allows them to go really fast and even cloak. I think that's one of like the 5 anthropopauls that Louis Elizondo keeps talking about, is this cloaking. Something seems to be some form of technology that's present there. Isn't it like necessary that we draw the conclusion that they are to some degree confusing, intentionally displaying themselves differently than they really are, right? So, for instance, you can imagine a UFO looking like a normal passenger plane, just a vertical interest or something. But you could also do lots of other things. You can look like they're flowery, or just make them look invisible. So I think the first step in the argument is that we have to assume that there's an incentive that whoever's running these technologies, they have an incentive to mislead us and to sort of control our perception of them, and to confuse us or to make us not see them or see something that isn't there, right? And so the question is that how far should we assume that they're going and doing that? How much of what we see is constructed purely for our own advantage, their advantage, and how much of it is real? The assumption that seems to prevail throughout all of these discussions is that whenever we see something, it's really what's there, right? Somebody says, like, gigantic football field-sized red cube in Texas. I mean, there was a gigantic football field-sized red cube in Texas. I don't know if I think that that's the right conclusion to draw, given that we know that there's some sort of like deception ability and a deception that's in it there. What's more likely that we accidentally caught them with all this like really advanced technology we have that they have, that we accidentally caught them with their pants down or their clothing shield off, or that they strategically chose to allow us to see this? It seems as if they're as smart as they seem to be, as technologically advanced as they seem to be. It seems extremely unlikely that we ever catch them. It seems much more likely that the times when we think that we've just caught something and seen it against their intentions, even if it means something like retrieving a crazy piece of technology or something, it seems to be at least as likely that they just dropped something there that was made specifically for us to find and tinker with, than it is that they accidentally crashed it, because I assume that they're crash of wooden systems are just as good as their cloaking or vision systems are. So the conclusion of this bizarre argument is that probably any observation we make, whether it's a visual observation of radar, catching a flying saucer crashing into a field, it's probably constructed for our deception or make us think something rather than just a ball of truth we think it is. Does that strike you as totally nuts?
It is, but and I understand your point of view, because it's just weird how these experiment, they've upgraded their radars, chips, and especially now they have nuclear chips and stuff like that. The radars capture activity around them all the time. I'm just going to address the crash situation. How often do they? Very rare. They're one of the safest ways of travel, but they do happen, right? But at any given day, you have hundreds of thousands of planes in the sky, traveling the world, and we hear about it every once in a while. I think it's the same thing with these guys. They're so active that it's impossible at some point one of them's going to crash. It's just inevitable. Here is a lot prevalent that we send to our atmosphere. They're here. They stay here for a long time, right? They hover above the oceans for 24 hours and they don't move. That stuff is scary. And they're small crafts. That's just the small stuff. Those are just the cruisers. Imagine what else they got, right? That's a scary bit. It's just the stuff that we see here that's just to facilitate their job. But to tell the truth, Mike, I think that they know our limits. They know the boundaries of which we can experience this objective reality. And that's their 5 senses. They know exactly what spectrum of light we can see, so then they operate outside those boundaries. Same with audible tones and stuff like that. There could be noises out there that we can hear because it's outside of our hearing spectrum, right? So I think if you're a species that is above, like it's the same with, let's say, chimps and let's say sea color. I don't know if that's true. Don't quote me on that. Have to Google it. Yeah. Let's say they can't see color. Well, you would operate on the terms that they can't see red, they can't see green. You know what I mean? Like you have information on it, and you use it against them. It's the same thing with these entities. What scares me more is the ability to manipulate thoughts, not only on one individual, but multiple individuals. Because it doesn't matter how many jets you add and how that jet is. If they tell it to shut off, the pilot shuts off. That's it. The mission is done. And that's the thing about this phenomenon, which is really weird, is that when we do and when we can't get close to them, it's almost like they play cat and mouse with us. They zoom out or they start flying circles around us, just make us aware of their superiority of the play, right? That's part of the phenomenon that is aggravating because it's, you want to be taken seriously. If you're $1 million trained pilot, flying jets, like you want to be taken seriously. That's your job. And this thing makes us feel stupid. It very much does, right? Like toddlers with scissors. That's exactly what it is. So when you're saying that, the differences between that, I think that sometimes they're like, okay, it's okay. And then sometimes, no, hurry the secret. So it's weird. It really is. And people say, oh, it could be the government. Why would the government act like what rationale? Is there a logic? Is it to acting like that? There isn't. It's an alien way of behaving. And you were mentioning about the crafts, and sometimes they do seem like other crafts. So imitate a plane. One gentleman was, we were talking to Chris O'Brien. He was mentioning about a helicopter in the field. And everybody could see it, those lights. It never made a sound. What a helicopter do you know doesn't make a sound? Right? Like, if you're going to be some sound waves, there's nothing. So it's fascinating, like the tricks and the minds, like even these, they'll see things that aren't there. They can't make out what's real, what's not. Keeping us confused, right? It's nasty, but the more I delve into it, the more intrigued I'm. Why was the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, the same. There has to be some percentage, at least some percentage of the observations you've made that were constructed for our either to be misled or for benefit or for their benefit. And they're totally not what we see on the radar, see on video screens or something. And the question is just what percentage of those are true or veracious? What percentage of them have veracity attributes to them? And now I've become like, just I've thought through this argument so many times that I've become kind of skeptical that there's anytime I hear any report now, I think, okay, was that really what was there? Did we really just catch them unaware, or do they intend for us to see this? And if they intended for us to see this, why? It's not just because that's what's there. There was some strategic decision being made there, and there have to be good strategic decision makers. If you got great technology, you don't get clocking or anti-gravity technology in a dummy.
No. But even the way these things fly, like the interactions with jets, like it's cute, right?
Yeah.
Well, as far as we know, there might be some nasty interactions, but the way that they sort of just play around and like, oh, you were gonna go here, I'll go there first. It's man, this is the part that blows my mind, and I know that we always talk about the technology that's involved. For me, it's the entities, man. Like the technology will come once you know more about the entities, and that's the part that fascinates me. Like I said, that's why the phenomenon of abduction fascinates me the most. Like, is that you want to know why they're here? Just look at the abductees, see what they say to the abductees, what they do to the abductees, right? If we study that, I think we'd be further ahead. And I know Congress has put together error and all that, but I think where they're failing is that they're not getting the experts they should have. I would put on a panel of philosophers, scientists, people that work in the field like MUFON and apply them, people that have volumes of work that investigate, like Jacques Vallée, an advisor, like put people that know what they're doing and have investigated this for years or can actually contribute something like for you, your philosophy, to a book. Write a book, the government procedures, what happens if this takes place. Like, I'm sure they have people like that already in place.
I think there's cases where we think, like, certainly the government would do good, but it is hard to get the government to take anybody seriously who's not talking to them about money, and that's just not what they do.
They're about the cash, right?
Yeah, they must see a sort of like computational benefit that they're going to get out of this, and a lot of times most questions are not, that sort of way.
Yeah. But again, I think it's linear. Like we just focus on one thing at a time on this subject, but we should be looking at there's a whole phenomenon. It's not just that these things are in our air or water or rivers, but that they're everywhere, right? The most important part of the videos that they released back in 2017 was when he said there's a whole fleet of them. Look on the NSA or ASA or whatever, a whole fleet of them. That's the best part of the whole videos is to admit it's like from a pilot that he's captured more than just one. Right? Like that is scary, but cool at the same time.
Look at the phenomenon holistically. Boundaries are going to start to come clear that there's not a clearness between the UAP phenomenon and what we consider religious phenomena, or even like my prediction is that now a cult phenomenon is starting to be taken seriously in the same way that like maybe UAP phenomenon. Like, sorry, I'm not a cultist or Wiccan or anything, but there's so much overlap in the same way that there's overlap like religious traditions and what we think of as UAP if we're not religious motive. Those overlaps are so strong that it becomes impossible to ignore the more you start thinking within the boundaries of it.
Yeah, and you're right. I think that we're kind of seeing that now, and not to the same extent, but within ufology, there's like key people that are like, no, I'm the guy that's going to follow me. I have all the answers. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous because, like I said, it leads people to dangerous conclusions and the Messiah complex, and that's the biggest fear is that this is not the field to do this, and this requires teamwork. Absolutely, absolutely, hands down. Like, what are you working on? Like, what look forward to coming up? I know we were talking on Friday about maybe writing an article soon, so what are you doing?
I've got an article I'm working on with Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies. We're going to try to publish something maybe in Science of America or some other sort of company publication, just about how science is best done right now, especially when it comes to like the UAP phenomena. There's a lot of very like high profile science headlines that are like super catchy, that don't really push any sort of scientific dialogue forward in a substantial way. And so we kind of want a voice out there that says, let's a little more towards the normal process of science of collecting information, data, and submitting it publicly, and so other experts having a rich conversation like that, rather than immediately pushing your conclusions or your hopes for what the phenomenon might be into the headlines of, Vox or New York Times or something, and getting a bunch of clicks, and then it just kind of falling off. So we're hoping that we can encourage more substantial scientific discussion among scientists and the public who's interested in science. That's one thing. Another thing is I'm outlining this article on my argument for why maybe we shouldn't really put any faith into the concept of our UAP observations. Maybe they're all strategic tricks or something. I don't know if I actually believe that argument, but I think it's an argument that is worth making, which is kind of
worth debating.
Yeah, it's worth the debate, and that's kind of how philosophers think. We say, let's lay the argument out and see if anybody thinks this argument can be made, and we say, well, maybe I like the idea, but at least need to see its fullness before we make a decision. So those are two things I'm writing now, and I don't have a specific place that I decided to publish them yet, but they'll be somewhere visible once they come out, and I'll definitely let you know.
Yeah, man, we'll definitely share it on everywhere on Twitter and all that. Like, people have really responded to like the last episode we had you on. Like, they really enjoyed it because this philosophy is now. I don't hear it enough in ufology. I think it's very important. Is there a discipline you think that hasn't really shown any interest?
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today, origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population. But Poland is one of the most vulnerable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that been very careful to go on a diet this year where he will more than the number, he'll eat more calories than the calendar year month. And then he says, thank God, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like that. I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of jewelry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by some of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was the southwestern core of it, but after dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the sea well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply strictly to Poland as we understand by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus, Lithuania, where there are very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it is part of the Russian Pale of Seven, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early. It's a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany, France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews. That is based on medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of theirs in the region from as early as the 9th century, but it really began to coalesce around 10th and 11th century. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money. Things money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, 11th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is a bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the illiteracy which is common to the region. The fact that the Jews would use Hebrew alphabet because the Jews are the ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture, a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, and the Polish-Lithuanian Common more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them, protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated. As a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence and rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is minor discrimination against a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerus clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is. But if someone throws a rock in their storefront window, they will be able to go to the police. The police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, we'll have a proper criminal, so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. Had these series occurs that accompanied these traveling band of crusaders, or more, as discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusades, and that the local authority church could not put it to it. That's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving to the East. In the 3rd century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France, there's 3 expulsions in the century, and so more and more reason for not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the end. The Polish economy was a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishment, sometimes things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic bringing Jews into the region and extended to them a series of rights that guarantee, above all, safety. To live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion, it's just a stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764. And you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the West Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the border with Germany and the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution of the Council of Lands, also known as Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahil, actually the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, everything, waiver support to brides and orphans and, all kinds of social services, but also regulating by Talmudic law. Each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that all Jews live within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It's really a rather amazing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the pages from the minute book of the council. Now, so they didn't have, like, for example, police authority. They worked very close to the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. For the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
So they have this classification problem. You don't see my part, I see your part. Nobody talks about it. So if you move it in the white world, then scientists in the world, they're going to work on it. All that stuff's been filtered block into the black world, and they're going to build whatever they're stuck. They need white world, so they're this money. That's exactly what happened. They're getting this funding, the money from Congress, are getting this stuff sold again.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled A-R-O-N-I-M. Literally, that term means the authorities, and contrast to their predecessors as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, whom we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a vision of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, you read that the decline of the generation idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to Mount Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great C.B. Mill classic, which had influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the good sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I here living in the 21st century have at my moment's reach books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in the terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God. Despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the Temple era, Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the early third century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones, and they represent such a significant shift type of thinking and the types of things they did that we have a whole alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim, but that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. I haven't had anyone innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that as to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot of it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like, Acharonim, as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. Way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other comments on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be based on Maimonides in the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do, much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Interesting, non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. When I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Rabbi, the Rothschild, and so on. And then when we got to Achronim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Achronim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more longer. They take a lot of words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Achronim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Achronim. Helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Achronim. And of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins the kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into sources, once again using the kind of tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he wrote commentaries on other codes such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended actually not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Syrian Jewish population. He's among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating. That's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with. So Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times, the windows up against the glass. When I look at new books on Jewish thought, particularly in halacha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written, even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search. There are some special databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these are passed. I'll give you one book, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is the Chanukiah, the candle, and so on. So one of the foods is latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to, recent times, they tend not to be what Americans think of as donuts. They don't have them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this. There's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer HaSufganim, the Book of Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. In a few minutes, following up on our discussion of the Acharonim, to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual, literary, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfat. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge implications of that upheaval related throughout the world, really, because at this point, the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain who made their way all the way, I think, is a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ban, Nachmanides, arrived in the late 3rd century and had begun to revive a very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were concentrated in the big city of Jerusalem. That was one of the centers after the Ban began to revive the population. Much less well known as this tiny town, Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. You can see it of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be immune to developing. The Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, in particular in Tzfat, with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to there was kind of an unusual spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large numbers from especially the early Talmudic that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to the graves of these holy sites. So this 1500s, there is more and more Jews are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for activities, they're coming because they have been displaced by Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. It is in this region where you have this explosion of Kabbalah. And let's just take just a talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means to be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the word lekabel, to receive, in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures. There are some Canadian early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Trump community in the region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there's a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is to Rabbi Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 3rd century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Leon. There are arguments for both perspectives. What is known for certain is that the Zohar did not circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical approach of God and the universe. And one of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah, hard to translate into English, may be related to the word sa. It may be related somehow with sphere, if you have something which is round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God to the finite world in which we live. The terms have various characteristics that are center. Keter means the crown. Mabina means understanding, and these are the English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the soul, what the human soul is all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, there's something we can do with it. Like, for example, perhaps bring the Messiah closer. Can we, the period of time, the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating popular magic associated with Kabbalah as well, those amulets and so on that go well into the spirit. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic description of it. All of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you'll see that each of these different colors and symbols represent a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving you a sense of what it is they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you have remarkable, in a very short time, of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of L'Chad Zoji, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, or Cordero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s, in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramah and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, certainly with regards to the question of why this world exists. For Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it worked into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spheroids are designed. As for the Ari, evil was created as a result of kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, bursting of the put briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into the metaphor, the clay containers of the sphere, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they and the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of vessels. I know this sounds, but basically that's where the world comes from, to the Kabbalah idea that, you know, everything that my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the role of Jews in particular, and of humanity as a whole, to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. Images from a movie had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. 10 Commandments, a great movie, directed by Caesar B. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. Joshua was, of course, this is his deputy, and at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination, is the way it's translated into English, but it literally means the laying on of hands. So you put your hands on a person's head, and you put your weight on them, and you transfer your authority to them. So a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the lineage of Moses to Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jewish spies. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second, we have the greatest minds of Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town spot, including, by the way, the great elder Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Sfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people. And there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him right? Like not in just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi. Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him sneakers. And then once he has that, then he will give, including including Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Beirav. By the way, it's probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half of that were to get this smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. A fascinating idea and a certain amount of interest in this world, but there are rabbis outside of Tzfat, in particular, said, wait, I can't. And unfortunately, as a result, much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Rivero because I spent quite a time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that many people enjoy studying history as I do, and I will be speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
He works with cancer kids and stuff like that. He goes to hospitals and stuff like that. It's all sort of operating stuff and implants. That was sort of one of the big invention he got. It's how to meld metal and tissue together, stuff like that. So there's a lot of money involved. If you see some of the inventions that you can get from this, even small stuff like the metals, which I say is important. I mean, then you come across the galaxy.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Chmelnytsky uprising. This is related to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky, with a guttural at the beginning. This is an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as rapids on the Dnieper. And there, they should, some kind of, I'm not sure what the word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy. They would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like information. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and overwhelmingly Orthodox, Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a minute. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and not the same as the Russians, having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups is very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossian, or Little Russian, meaning they were the younger brother, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate. accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time and set up their own societies. It is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time, as I know there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poland, Russians, and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was also discussed at length. The right bank